is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This episode number 635. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and joining me on the line all the way from Denver, Colorado, it's Luis Scott-Vargas. Luis, it's set review day. It finally got here.
Oh yeah, and this set looks like a wild one. I mean, this is our first Magic Cyberpunk set, and look, even in a world of like secret layers that are pretty wild, this is an actual core set, like a base set. So I'm really interested to see how this plays out.
Yeah, it looks like they bit off a lot with this one. And, you know, we're ready for a new set. It's been a while. And today we're going to go over every single common and uncommon in Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. First up, though, our sponsors, channelfireball.com. If you want to pre-order Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, head over to Channel Fireball and you can pre-order right now. You can get cards, individual card singles, whatever, or you can even get sealed product if you're looking to do some sealed or draft with friends. Head on over to Channel Fireball to pick up anything you need there. While you're there, make sure you check out CFB Pro if you want to get up to speed on all the formats, both constructed and limited, and really kind of take this seriously as something to take on and learn about. CFB Pro is a great tool in your arsenal. Some of the best players in the world giving you insider information about the sets, the cards, the decks, the strategies, all of it at CFB. If you do end up picking up anything over at CFB, if you'd use the affiliate code LR at checkout, it lets them know that we sent you over, and it helps out the show, and we do appreciate it. Show's also brought to you by FTX. That's FTX.com outside the United States, FTX.US within the United States. This is a place to go to manage all of your digital assets. This is something that has been growing and growing over the last few years, and it's starting to look like it's going to become part of our daily lives at some point. If you are interested in checking it out and investing in any of these things, FTX is the safe, regulated place to go to do so. Now, I will tell you, though, there is some risk involved, right? This is investment, and you want to make sure that you're educated on it and you know what you're doing before you go in. So talk to an investment professional first. But once you're ready, head on over to FTX. They are the place to go for all of your digital asset needs. And of course, the show's also brought to you by you via the Patreon. It's patreon.com/limited resources. Every single person who signs up gets a thank you card and a sticker in the mail. I worked hard to make sure that that would happen, to show our gratitude for each and every person who takes the time to sign up on our Patreon. You know, you can pick however much you want. You can go low, you can go big. You get some cool perks for it, but really it's fully flexible, fully transparent. You can stop anytime. You can increase, you can decrease, you can come back. It's all right there in front of you. That's why we like Patreon, because it's so straightforward. Again, patreon.com/limited resources. And we want to say thank you so much to everybody who supports us over there. Before we get into the cards, Luis, let's talk about the grading scale overview and how we're going to be grading these cards as we go through.
All right, so we're going to be using letter grades from A through F with 2 subgrades. And let's start at the top. So the A's are bombs. They're game winners. They're cards that are good in many situations, especially when behind, and really just the best cards in the set. We're talking cards like Toxroll or Hana and Alina. I think that's not exactly what it's called, but
well, what is it called? Did I put the wrong name?
I think it's Halana and Alina or something like that.
Okay.
I'm not sure. In any case, Val had a lot of bombs. We were hoping maybe to see not quite so many A's here in Kamigawa. B's are cards that actively pull you towards their colors, headliners for a set, and reasons to be in a particular pair of colors. This is a kind of normal set in terms of that balance where every color pair has its own things going on. And your B's, cards like Alluring Suitor or Blood Tithe Harvester, are cards that pull you into that pair of colors. C's are playable. These are the pawns of limited. They're interchangeable, and you end up playing a bunch of them in your deck. These are cards where, yeah, they're solid. You don't feel bad about playing them. You're not excited to pick them. Cards like Weaver of Blossoms, Blood Petal Celebrant, Drog Skull Infantry. D's are cards that you would prefer not to run. They are sometimes playable, but they're kind of mediocre, junky, a little too expensive, a little too hard to set up. Cards like Nebelgast Beguiler or Daybreak Celebrants. Fs are cards that are unplayable in virtually all scenarios, cards that cost 10 mana or have, clauses that involve all legendary creatures, cards like Demonic Bargain or Boarded Window. The 2 subgrades we have are sideboard, so cards that you wouldn't really play in the main deck very often, but when you side them in, they can be a B or even an A sometimes. Cards like Crushing Canopy are the typical sideboard card. and then build around. These are cards that by themselves don't do enough, but when combined with the right cards or in the right deck can be awesome. Cards like Whispering Wizard or Necro Duality. So some really cool build around cards, and I expect this set to have a bunch as well.
Yeah, so let's get right into the cards. As usual, we're going to be starting off with the multicolored uncommons. We call these the signpost uncommons, as these ones will often give you very strong signals as to what each color pair is trying to do, what it, as we say, what it cares about, the types of cards or the strategies that it's trying to do. One note, we normally do the set reviews in converted, or what is called mana value order, where we start from the lowest to the highest. But we're jumping on the set review so early this time that it's not fully up on Scryfall. So we have to use the Wizards page, and that doesn't let you sort that way. So we're going to do it in alphabetical order like we used to. So just a little note if you're following along with us at home for this particular review. So the first, go ahead.
Just wanted to note that we really value getting this out as soon as possible, and we want to get this in your hands because it's a long show. You want to have time to listen to it and have that heading into the weekend here. So
yeah,
we would prefer to do it in mana value cost, but we, given our choices here, we think this is the best way forward.
That's right. So first card up is called Asari Captain. It's 3 white red for a 4/3 human samurai. Again, this first chunk are all uncommon. It's a 4/3 with haste. So 5 mana, 4/3 haste. And whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn for each samurai or warrior you control. Wow. So this is quite a signpost, right? We obviously have a samurais and warriors matter theme, and then even potentially something centering around attacking alone.
Yeah, this not only is a powerful card in its own right, which we'll talk about, does a very good job of letting you know kind of what red and white are trying to do, which is, well, play some samurai or warriors and then attack alone. I like that they went with the attack alone kind of exalted style mechanic instead of Bushido, which was the previous Champions of Kamigawa Samurai mechanic, which said whenever this creature blocks or becomes blocked, it gets like +1/+1 or +2/+2. That was a real gotcha. That doesn't really fit with, I think, good design principles in general. So Asari Captain's appealing. And look, by itself, Asari Captain, if it's the only creature you have in play, is still a 5/4 when it attacks.
5/3,
it's going to give itself
right.
+1/+1. What's that? Oh, sorry, 5/3 when it attacks.
Yeah.
So it's already like a pretty heavy hitter, and you can imagine situations where you play this and attack for 6 or 7, or play this attack with like a flyer or a first striker, and it's getting +2/+0, +3/+0, that sort of thing.
Yeah, the only downside to the card is the 3 toughness, which doesn't get buffed, and that means that it will often trade off for something, but at least it's not trading off for most of their 2-drops, so you got that going for you. I would give Asari Captain like a C+. I don't think this gets into the B range with 3 toughness. Where are you at?
Yeah, I like C+ on Asari Captain. It's when your 5-drop can sometimes trade for, their 3-drop, you're just not that happy about it.
Yeah.
The places where I think this gets a little bit better are if you look and you try to find a first striker or again a flyer, something like that, where you're really getting that bonus and not caring about the toughness.
That's right. Next is Colossal Sky Turtle. Oh, I'm in love. This is 4 green, blue. Wow. For a 6/5 flying enchantment creature turtle with Ward 2. Okay. So we got a bit of a text bomb here, but this is a 7 mana 6/5 flying Ward 2. It also has Channel, and Channel is kind of a catch-all type mechanic. It doesn't have any, it's a reminder text style mechanic. So it just says it has the ability to do whatever it says after Channel. So in this case, it says 2 and a green, discard Colossal Sky Turtle, return target card from your graveyard to your hand. This one actually has another instance of Channel, which isn't normal, but this one does. You can pay 1 and a blue and discards Colossal Sky Turtle to return target creature to its owner's hand. Wow, that's a sweet card.
This is quite the package because Colossal Sky Turtle, what it ends up doing is a 7 mana 6/5 flying Ward 2 would be kind of appealing, right? This is just a huge flyer for 7 mana. But the downside is sometimes you don't have 7 mana. What are you going to do with this card when you don't? Well, this gives you 2 different ways to use it. A bounce spell if you really are behind on the board and need to push through that last blocker or make sure you survive. Or a regrowth, you get to discard it for 3 mana and cash in for any card. that's I think the least used ability on this card, because if you have a lot of mana, just play the turtle.
Right.
If you have a little mana, play the bounce spell. You kind of have to be in the middle to want to use the green channel, but of course that is upside. This looks like a B+ to me. This looks like a card you're really happy to have, and blue-green tends to have kind of like a ramp theme in most sets, and I think this fits really nicely into any deck that's doing that.
Yeah, channel is the smoothing mechanic for this set, and this is the best version of it that I can imagine, because it has two different ways to do it. So B+ for Colossal Sky Turtle. Next is Enthusiastic Mechanaut. This is red-blue for a 2/2 flying artifact creature goblin artificer. And it says artifact spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. So 2/2 flyer for 2 that's relevant type in that it's an artifact creature. I don't know if goblins are relevant. I assume not. And then it also makes your other artifacts cheaper. Wow.
Yeah. If you're in straight red-blue, this is pretty close to a B by itself. Just because it's a 2-mana 2/2 flyer with upside. I would say it's probably a B- overall, because it's got a kind of intense color cost. So you have to draw like a mountain and an island to play this on 2 to make it so the artifact lessening part is valuable. But that's not that hard to come up with. And in a deck full of artifacts, this card's going to operate like a B. In a deck without a ton of artifacts, this card's going to be closer to a B-, but you're still happy. A 2-mana 2/2 flyer, just a good deal.
Yep. Great deal for the Enthusiastic Mechanaut there. So B to B- depending on your build. Next is Gloom Shrieker, which is 1 black-green for a 2/1 enchantment creature cat beast. It's got menace. So 3 mana, 2/1 menace. It's an enchantment creature. And when it enters the battlefield, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. And if Gloom Shrieker would die, you exile it instead. Wow. So you just get a straight up 2-for-1 on a 2/1 menace?
Oh, this card's awesome.
Jeez. Step aside, Eternal Witness.
I mean, it has it's only permanence, so it does it does have a little bit of a drawback compared to actual Eternal Witness, but of course this card's amazing.
Yeah.
3 mana for a 2/1 menace that draws you a card right away.
That's incredible.
Also worth noting, by the way, this is an enchantment creature. You'll see artifact creatures and enchantment creatures scattered throughout the set, which means that when you look at cards that say destroy target enchantment, destroy target artifact, or interact with them, some cards count them, how many do you have on your side, that sort of thing. There are more than in a typical set.
One other thing to note here is green-black typically struggles to have an identity as a color pair, and it's kind of nice to see that maybe there's some graveyard sub-theme or something, or enchantment creature sub-theme, but they just pumped up the power on this thing. I mean, they just said, all right, well, if it's not going to be some synergy home run, we're just going to give you a big punch. So I like at least B for Gloom Shrieker, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's a B+.
Oh, I like B+ to start with Gloom Shrieker. I think it's... So the fact that it's on ETB means that sometimes you can't just play it on turn 3, right? It's going to be worse than draw a card in that realm. But late in the game, draw your best permanent from your graveyard, I think is on balance better than just draw a random card. Okay. And a 3-mana 2/1 menace draw card is absurd. Yeah,
that's insane. It's going to be the sad day when you have to cast it without getting something back. But yeah, there you go. B+ for Gloom Shrieker. Next is, oh no.
I love it.
Invigorating Hot Spring. 1 green-red for an enchantment. And it says it enters a battlefield with 4 +1/+1 counters on it. Okay, it's on an enchantment. That's just weird. Modified creatures you control have haste. Modified means that a creature is either equipped or has an aura on it that you control or has a counter on it. Any of those 3 things means that the creature is then modified. And it says you can remove a +1/+1 counter from Invigorating Hot Spring to put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, activate only as a sorcery and only once each turn. So this thing allows you to distribute over the course of the turn it comes into play plus 3 extra turns, a +1/+1 counter on creatures, and those creatures get haste. And then other creatures you control could have haste too for other modification reasons. But this thing, look, these always get in the way, right? Because you play this on turn 3, but you get to put a counter on right away, whatever your 2-drop was, and then your 4-drop comes down, picks up a counter and haste as well. This thing could be a real smashing.
Yeah, I mean the reason we're laughing is it's a monkey just chilling in a hot spring. Which, I saw someone tweet like, I'm thriving, invigorated, living my best life.
I like it. So one thing I like about this, Luis, is that a lot of times these designs are really only good if you play them on curve and surround them with creatures. But this one just allows you to buff up your board even if it's like stalled out or whatever.
This doesn't have to come down before your creatures to be good. It can come down after. It's still totally fine. It's a little tricky to know when you want to play this on curve, because if you play this instead of playing your 3-drop and then you played a 3-drop a turn later, that's not a huge advantage. But if you can take a turn off to play this, it's representing a threat. I can imagine a game where you play this, use 2 of the counters, they kind of deal with your stuff, but then you have this and play with 2 counters on it, nothing on the board, 6 mana. And your opponent's at 8. Are they attacking you with their 3/3? They kind of have to because they need to get the game over. But
yeah,
it'd be scary. Plus, this is maybe the best way in the set to end up with a bunch of modified creatures, because this by itself modifies 4 creatures over some amount of turns.
Right. So if you can combine this modification bonus of getting haste, but with other cards that give modification bonuses, this is the way to go. It also shows us that green red is cares about modifying, building up a creature rather than like say going wide or something. Card seems strong to me. My initial temptation is to give it a B-. It's a little bit build aroundy, but I mean, even in your worst case, it just needs creatures. So that's not a build around requirement. The modification stuff, I figure if you're maxing on that, then this card's really going to crush for you. But surround it with a deck with enough creatures, and I think it'll perform anyway.
I like B- on Invigorating Hot Spring. Just got to make sure you have something like 14, 15 creatures in your deck. This is going to be one of those decks that has, 5 to 7 non-creature spells, and the rest really want to be creatures, because if drawing an Invigorating Hot Spring, 2 creatures and 5 other spells that aren't creatures in the game is not really a recipe for success.
Not great. Next is Jukai Naturalist. This is green-white for a 2/2 enchantment creature, human monk. And it's got lifelink, so 2 mana, 2/2 lifelink. And it says enchantment spells you cast cost 1 less to cast.
Yeah, very similar to the blue-red one, the Mechanaut. This guy's really chilling here. You can see it. You can see that. A 2 mana 2/2 lifelink, I think, is a little bit better than a flyer if you can augment it somehow, and that's what this set has a decent amount of cards that do that. With the modified theme and all that, making enchantments cheaper. It's going to come up every now and then. Not the biggest part. Most of what you're playing these cards for is just the body plus the keyword. Again, I would probably give this Jukai Naturalist a B-.
Yeah, I like B-, and the build around potential seems obvious as well with the enchantments. Next is Naomi, Pillar of Order. This is 3 black white for a 4/4 legendary creature, human advisor. Whenever Naomi, Pillar of Order enters a battlefield or attacks, if you control an artifact and an enchantment, create a 2/2 white samurai creature token with vigilance. Wow. Tough to set up, but man, you get 5 mana 4/4 that brings in a 2/2, and then if it gets a turn sideways, it gets another.
A little mini Grave Titan here.
Yeah.
It's obviously very appealing, and you'll see more cards in the set. This is kind of a part of the black-white theme, but just overall of if you control an artifact and an enchantment, or like there's a land, if you sack it to draw a card, if you have an artifact, and draw a card if you have an enchantment, that sort of thing. So if you have Naomi, Pillar of Order, you clearly want to make sure you have like 5 or 6 artifacts, 5 or 6 enchantments at the minimum, and ideally more. But these enchantment creatures and artifacts and vehicles and stuff all really help with that. Clearly, this is a build around. You can't just put this in your deck and kind of assume it'll work. It's like a build around B, though. If you get there reliably, this is a very strong card.
Yeah, build around B plus for Naomi. And even if you're not fully supporting the card, you can play a 5 mana 4/4 in a pinch that might make you 1 token every once in a while, but you really do want to try to build around it. Next is Oni Cult Anvil. This is black red for an artifact. And it says, whenever one or more artifacts you control leave the battlefield during your turn, create a 1/1 colorless construct artifact creature token. This ability triggers only once each turn. And you can tap it and sacrifice an artifact, assuming itself as well. And Oni Cult Anvil deals 1 damage to each opponent, and you gain a life.
This card's good.
Wow. So you sack it, you get a 1/1, and you drain them for 1?
That is the floor. That is the worst case scenario. Is you play this, immediately sack it, you get a 1/1 that drain them for one.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the ceiling is quite a bit higher because if you have a stream of artifacts, this will get you tokens over time and get you a lot of value per token. This looks like a really sweet card. I think Oni Cult Anvil is probably a builder end. I don't think you'd necessarily want to just put it in any deck, but in a deck with a good amount of artifacts, especially one that can make artifacts that you don't mind sacking to kind of get things going, looks like a builder on like B+. This card, I can imagine a game your opponent plays this year at 9. You're not feeling good about that game.
Right. You can do the sacrifice an artifact anytime, but you only get the 1/1 flyer if it happens on your turn. But it's not sorcery speed, right?
Not a flyer, but yeah, just the 1/1 construct.
Sorry, the 1/1 construct. Yeah.
Yeah, none of this is sorcery speed, but you only get the construct during your turn.
Okay. So a little bit interesting with the timing rules on it. So keep that in mind. Next is Prodigy's Prototype. This is 1 white blue for a 3/4 artifact vehicle. And it says whenever one or more vehicles you control attack, create a 1/1 colorless pilot creature token with this creature crew's vehicles as though its power were 2 greater. And the crew cost on the prototype is 2. It doesn't have flying, right?
No, pilot is a cool type. It's like they're better at crewing vehicles than you would imagine.
Yeah.
This card's funny because once it attacks, it gets you a pilot that now can crew this forever, but you need to get that first attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's hard. It's crew 2.
It's crew 2, right? What we've discovered over time, right, is that crew 1 is kind of broken. Crew 2 is like, okay, fine. And crew 3 is too much. Like, unless you're getting some bomb out of it or whatever. But crew 2, you can do. Most of the creatures that you put in your limited deck will be able to crew this on their own. And effectively any 2 creatures that you put in your limited deck will be able to. So, you start spitting them out. Also, it's worth noting, right, that like if you have other ones, you can play this later whenever one or more vehicles you control attack. Like, so if you've already got a vehicle, you can play this as kind of an enchantment, if you will, right, where it has a static ability and you crew up some other vehicle and start spitting out pilots. It does. So you're getting 1 pilot per turn max though, right?
Yes. No matter how many vehicles you attack with, you get 1 pilot.
Okay.
It's a little funny that this has crew 2 and the pilot crews up to 3. But
it is kind of
like
funny.
It's a little dissonant, but I think that's just like kind of how the numbers ended up working out. But
this card seems fine, right? I mean, this isn't amazing, but I guess if you're vehicle centric, making 1/1s that kind of crew for free or whatever for the rest of the game is already good. But the fact that you need to be able to crew a vehicle in order to get the thing that crews other vehicles does make me think this isn't amazing.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine the deck where this completely enables the deck, where it's like, all right, well, I've got a bunch of vehicles that crew 5, and I need to make some pilots to crew them. But it's a 3-mana 3/4 vehicle. It's relatively easy to crew. It makes it just a token every time it attacks. The pilots can attack and block just fine,
Yeah, totally.
So I think Prodigy's Prototype is like a C+.
Yeah.
Not excited about it. It's like the least of the build arounds in a lot of ways that we've seen, but still a card worth playing.
Yeah, I like C+ for Prodigy's Prototype. Last one for these gold cards is Silver Fur Master. And this is a blue-black 2/2 rat ninja. Ooh, now we're talking, baby. Give me those ninjas. Yeah, it's Splendor. So 2-mana 2/2 with ninjutsu, which is one of my favorite mechanics. So this one's, the cost for ninjutsu is black-blue. And I'll read ninjutsu once and then you'll have to know it for the rest. But so what it says is you pay black-blue and return an unblocked attacker you control to hand. Put this card onto the battlefield from your hand, tapped and attacking. And what it says is ninjutsu abilities you activate cost 1 less to activate, and other ninja and rogue creatures you control get +1/+1.
So this one's funny because you don't really want to even ninjutsu this in very much.
Right. What's the benefit to that?
Well, the benefit is like if you've got 2 other ninjas or rogues, ninjutsuing this in is all of a sudden going to pump them as a combat trick. Imagine you attack with a 2/2 and a 1/1 flyer. They block a 2/2 with their 2/2. You ninja this in. Now your 2/2's a 3/3. So you got them.
Okay.
But
that's cool.
Mostly it's giving the +1/+1, making your other ninjutsu abilities cheaper. Again, Obviously, it's going to matter sometimes, and sometimes you're going to be pretty happy that you did these things.
Yes.
I don't think for the most part, the cost reduction by 1 is that on a specific thing is going to be that busted. But I still think it is something that you'll care about every now and then.
Yeah, and the curve matters, right? You could just play this out on turn 2 like no ninjutsu, just play it. And then turn 3, if this thing can get through, you can do a ninjutsu that would normally cost 4. So there could be like a 1-2 punch aspect, but each of these are minor upgrades compared to the other ninjas and rogues get +1/+1, which if you can put together a deck that has a ton of those, then this is going to be one of your better cards. Is it a C plus? Is it a build around B? I'm not really sure.
This looks to me like a C plus.
It does to me too.
In my experience, landing a ninja is not about the cost as much as just like getting an unblocked creature through.
That's right.
And a lot of the ninja hits, as we'll see in the set, are pretty impactful. So I think that you're mostly going to be looking for ways to get creatures through. This doesn't really help a whole that much with.
No.
And then the cost reduction is not that impressive either. Really cool card. Obviously, it looks great. Everyone loves Splinter, but I think it's more like a C plus.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go C plus there for that one. Okay. Should we move to white, Luis, or what color do you want to?
We could start with red.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. We were going through the colors from before. So we will go to red to kick things off. Mm-hmm. And our first, and we're again, this is going to be alphabetical. Our first card is Aki Emberkeeper. It's 1 and a red for a 2/1 enchantment creature goblin warrior. That's a hell of a type line. It's common. And it says, whenever a non-token modified creature you control dies, create a 1/1 colorless spirit creature token. So again, modified as equipment or as you control and counters of any kind on your creature. Right. So if you have a non-token creature that has any of those, any or all of those, you get a 1/1 spirit when it dies. Right, that seems fine.
Yeah, mostly it's a 2-mana 2/1, and it counts as an enchantment, which is nice. You know, there's some cards that do care about that. Mm-hmm. And then every now and then it'll get you value when something dies, and a 1/1 colorless spirit is not the biggest, payoff, but it's fine. I like the Ember Keeper. It's not a build around. It's just a card you'd put in some of these decks, and looks like a C to me.
It looks like a C to me as well. Aki Ronin is next. It's 1 and a red for a 1/3 Goblin Samurai at common. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So there's a little common payoff for that for the red-white deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a 2-mana 1/3 Rummager. It can obviously trigger it itself when it gets to the point when the Ronin is too small to attack. You can send something else as well. This doesn't have to be attacking by itself to trigger it. Any one of your samurai or warrior that does it will trigger this. You are going to run into something as I look at these attack alone cards where if you get enough of them together, they're paying you off pretty well for attacking alone, but it can be awkward in your red or white aggro deck to not want to attack with multiple creatures. Yeah. So you are paying a bit of a cost here.
Yeah, I think there's going to be that time when you have to evaluate that at some point and go, you know what? All of them. Also, last, of course, is that the Aki Ronin is a samurai. So it adds to your samurai and warrior count itself. I like it at C as well.
Yeah, this looks like a C.
Looks very bread and butter. Next is Aki Warpaint, which is red for an enchantment aura. So think modified here. It's common. It enchants an artifact or a creature. And as long as the enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +2/+1. Boy, you really better want modified.
You have to want modified a lot.
Like this is
to put this in your deck. Yes.
Right. These type of cards are very high risk. Sorcery speed. 1 toughness bump is okay, but you just can't get that blowout in combat that you'd hope. And these usually play out like a D. So, or even less. To me, unless the modified thing is like heavily supported, I don't think you're going to be war painting much.
Part of the joke here, by the way, is you can put this on a vehicle and it won't fall off. So that's why it has like the weird, like if it's a creature, it gets +2/+1. You put this on your vehicle. When it's a creature, it's +2/+1, but it's because it's an enchant artifact. It sticks around when it's not.
Oh, that's cute. I still don't like it very much. Louis, this is definitely the type of card that like you need to show me the modified deck is worth the risk.
This is a D trending towards F.
Yeah, that's how I have it too. All right. Next is Ambitious Assault. It's 2 and a red for an instant at common. It says creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. If you control a modified creature, draw a card.
Yeah, this is nice. I mean, there are decks that want Trumpet Blast already, and it's what this is, kind of baseline. And then in a deck that doesn't have a problem modifying stuff, you can end up drawing a card pretty easily off of this ability.
It's a bizarre design, though, right? Because everything we've seen, including the text on the card, signals to us that we should be building up a creature by modifying it, not going wide with small creatures, which is where cards like Ambitious Assault usually shine.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. What do you want to give it? I mean, dang, the getting a card back off, it's really strong. It lets you, trade off your creature and get a card. Like that happens a lot in a worst case scenario. Like you're just like attack with my 2/2 that's modified in some way. And they're like, sure, block it. And then you can Ambitious Assault, trade, draw a card.
The deck that can easily draw a card off this already is going to struggle with how many auras / equipment / counter giving cards that it plays with its creature count. So
a lot of conflict.
This looks like a card. Well, it's kind of ambitious to get this in your deck. I don't think you're going to play this very often. It looks like a D to me.
It's a D. Let's give it a D. Next is Bronze Plate Boar. This is 2 and a red for a 3/2 artifact creature equipment boar. This one's uncommon. It's a trampler. So 3 mana, 3/2 trample that's also an artifact creature and an equipment. And that's because it has Reconfigure. And Reconfigure is the shorthand way to think of it is it's a creature that is also an equipment. So in this case, it's Reconfigure 5. And this is, think of this as being the equip cost. So what you can do is you can pay 5 to attach to target creature you control or unattach from a creature. Reconfigure only as a sorcery. While attached, this isn't a creature. So it turns into an equipment effectively is a way to think of it. And the creature gets, that's right, +3/+2 and trample, the same thing as its stats.
So one of the cool things about Reconfigure to be aware of is that instead of paying 5 to unattach it, it's much better to like trade off in combat because it'll immediately become a creature again once whatever's it's equipped on goes away. Right. So it is actually kind of funny that it would be better for you to have the creature die in some cases than to spend the mana to unreconfigure it to pull it off the creature. But it is a good.
And you mean so you can have it to block?
Or just in general. Like imagine you put this on a 2/2, now it's a 5/4 trample. Instead of spending 5 to pull this off because you want to attack or block with it, you would much rather they just like use a removal spell or you trade in combat or something.
Yeah, and there's the slight rules wrinkle to be aware of here, right? Is that when you equip a creature and attack with it, the creature taps, but the equipment doesn't. If you play a lot of paper, you may be used to just turning them both sideways. And if you play on Arena or Magic Online, it may just not really register for you about like, well, this is tapped or not, but it's not tapped. And so the other thing you can do is if it doesn't die in combat, this is a horrible example for Bronze Plate Boar because it's 5 mana, but you can still do it, is you can pay the Reconfigure cost to just unequip it, and now it's on the battlefield as a blocker again, even though the creature got the benefit of the attack. Yeah. So what do we like for the boar here? I mean, this is a 3 mana 3/2 trample, which is playable. And it has this late game thing where you can just start throwing this on creatures and making them massive and trampling. I think I'm willing to pay the price of a mediocre 3-drop here for the ability to have like a really powerful mana sink later in the game.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, you don't have to risk this. Obviously, if they have creature removal, they can just kill this. And it's kind of brutal if you spend 5 to equip it and they're like shock. But like any other equipment, once this goes on the creature, now you're in no risk territory. You put this on your 3/3, you have a 6/5 trample. If it trades, you get the Bronze Plate Boar back, can equip on something else. But it has the upside of there's fast games where a 3 mana 3/2 trample and you trading it off for their 3-drop is perfect. You don't need anything else. So
totally, it's also an artifact.
Yeah, definitely. You get the best of all the worlds here. So I would give Bronze Plate Boar a B-. I think I'm going to be pretty happy with this card in my deck.
Okay. Yeah, B-, but really because it hits all the synergy notes. The Reconfigure won't come up that often because it's so expensive. Next is Crackling Emergence. It's 1 and a red for an enchantment aura. This one is common. This one actually enchants a land you control. Enchanted Land is a 3/3 red spirit creature with haste It's still a land, and if enchanted land would be destroyed, instead sacrifice Crackling Emergence, and that land gains indestructible until end of turn.
So basically, this is actually kind of a play on like the Genjus from the original Champion set, which can animate your lands. Basically, Crackling Emergence gives you a 3/3 haster for 3, because remember, you put it on a land. If you want to attack with the land's not tapping for mana anymore. Mm-hmm. And it's now a modified creature, right? Because it's got an aura on it.
Yeah.
The downside is, yes, when this dies, you kind of get your land back. You're not out of it forever. But the downside is it's a 3/3 haste that you have to sack a land. Like, while this is being a creature and you're getting value from the creature aspect of it, you're not really getting any value from the land aspect of it. Because you're tapping it for mana, you're not attacking, and vice versa.
Yeah.
For me to want to play this card, I think there's like 2 main scenarios. One is that you really want modified cards, because this is a pretty easy way to get a modified card into play. And then the other is that you want to really be aggressive, and you have a low curve deck where you don't mind being down a land.
Mm-hmm. Neither scenario seems particularly likely, but could be. I would say D for Crackling Emergence, just as my first guess. This doesn't look like a staple of the format type card or a super desirable one.
Yeah, I like D for Crackling Emergence. It doesn't seem like this is where you'd want to be.
Dragonspark Reactors next. It's 1 and a red for an artifact that's uncommon. Whenever Dragonspark Reactor or another artifact enters a battlefield under your control, put a charge counter on Dragonspark Reactor, and you can pay 4 mana and sacrifice it. It deals damage equal to the number of charge counters on it to target player, and that much damage to up to 1 target creature. So this is a big time artifact payoff.
Yeah, it becomes a Searing Blaze. Like, you sack this, deals 4 to a creature and 4 to a player, which is pretty nice.
Yeah. So, but at what point though do you want to do it? So it comes in, it has 1 charge counter on it, so you can pay 4 mana to ping your opponent for 1 and ping a creature. So you have to build around this and put a whole bunch of artifacts in your deck to make it worth it. Is 3 the cutoff?
Thing is, at 3, you're still spending 6 mana, right? And you're waiting a bunch of turns.
Yes, and your opponent also knows it's coming.
Yeah. I'm thinking this is like a pretty heavy build around where you need to be like really into Dragonspark Reactor before it becomes the thing that you're looking to do, which I think most of the time you're not going to be. Because
like, imagine that you either had multiple repeatable ways to make artifacts, or that your deck was just simply mostly artifacts. Let's say, 8 out of 10 of your cards were artifacts.
Yeah, then this card would be fantastic. It's
pretty good, right?
Also great if you have something like the Oni Forge, where you're routinely making artifacts.
Yeah,
and it's charging up every turn. This is a pretty intense build around.
Okay, so we're definitely going to give it a build around grade. Now, the one critique that I would give it is that even if you are fully built around it, properly built around it, these cards tend to be very poor top decks, right? Like, if you play this on 2 and then just keep playing artifacts, it's going to do a lot of work for you. But it does have a big weakness where if you're like, you really need something late and you draw it, it usually falls a bit short. So I would say build around B- for it is what I would want to give it, because it is really, this card's insane if you can fully build around it. Like, you're going to do 5, 6, 7 to your opponent, kill their best creature with 1 card.
Yeah, I like build around B. I think that when this is good, it's going to be one of the cards you're really excited to see in your opening hand. When it's not, you're just not going to put it in your deck,
Yeah, but the way you worded that's kind of unfair, because in the opening hand is where you want this card, right?
Well, I think that even if you top deck this later, if you have a really heavy artifact deck, you can get 2 to 4 damage out of it, and that's not the end of the world. And then it's kind of like Shrine of Burning Rage if you open on it,
Yeah, that's a comparison I had too. All right, next is Experimental Synthesizer. This is red for an artifact. It's common, and when it entered or leaves the battlefield, exile the top card of your library until end of turn. You may play that card. That does count lands. And you can also pay 2 and a red and sacrifice it to create a 2/2 white samurai creature token with vigilance at sorcery speed. Dang.
Kind of cool card where you don't want to play it like on turn 1, obviously, because then you're not getting the exile benefit. So it's kind of like a weird cantrip where if you do the whole thing where if you play it, get a card out of it, sack it, get a card out of it, and get a samurai, you are getting kind of like a 3-for-1.
Yeah.
But it takes a lot of finagling, and it's an artifact that kind of cycles through play, like good for cards like Dragon Spark Reactor or anything like that. So really cool card. I think it's going to be pretty solid.
Me too. I would give C+ to Experimental Synthesizer. Really interesting design too. Like, when do you want to play this is a great question, not just for when you want to play it from your hand, but also when do you want to sacrifice it? Do you need the 2/2? The 3 mana means, if you hit a land, you'll be happy, but if you hit a spell, you probably won't have the mana to pay for it. Unless you wait pretty late in the game.
Yeah.
So
it is good that you can play a land. Sometimes you're just going to be in a position where you're like, I'm going to play this on turn 2 and hope to hit a land.
Totally.
Or
I'm going to be in that position a lot. Yeah. I like C+ for the synthesizer.
I like C+ for Experimental Synthesizer.
Pretty cool. Explosive Entry is 1 and a red for a sorcery. It's common. Destroy up to 1 target artifact. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature. So sorcery speed, but we've seen already just a few steps into the review here, and we've already seen a ton of artifacts and a ton of artifact creatures, and I think we're going to see a lot more. So, could we be looking at a main deckable card here, given that it also puts a +1/+1 counter, which gives you modified, but also is just good?
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm going to start by main decking this card, and then if that's not correct, I mean, I'll try to evaluate from there. But it does look good enough right now.
Okay. So if we're going to grade it as a main deck card,
I think it's like a C to C+ main deck card.
I have it a little lower. I mean, you are dealing with a risk of ruin that is pretty catastrophic here, right? Like, are there archetypes that, like, if I'm playing against, I don't know, green black or something, or like, are there no artifacts?
Well, the one thing that's not catastrophic is that you can destroy it's up to 1 artifact. So you can destroy no artifacts and use it as a +1/+1 counter.
Okay, then I'm with you. Yeah. C+ then for Explosive Entry. That's cool, especially in a modified deck. Next is Flame Discharge. This is red X for an instant at uncommon. Flame Discharge deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker. If you controlled a modified creature as you cast this spell, it deals X +2 damage instead. Wow. That's a beating.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you can turn this into like 2 mana to deal 3, that's pretty nice, especially since it's also like sometimes 6 mana to kill their biggest creature. You get a lot of extra value out of the fact that it can go up in X. I mean, even without the modified part, you would just put this card in your deck because it's a solid removal spell that scales. And the modified part actually is really exciting because saving you 2 mana is a big game.
Yeah, that's a game changer. It is worth noting that this does not hit players, so you can't build your game plan around trying to kill them. I like B for Flame Discharge. It might be B-. Actually, I'll go B- for Flame Discharge.
I like B- for Flame Discharge. I do think that it's a little bit weaker there.
Yeah. What does Gift of Wrath do?
So this is a 3 and a red for an aura. Enchant artifact or creature. As long as it's a creature, it gets +2/+2 in menace. So it's, again, the same thing where I imagine we're seeing like, hey, put these auras on your equipment. It's totally fine. Or your vehicles. It's totally fine to do that. And then though this actually does work on the reconfigure cards as well. You just stop getting the benefit when they're in the equipment mode.
And that would have been cool if they could have found a way to have that augment the thing. And then anyway, go ahead.
Well, the way to do it actually is really, really easy. It's make it so all the reconfigured creatures automatically give their stats and abilities to whatever they're equipping.
Yes.
Which is
sounds
how
very complicated, but
no, I actually think it's less complicated.
Is it?
Well, imagine you have a 2 mana 2/2 flyer or whatever, 3 mana 2/2 flyer, reconfigure 2, and then just equip creature has my stats and abilities or whatever.
Right. It said that instead of.
Yeah. Anyways, this card has another ability
actually.
too, by the way.
Huh.
Well, that's how most games I've worked on would actually have done that ability.
I wonder if that's harder. And anyway, okay.
It also says if Gift of Wrath leaves the battlefield, you get a 2/2 red spirit token with menace. So 4 mana for +2/+2 in menace is solid. And then you get a backup plan of if your creature gets bounced or killed or exiled, anything that will send Gift of Wrath to the graveyard, with one exception is if they respond to Gift of Wrath by killing or bouncing, you get nothing. Gets you a 2/2 spirit with menace.
Man, kind of cards that are really home run strikeout type cards. 4 mana. If they interact with your creature with it on the stack, you kind of lose the game. I mean, it's really tough to recover from that. If you do land it, I like the fallback plan of at least having a 2/2 menace, but it's still not great.
Yeah.
I think I would return this gift or re-gift this one.
A 2/2 menace is a decent little fallback. I mean, that part is nice. Giving +2/+2 and menace to your 3/3, making a 5/5 menace is a pretty big threat. You're going to get 5 damage in a lot of the time.
It is a lot. It's very, especially if your opponent's tapped out and you can just slam that turn. You know, it feels like it has haste, right? Like,
I think this card is actually going to be solid. I think it's not going to be great. I think it's a C, but I could just really easily see losing to this card, you know?
See, that's like, I feel like I don't think the card's going to be solid. I think it's going to be shaky, but I can definitely see losing to this card too.
The menace goes a long way.
It really does.
You're going to end up in a situation where you can just go, I'm playing this as a lava axe. I'm putting this on my 3/3 or 4/4 to get in 5 or 6 points of damage now. And then even if they have an answer, they took a bunch of damage and I got a 2/2 out of the deal.
Yeah. You want to give it a C?
I want to give it a C. I think Gift of Wrath, 1 copy in an aggro deck sounds like something that you're going to be okay with.
I want to give it a D. I need to see it. I need to see it fit before I'm willing to take the risk that this thing incurs. I really do like the fallback plan though. So I'll go D+ on Gift of Wrath. Next is Go Shintai of Ancient Wars. This is 2 and a red for a 2/2 legendary enchantment creature shrine. It's uncommon. It has first strike. So 3 mana 2/2 first strike. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. When you do, Go Shintai of Ancient Wars deals X damage to target player or planeswalker, where X is the number of shrines you control.
So they had to clarify that just because shrine's on its type line doesn't mean that's the new creature subtype. So changelings aren't shrines.
Yeah.
That doesn't work.
The shrine modifies the enchantment, right? That's okay.
This card is great even if you have no other shrines, because a 3 mana 2/2 first strike is a solid card. You should just put that card in your deck.
Mm-hmm.
Just so good at combat, especially this is a set that has a lot of ways to modify it. Mm-hmm. And then it just sits there and pings your opponent for 1 whenever you have an extra mana end of your turn. Really nice.
Really sweet. I like it. And it has even higher upside if you can shrine it up as well.
Oh, if you get 2 shrines going, they're going to lose very quickly. 2 damage a turn. Plus, this is a cycle. We're going to see 1 in each color. Whatever the other shrine is doing is also probably pretty good. So
yeah. So B for Go Shintai, B+ for Go Shintai?
I would say B. I think B is good.
B with a little bit of upside for more shrines. Next is another uncommon. It's called Heiko Yamazaki, the General. Might be Heiko. It's 3 and a red for a 3/3 legendary human samurai. It's uncommon. It's got trample. And whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, you may cast target artifact card from your graveyard this turn. I prefer to let my sword do the talking.
So it's a little bit of a double build around in the sense that you need to have artifacts and samurais, but this kind of fulfills the samurai part. Like if I had an artifact heavy deck, I would play this with no other samurai or warriors in my deck, which first of all is going to be difficult. If you have red creatures, they're probably one of those two in many of the cases. Mm-hmm. And a 4 mana 3/3 trample that lets me effectively draw a card when I attack with it. That's pretty good. Yeah, I like that. The draw a card part is predicated on you having artifacts in your graveyard, but that also seems doable. This looks like a B- to me.
Okay, and you do have to cast them, right? Like you had to pay the mana.
Yeah, you do have to spend the mana. But I mean, imagine this with the experimental synthesizer. That seems great, right?
Oh, I like that. Yeah, you just go right through your deck. All right, so like B for Heiko Yamazaki.
I'm thinking B-. I mean, okay. There are decks where this is a B+, especially. I mean, the Dream deck, right, where you're like, play this on turn 5, attack with my thing, play a synthesizer from the graveyard immediately. That sort of thing.
That's dope. Yep.
But in a deck with 5 artifacts, 4 artifacts, you're going to play this as a hill giant with trample that sometimes draws you a card.
Mm-hmm. Next is Iron Hoof Boar. It's 5 and a red for a 5/4 artifact creature boar. It's common. It has trample and haste, so 6 mana 5/4 trample haste, but it's also got channel. For 1 and a red, you can discard it. And target creature gets +3/+1 and gains trample until end of turn. Wow. See, this is to me a perfect design, right? Like, this is if you've got the 6 mana, yep, slam, 5/4, trample, haste, get you. But if you're in an aggressive deck, which is you could absolutely put this card into an aggressive deck, even though it's kind of a big, 6-drop that you might not normally want, you can just use it as a combat trick. And a good combat trick, too. +3/+1 and trample is big time. Like that lets you get a damage through. It lets you win combat sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, this
wow.
both sides of this are pretty great. Like the haste really puts it over the top, where we've seen a lot of like cards like this, right? 6 mana dork, and you can pay 2 and discard it to get a land out of your deck or to do whatever, minor effect. Trample haste on the 6-drop means this kind of feels like an uncommon when you actually cast it.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
And then +3/+1 and trample is a brutal combat trick. So
it kind of just feels like an uncommon, actually, just across the board. Yeah,
this reminds me of like Gore Clan, Rampager to some degree, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, I like C+ on Ironhoof Boar. I don't think that I'm in the B range with it, but it's good.
Yeah, I like C+ for Ironhoof Boar as well. Also, great combo with Heiko Yamazaki. Like, put it in the yard, cast it back later. Next is Kami of Industry. What is it? Kamis were a thing in the old set, right?
Yeah, Kamis are like spirits.
Spirits. Okay, so this is 4 and a red for a 3/6 spirit. It is common. When Kami of Industry enters the battlefield, return target artifact card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. Nah. I'm kind of off of this. I mean, I'm sure there's some cool things you can do with it, but this just reeks of one of those cards that looks kind of interesting and that you don't end up playing.
I think that this is going to be like kind of one of those build around C+s where in the deck that has enough artifacts that give you immediate advantage, things like, the experimental vessel or whatever, the synthesizer, then though that's not even that great of a combo, because then you have to like cast the card off it right away, and that's going to be hard. You spent 5. Anyways, the more Spellbomb type cards that like kind of draw you a card, or Ichor Wellspring type cards, the better. But that's still, you're usually spending 5 mana for a 3/6 and getting a card out of the deal if the situation lines up correctly. So yeah, not super into this one.
Build around C-. Yeah, is that the most insulting grade besides F+?
It's pretty good. Yeah.
What does Kami's Flare do?
This is a fantastic one. It's 1 and a red instant. It deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Ooh. And then it also deals 2 damage to that permanent's controller if you have a modified creature. And
this is a common?
Yep. As usual, you're just always going to play 2 mana, deal 3 at instant speed to a creature. And then this just kicks the opponent for an additional 2 damage if you happen to have a modified creature. So clearly just the cherry on top. You'll put this in any red deck. Going to be the best red common. I'll just call that now. But in a deck with modified, it's actually going to be really gross because getting 2 damage out of the deal is also really strong. So probably like a B+ for Kami's Flare.
Yeah, I think so, because the modified decks are definitely aggressive as well. So that 2 damage is going to really matter. Wow, nice card. Next is Kindled Fury. This is red for an instant. It's common. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. It's a reprint.
Solid combat trick. This one tends to do work. Like there were some sets where this card was into like C level. It's like D+ C- level, sometimes a C. I don't really have a strong opinion as to where that'll land because that's just kind of in the nitty gritty of things. But if you consider this around a C-, you're probably right more often than not.
Yep, that's a good ballpark for Kindled Fury. Of note, it doesn't affect modified, so you may want to bump cards like that out for ones that do. Next is Peerless Samurai. This is 2 and a red for a 2/3 human samurai. Common. It's got Menace. And whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, the next spell you cast this turn costs 1 less to cast.
So it's kind of like a mana dork. It's the red feeling mana dork. 3 mana, 2/3 Menace, which as we've seen before is solid. And then, if you can manage to set things up nicely, it'll add a mana for you. It's kind of funny that you can play this and then attack with something, but you're probably not playing something else that turn. That's going to be kind of hard to set up. But often you'll play this on 3 and on turn 4 attack with this and play a 5-drop, and that you'll feel like you got a pretty good deal.
Mm-hmm. And it counts right away, right? Like let's say you attack with this and you have a combat trick that costs one more than you have mana, you're good to go right away, right?
Definitely. Though you have channel does not count as casting a spell, so you can't use the boar, for example, as like a channel combat trick.
So a C for Peerless Samurai?
Yeah, I think that's solid.
Bread and butter. What about Rabbit Battery?
So this is really fun. It's red for a 1/1 artifact creature equipment rabbit. So it's a 1/1 haste and has reconfigure of a red, and it gives the equipped creature +1/+1 in haste. So this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? This just gives its stats and abilities to whatever equips it. And it's a Raging Goblin that turns other things into Raging Goblins. This card's sweet. I actually think this card's really good.
Yeah. This looks like a sleeper to me, right? The kind of card you can kind of overlook, but I think that when your opponent plays a turn 1 Rabbit Battery, you're going, oh no, here it comes. Not that it's like a bomb, but that it will matter. I
think this card is just really good. Like, you remember the Lightning Greaves or whatever, the boots that were giving +1/+0 in haste? This is better in a lot of ways. The downside with these reconfigured creatures is that creature removal gets them off the board.
Yes.
Your opponent has, 1 mana deal to, they're going to kill your Rabbit Battery a lot of the time, whereas that wasn't an option if it was just the equipment part. But +1/+1 in haste for 1 mana is a really good cost.
Yes, and especially when you're getting a creature anyway.
Yeah, so I think that this card's going to end up being quite strong. I would give Rabbit Battery a B.
Yeah, I like B for the battery. What about Reinforced Ronin?
It's red for a 2/2 artifact creature, human samurai, and it has haste, but at the end of your turn, it returns to its owner's hand. You can also channel and discard it to draw a card for 1 and a red.
You have to so you can just turn it into a card.
Yeah, you can always turn this into a card, and it's a 1 mana 2/2 haste artifact. It actually does really well on things that care about artifacts entering or leaving the battlefield, because it by itself is just like, it's an artifact you can play every turn. Imagine you've got like the Dragon's Heart. You're just like, all right, play my Roman and play my Roman, play my Ronin, that sort of thing.
Dragon Spark Reactor?
Yeah.
Huh. And then at some point when it becomes not relevant in combat or not relevant as an artifact ETB, and then you just channel it to draw a card, that's kind of the joke here?
Yeah. Or you channel it to draw a card early, and then, oh wow, this is actually a combo with the Kami of Industry.
Yeah, totally.
So you get your thing back.
Okay, I'm liking this. Yeah, this Reinforced Ronin's pretty cool. It does need a little help. I mean, it will outstay its welcome and then maybe become slightly inefficient, but this looks really good. Also, the art is, this is one of my favorite artists, Keikai Kataki. Woody knows him. I got to meet him. He's really
that's
nice.
awesome.
Yeah. And he's done art for other Magic sets going back quite a while, but really sweet. What do you want to give this thing? This is a tough one to grade.
The average deck won't really want to play this card. Like,
right. You need
I don't think you can just put this in your deck unless you have a reason to do it. One of those reasons could be you're very aggressive, and a card that you can cycle or can just continuously attack them for 2 is a strong card. But and another is you've got a bunch of artifact synergies. It will be like a C plus in those decks, and some decks it'll be even stronger. The fact that it's an uncommon is probably good, because I bet there's some combos like the Dragon Heart Battery that really, or Dragon Spark Reactor, that really make it feel like, what do I do? They're just playing that every turn. I can't stop it, right? They're not attacking it.
Yeah.
So I think that there's definitely, you've got to keep in mind that the decks that this is good and it really grows. I just am not 100% sure where those are. I actually bet this is like a build around B. I bet the decks that want this are like, this is fantastic.
I like it. Man, that card's cool. What about Scrapyard Steelbreaker?
So this is a 3 and a red for a 3/4 artifact creature, human warrior common. See, look how many artifacts are here.
Tons
I know this is red,
of them.
Red is one of the artifact colors, but we're seeing lots of artifacts. You can pay 1 and sack another artifact to give it +2, because it gives the Steelbreaker +2/+1 until end of turn. That's kind of a lot.
Yeah, that makes it a pain in combat, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's a 3/4 to start with, so they can't put like a chump in front of it and make you do something. And then if they if they want to block with it, all your artifacts turn into +2/+1s.
Yeah,
that's a pretty substantial bonus.
And also it has that threat, right? That you could just kill them. Like if you have 4 artifacts up and you're just like, attack with this, and they're like, crap, I'm at 10. You know, you're like, okay, well, I guess I have to block something.
Yeah.
Put him in the abyss.
Yeah.
Huh. I kind of like it, actually. And, you know, all the other stuff, too. It's also a warrior.
Yeah, this card, I think will get the job done.
C+ for Scrapyard Steelbreaker?
Yeah, I like C+ for it. It's not going to go in every deck, but the decks it's good in, it's going to be really good in.
Yeah, just a threat of activation kind of monster. Seismic Wave is next. It's 2 and a red for an instant. It's uncommon. It says Seismic Wave deals 2 damage to any target and 1 damage to each non-artifact creature target opponent controls. So you actually get to get 3 damage into a non-artifact creature and then ping the rest if you want?
Yep. And so by itself, it's 3 mana to deal 3 damage to one of their creatures and 1 to the rest, assuming it's a non-artifact. And then it also can hit your opponent if you want. You can nug them for 2. And then
you can hit artifact creatures with the first part, the 2 damage.
Yes, you can. So if they have a X2 artifact, you can kill it. I mean, this card's a B. It's going to be really good.
Yeah.
Its fail case is like they have a 3/3 artifact and you can't kill it, but that's going to be a little thin. And sometimes this will kill multiple things.
Right.
Sometimes it'll kill your opponent. Stacks up nicely if you have a big combat. You're just like, all right, now I'm going to spread damage around. It's really efficient with spreading damage around too.
First strike. Yeah. I like B for Seismic Wave. So B. Here's the card that they kind of let off with as far as reconfigure goes. It's so sweet. It's called Simian Sling. It's red for a 1/1 artifact creature equipment monkey. It's common, by the way. The equipped creature gets +1/+1. The reconfigure cost is 2. And whenever Simian Sling or equipped creature becomes blocked, it deals 1 damage to defending player. So it's this is a little mechanical monkey jumps on your shoulder and rides into battle with you.
Yeah, this is the helm from a couple sets ago, where the creature gets +1/+1 and pings your opponent when it gets blocked. And this also is a 1/1 by itself with it. This card's cute. I think you'd have to be pretty aggressive to want it. I think it's worse than Tormentor's Helm in general because it's not going to attack by itself very often, and the reconfigure is a little more expensive, but I'm kind of getting the feeling that a lot of red decks, 1 mana artifacts are going to be at a premium just regardless of what they do. Not that you're going to put a blank in, but this is a 1 mana artifact creature. It's going to make some of your other stuff work better. It's going to make your things kind of annoying when you put this on it. So it's probably going to be a C.
Yeah, I think so too. Also, it does satisfy the requirements for modified. Like Simian Sling really does a lot. So there you go. Next is Sokenzen Smelter, and it is 1 and a red for a Goblin Artificer. It's a 2/2 with at uncommon, and it says the beginning of combat on your turn, you may pay 1 and sacrifice an artifact. If you do, create a 3/1 red construct artifact creature token with haste. Wow, and it doesn't go away either.
Yeah, so this is a 2 mana 2/2 that lets you turn all your artifacts like your Simian Slings that are lying around or your experimental synthesizers into 3 artifacts with haste. So it puts another artifact into play, gives you another artifact to sack if you have an ability. Like I can imagine you sack an artifact, hit them for 3, then post combat sack that construct to do something else.
Yeah, this one's only at the beginning of combat, but maybe to some other effect or something, if that's what you mean.
What I mean is like you begin in combat, you pay 1, sack an artifact, make a 3/1, attack them. Post combat, sack the 3/1 to something else. Yeah,
that makes sense. So the real question here is how many expendable artifacts? Because like if you start sacrificing your Simian Slings, okay, fine, you're maybe upgrading it to something slightly better, but that's not a great way to win a game. If you have a card that produces expendable artifacts, then you're in business because now you're turning them into a 3/1 attacker.
I mean, this with the Oni Anvil is obviously going to be pretty dangerous.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
I think this is a build around B. You're just not going to put this into every deck, but it's a 2 mana 2/2. You're not really paying a huge opportunity cost, and then it ends up being a pretty threatening card if you have the right setup.
Definitely, yeah, I like it. So Sokenzen Smelter gets a B. Is that what you want to say?
Build around B. Yeah.
Build around B. What about Tempered in Solitude?
So this is 1 and a red for an enchantment at uncommon. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. pretty nice reward for optimizing for solo attacks. Just having the effect of every turn you get to exile the top card and play it if you want. You're going to draw extra cards off this pretty frequently, and the way these cards also tend to work is once you've hit a couple lands off them, now you have plenty of resources to play almost anything else you hit. Yeah. And they do kind of go that direction. Also, like, you can imagine I attack with my 2/2, you block with your 2/2, but I got to play a card off this. Now I found another creature. So it gives you a stream of creatures that can attack with. I think Tempered in Solitude looks like a B+ to me. It looks like one of those cards. Your opponent plays it they play a 2-drop on turn 2. Turn 3, they play this attack, and if they hit a land, great. If they don't, so be it. But you just kind of feel like the onus is on me to end this game in some way, or I'm going to get buried by this card.
Yeah, and this is where you can turn cards like Simian Sling into cards later in the game when they kind of outlasted their stay. Yeah. You just go, fine, you're going to block it and kill it, but I'm turning these into cards. Like, I'm drawing a card effectively. Yeah, I like B for Tempered in Solitude. That seems very, very powerful. You really do need to make sure that you put enough creatures around it, but it just seems like an unstoppable way to keep getting through your library. Tawashi Song Shaper is next. Is that a DJ?
Oh, yeah. The flavor text is, most uprisers augment their bodies for speed, strength, or protection, but if you just want to be one with the music.
That is a very bizarre. I remember seeing that art. I didn't know that was an artwork on an actual card. That looks strange for a Magic card, but kind of cool. So the Song Shaper is a 1 and a red for a 2/2 artifact creature, human artificer at common. And whenever another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn. So it's kind of a mediocre card. But again, man, how many artifacts here, right? Like, this is another common 2-drop artifact.
Yeah, and you're going to play the Song Shaper mostly because it's a 2-mana artifact creature that, helps enable your other stuff while also being good. If you have, you play enough artifacts, it can do some real work.
Yeah, I would give it like a D, though. I always find that these cards don't perform super well.
I think it's going to be like a D+, C-, depending on what your deck looks like. Okay. Most decks that have like Simian Sling are probably going to play the Song Shaper,
I guess. Yeah, you probably just need 2 drops that are artifacts and it fills that role. So yeah, D+, C- for Song Shaper. I'm just not that stoked about the pump. Next is, this is our preview card, Luis, Twin Shot Sniper. We said that this could be the Mythic Uncommon for the set. This is the 3 and a red, 2/3 artifact creature, Goblin Archer, uncommon with reach. And when it enters the battlefield, it does 2 damage to any target, and you can channel it to have it do 2 damage to any target. That's 1 and a red and discard it. And you can do that 2 damage.
Yeah, this card's amazing. I mean, it's
so sick.
4 mana 2/3 reach that deals 2 damage to any target when you play it would already be great. And you have the buyout of like, all right, I guess I don't have the mana to do that. I guess I'll just discard this to deal 2 damage to any target anyway.
Yeah.
It's literally just an A.
It might be an A, right? And it's also an artifact, again, an artifact. We'll see how much of a liability that ends up being, but man, it's definitely a bonus. Like there's tons of cards that care about artifacts here. Let's just go A on Twin Shot Sniper. Screw it.
Yeah,
somebody really prove me wrong.
I really don't see why you wouldn't just call it an A at this point.
Unstoppable Ogre. This is 2 and a red for a 4/1. You guessed it. Artifact creature, Ogre. This one's actually a warrior as well. And it is a common. When Unstoppable Ogre enters the battlefield, target creature can't block this turn.
Yep.
Nice little curver. Yeah,
this is going to... Well, so it's funny. It's like, well, this will be good in the artifact deck or the really aggressive deck. But I think those are kind of the same deck is what is the feeling I'm getting.
The Warrior Samurai deck wants it.
Right. So this looks solid. Looks like a C. Look, if attacking is something you're interested in, then this card will do what you want it to do.
I like C for Unstoppable Ogre. 2 more cards in red. Upriser Renegade is 1 and a red for a 1/3 human samurai at uncommon. It's not a freaking artifact. Upriser Renegade gets +2/+0 for each other modified creature you control. Other modified creature you control.
Yeah, so if you have 1 modified creature, this is a 2 mana 3/3, and that's obviously not too bad. And then it's not too hard to imagine it being like a 5/3 some of the time. The one thing that I don't love about this is +2/+0 doesn't stack that well. What's the difference between this having +2/+0 and +8/+0?
Right, because if they have the 3-power blocker, they're just going to block anyway.
Yeah.
True.
So I think that you're going to end up feeling a little bit disappointed about this. Basically, it's kind of almost binary. Like, does it work or does it not work? And if it works often enough, you'll be happy to play the deck.
Yeah, and I mean, it is powerful just to have a 3/3 for 2. Like, because if the first combat you actually get to attack, it's already a 3/3. That's really good. I mean, it's going to be slamming.
Yeah.
Do you put it in the B range?
I would say this is like a C+.
Okay.
I just don't see this working out all that often. Like in a spot like. It's a 2-mana creature, so you're not paying a huge cost, but a lot of the time you're just going to have this and it's either not going to be on and not doing much, or it's going to be on and it'll trade. Like they kind of don't have to worry about it till it's on.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess the question is just if you can do it quickly enough. But all right, so C+, trending towards B- for Uprise or Renegade. Last red non-saga card, I should say, is Voltage Surge. This is red for an instant common. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may sacrifice an artifact. Voltage Surge deals 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If you pay the additional cost, it does 4 damage instead. Wow.
Great card. I mean, this can't go to the face, but Shock that lets you sack an artifact to turn into 1-mana deal 4?
Wow.
I'm in for this. I mean, this card's excellent.
Yeah, this is common that it doesn't go to the head, but otherwise, man, that's great. B+ for Voltage Surge?
Yeah, I like B+ for Voltage Surge. I think that's right.
Could just be B, I don't know. But all right, let's take a look at the sagas. Now, the sagas are a little bit different here. It looks like each color has a common, uncommon, and rare, but actually, that's not true. Some of them are different. This one has a common, uncommon, and rare. So the uncommon one is called Kamano Faces Kakazan. And this is red for a saga. And this is what you think of when you think of a saga. It's a 3-chapter story. So the first one is Kamano Faces Kakazan deals 1 damage to each opponent and each planeswalker they control. So very minimal effect there. Chapter 2, which again happens after your draw step each turn. When you cast your next creature spell this turn, that creature enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. Okay. You do have to cast it that turn, but you're getting a modified creature and it's better. And then 3 is exile this saga, then return it to the battlefield transformed under your control. So now, and this is true for all the sagas here, they leave the battlefield, they come back, and they come back as creatures. So this one is Etching of Kamano. It's an enchantment creature, human shaman. It's a 2/2 haste. And if a creature dealt damage this turn by a source you controlled would die, exile it instead. So, okay static ability, but you end up getting a 2/2 haste after the first chapters go. And this is for 1 red mana total. That's all you've invested in the thing.
Yeah, I think the fact that it costs 1 red, you get a ping, you get a +1/+1 counter, and then you get a 2/2 with effectively a minor ability. I don't really think the ability matters too much.
It does have haste though.
Yeah, the haste is good. This card's worth playing. Like yeah. I would be happy to have this card in my deck.
Yeah, I think so too. I would give Kamano Faces Kakazan a C+. I don't like it as a top deck, and it's never going to be like ultra powerful. But if you hit all the things, like if you get the counter on a creature, that's kind of the tricky part. Like you got to have a 2-drop in your hand. But if you do, I mean, that's fantastic. Like you play it on 1, you ping them there at 19. Turn 2, it turns chapter 2. You play a 2/2 for 2, and it picks up a +1/+1 counter. So now you got a 3/3 for 3 on turn 2. And then the next turn, it's got a 2/2 haste joining whatever else you happen to cast that turn. That's a really powerful early game.
Yeah, it's a great curve.
Yeah. So I like C++ B- for Kamano Faces Kakazan.
Yeah, I think the only thing worth mentioning is like if you're not aggressive, this card shouldn't be one you're super interested in.
Yeah, super worse. And it's also, once again, a less exciting top deck. The other one is called the Shattered States Era. It's 4 and a red. And it's the chapter 1 is gain control of target creature until end of turn. Tap it. It gains haste until end of turn. Okay. Chapter 2 is creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. This is very aggressive. And chapter 3 is exile it and return it, and it becomes Nameless Conqueror, which is a 3/3 enchantment creature human samurai that has trample and haste.
So you get a threaten for 5 mana.
Yeah.
And then next turn it pumps your squad at +1/+0.
Yes.
And then you get a 3/3 trample haste. And so again, worth mentioning that you get to attack right away.
Yes.
The ones that don't have haste, you do not get to attack right away.
That's correct. And that was a conscious design choice. I heard Dave Humphreys say that it actually wasn't like that. Before they just transformed, they didn't get exiled, but they felt like it was a little too powerful to not give your opponent the chance to kind of deal with the creature. But this is red, so these ones get haste. I really don't like the Shattered States era. Namely because these are both of chapter 1 and 2 are very timely effects that, if perfectly timed, can win you a game or swing a game. But if not, they do nothing. They like, if you're behind, gain control of the creature. If you can't turn that into a win, nothing's going to happen.
Yeah.
Same thing with +1/+0. If you don't have attacks, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. One of the things that's kind of rough about this is you kind of wish the threaten were like the second mode, so you could set it up.
Yes.
So you could like set it up. Like, it's going to be a lot harder to get a sacrifice effect, for example, alongside this threaten, given the way this is set up currently.
Right. So I would give it a D. If I'm all in aggressive, if I have a go wide deck, I could see potentially putting this in my deck. It does turn into eventually a 3/3 haster with trample. So that's something. It doesn't leave you completely cold if you've got the patience, but I'll tell you, these conditional effects are already precarious. And here, when you staple them together, it's not going to be often that it all works out perfectly for these things to be great.
Yeah, I think that I can imagine games where this card is just unbelievable and just
totally.
You play this, you threaten, you bash them, they're on the back foot, ++0 is really tough, and then you get a 3/3. But I like D for the Shattered States era. It feels like it's not where you want to be.
Yeah, it is not where I want to be. Okay, let's move over to green. Luis, the red cards looked aggressive. They certainly dealt with modified and artifact creatures heavily, and then there was definitely the sub-theme with the warriors and the samurai there as well. So looks like a lot of synergy to be had in red. Let's start with green. The first common is called Bamboo Grove Archer. It's 1 and a green for a 3/3 enchantment creature, Snake Archer at common. It has reach, 2 mana, 3/3 reach. It also has defender. But it also has channel, 4 and a green, discard Bamboo Grove Archer, destroy target creature with flying. Not a big fan, Luis.
So one of the things that's a little awkward about how this card is set up is if you can't change your mind later and decide like, oh, actually, I want to sack this to destroy a flyer.
Right.
Like you have to kind of commit either way. So channel, I mean, this is kind of cute. It's a cheap creature with an expensive channel instead of we're more often going to see the other way around. But I like this for two reasons. One, if you want enchantments, this is a good way to like stack up more enchantments on the board and be a little have a good defensive play. And then two, it does buy you a lot of time. Like, this is pretty good against flyers.
It is, and just a good blocker in general. But you really have to be in the market for blocking. I would give it a D. I would assume Bamboo Grove Archer is not like a go-to common for this set.
Yeah. I think it's probably going to be a little better than that. I think it's like a D plus C minus. There's some decks that I think are going to be happy to play this card.
Come on, C minus. It has defender.
It's a 2-mana 3/3. Like a
this
control
defender.
Deck.
Like, how many decks are you interested in that just don't want to attack with their 2-drop? Just don't want that option.
Oh, tons. You're telling me you're not going to play this in your control deck? This just looks like
my
a fine
green
card
control deck's going to play.
Yeah, blue-green ramp. You're not going to put this card in your deck?
That is the one deck. There's what about green red? Does it want this?
No.
Does green black want this? Like
green black could easily want this card.
Maybe. But like my point is that it doesn't just slot in. Like I also can find where these cards would be good, but I can find a lot of places where a card like this is very medium.
Yeah, I think that this card's going to end up being okay. It's not like the best card ever or anything, but I think it's going to be fine. Like I think there will be some decks. Like I bet two of the four color pairs with green. Like it's going to be good in blue green. It's going to be in both black green and green white because of the enchantment sub themes. We'll consider playing it.
Okay. Bearer of Memory is next. It's 2 and a green for a 3/2 enchantment creature human monk. This is another common, and it has the activated ability 5 and a green. Put a +1/+1 counter on target enchantment creature. It gains trample until end of turn. Oh man, that's so expensive. It's a good ability, but 6 mana to get just the 1 counter on a thing.
Yeah, this reminds me a little bit of like the 04 that you can pay 6 to give +3/+3 from the last set that make them in.
Yes.
And obviously it's a little bit weaker, but a +1/+1 counter is a pretty big game. And then it's a 3/2 for 3 and it's an enchantment. I feel like that's probably enough to make this card, worth considering.
Yeah, I mean, of late, 3 mana 3/2s have been below the curve, right? They're not unplayable, but they are not where you want to be. Like we consistently see 2 mana 3/2s, 3 mana 3/2s with like some upside not see play, like the trample one from last set, for example. Mm-hmm. So to me, it really matters if enchantment creature is the thing that needs to be happening. Like if that to me is like the kind of crux of this card. Because if it's like, look, I just need a bunch of enchantment creatures, then yeah, I'll play a Bearer of Memory. And yeah, even sometimes I get to activate the thing. But if you don't, it feels like it kind of falls apart for me. Like that's to me the difference between like a D and a C in this case.
Yeah, I think this is probably closer to a D.
Yeah, I think so too. Woo, look at Elmer's new haircut. That's a beaut. Blossom Prancer is 3 green for a 4/4 uncommon spirit with reach. And when Blossom Prancer enters the battlefield, look at the top 5 cards of your library and we reveal a creature or enchantment card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. If you didn't put a card into your hand this way, you gain 4 life. Woo!
I mean, and you don't have to put a card in hand. There's sometimes when you're just going to like, all I want is 5 mana 4/4 reach, gain 4 to prevent myself from dying.
Yeah. Ooh, Blossom Prancer. I like a B for that one.
Yeah, I'm in for a B for Blossom Prancer.
I'd be a B+. That's amazing. Stabilizes your board, can gain you life or draw you a card. And you get selection too. That's a really good card. Dang. Elmer's really doing it. Boon of Boseiju is next. It's 1 and a green for an instant. It's uncommon. Target creature gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the greatest mana value among permanents you control. Untap it. So if you have a 4-drop, it gets +4/+4 and you untap the creature?
Yeah, this is a pretty savage card. It feels like this card is pretty solid.
That could kill you very easily.
Oh yeah.
So like least you're going to have realistically is 2. On average, you're going to have 3 or 4 though. Yeah.
This untapping plus, +4/+4. And sometimes it'll be like +6/+6.
Yeah, seriously. Still just a combat trick. No evasion granted or anything like that. You do get the untap, which is kind of nice. I still think this is like a D + C- though. I mean, how much better is this than Web of whatever from the last set that gave reach and untapped it and +3/+3 for 2 mana? Is it even better?
It's probably a little better because the upside is at least there where you can like +5/+5 or +6/+6 them.
Yeah.
But I agree. It's not like I'm looking at this and I'm like, wow, we really did it.
So D+ for Boon, maybe C-?
No, I think C- is probably fair.
C- for Boon of Boseiju. Next is Careful Cultivation. This is 2 and a green for an enchantment aura. It's common. It enchants an artifact or a creature. As long as the enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +1/+3 and has reach and taps to add GG, so 2 green mana. It also channels. You can pay 1 and a green to create and discard it to create a 1/1 green human monk token with tap to add green. What, they just couldn't put an elf in the set?
Well, yeah, I guess not.
I guess elves don't exist on Kamigawa. That must be.
So this is +1/+3 reach and taps for 2 green, but you kind of don't want to. You don't really get to use both at once.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
Or 2 mana 1/1. I mean, you're just going to play this card no matter what because it's a 2 mana 1/1 that taps for a green.
Yes, and you can channel whenever you want, right?
Yeah.
So you just like go end step, and then all of a sudden you untap and you play a land and have 4 mana and whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's.
What a weird card.
Bizarre.
I think you'll be channeling it a lot more often than you'll play Careful Cultivation on the front side, but whatever. I'd give it a C. I mean, I'm in the market for a 1 and a green 1/1 elf at instant speed.
Yeah. I think it's probably a C+. I mean, that elf is gonna be a really good card.
Yeah.
And look, having the upside of sometimes you do get to put the counter on something and have it actually be pretty good. That seems solid to me. Yeah,
me too. C+ for Careful Cultivation. What does the Coiling Stalker do?
So this is 1 and a green for a 2/1. It has an ninjutsu of 1 and a green, so you can return an unblocked attacker to put this onto the battlefield, tap and attacking. And then when it deals combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control that doesn't have a +1/+1 counter on it. So basically, you get to if you hit them with this, you get to make this into a 3/2. You can't like stack a bunch of counters, but so this gets like the one big hit in, but it can start targeting your other stuff instead. And yeah, it looks solid. I mean, this a 2 mana 2/1. Like, imagine you play this on turn 2 on the play. If your opponent doesn't have a 2-drop or a way to remove it, you all of a sudden just have a 3/2. It doesn't snowball completely because it has the clause that it doesn't double counter, but it is very good. And later in the game, you can just sneak it in with a ninja instead, and so you have an option there as well.
Yeah. Plus, it's a snake ninja. That's really cool. I like C for Coiling Stalker. I think you'll be playing it.
Yeah, I do too.
Commune with Spirits is next. It's green for a sorcery. It's common. It says, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal an enchantment or land card from among them and put it into your hand. The rest go on the bottom of your library in a random order.
I mean, getting the land is nice. It means like this is very close to just like, I play this as my, 17th land or 18th land, and then sometimes I can pull an enchantment off of it. But you got to have 5 or 6 enchantments in order for this to be more than just like a land that sometimes misses.
Yeah, and this goes back to like the Bearer of Memory, Bamboo Grove Archer, right? Because you can actually hit those off of it.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, being able to get a creature that's an enchantment is very nice.
Yeah. But these cards tend to underperform. I would still give Commune with Spirits like a D+. These are almost never high priority cards for really any archetype.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, the upside is there. Having a land that's like a split card into a spell is really powerful.
It is.
But it costs green, so you have to have a heavy green mana base, because when you have 7 forests in your deck, you can't count this as a land anymore, because it's rarely going to be a land when you really need it to be. When you have 10 forests in your deck, it's a little different. And you need to have enough enchantments to make sure you nab something. But yeah, I like D+ with Commune. And then if you do the work, like I actually like having a lot of these cards in the set. If you do the work and you get to play 2 of these in your like really enchantment heavy green-white deck, you really get paid off from a card everyone else is ignoring.
Definitely. I like that a lot. Fade into Antiquity is next. It's 2 and a green for a sorcery. It's common. It says exile target artifact or enchantment. Normally we would throw this immediately into the sideboard category, but man, from what we've seen so far, it feels like you could get away with playing a Fade into Antiquity in the main, and especially since it hits either an artifact or an enchantment. There's not many decks that dodge both of those, at least from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, I would be looking to main deck this card.
I think I would main deck one of these. I still would give it a C, just because it does have a limited number of things that it can hit, but that's really true of most removal. So, if this thing can hit numerous creatures, which it can, that's kind of the upside, because if you get a 3 mana sorcery, exile a creature, That's really good. So I would go C+ on Fade into Antiquity, and I would look to play the first one in the main deck and even look to expand that depending on the matchup.
I think that the first one is where I would look at. And then, yeah, you definitely want to side in more. It becomes a lot riskier when you're running multiples because having one card in your deck that could be dead, that has upside, sure. Having 3 and you draw 2 of them is like all of a sudden you're asking for trouble. Yeah.
And, the bar isn't just, can I cast my card, right? Like if you found a target, like it actually has to kill something relevant. Next is Fang of Shigekai. And this is, green for a 1/1 death touch. It's an enchantment creature, snake ninja. So there you go. You get the enchantment synergies that we talked about before, and it's a 1/1 death toucher. Nice little blocker. Can turn it sideways if you've got some equipment or, counters or something at some point as well. These cards tend to perform pretty well.
This is the best way to get enchantments into your deck without it paying a cost at all. Because 1 mana 1/1 Death Touch is a card we play in our control decks and generally not in our aggro decks, but you're never unhappy. It always trades for a card. It costs 1 mana. So, of course, it's fine. And then getting an extra enchantment into your deck is awesome. I imagine casting Commune with Spirits and finding this when you really need a blocker or something like that.
Definitely. I like C for Fang.
I like C trending towards C+.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. Favor of Jukai is next. This is 3 and a green for an enchantment aura. It's common. It enchants an artifact or creature. The enchanted permanent is a creature. As long as it's a creature, it gets +3/+3 and reach. And you can channel it for 1 and a green and discard it to give target creature +3/+3 and reach until end of turn. Yeah, I like the combat trick aspect of this, but this doesn't really... It doesn't really cover your bases, kind of like, when we looked at the Ironfoot Pig or whatever. When you have 6 mana, great. It's a huge, big trampling haster. Yeah. When you don't, it's a combat trick. This is like, well, this is a combat trick or a pump spell or an aura spell. They both kind of do the same thing and require the same thing of me. Also, one of them's kind of weak because +3/+3 and reach for 4 mana is not that impressive. So looks like a D to me. Me too. D for favor of Jukai. Do me a favor and don't put that card in your deck. Generous Visitor. This is green for a 1/1 spirit. This one's uncommon, not an enchantment, but it says whenever you cast an enchantment spell, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Oh yeah. The Generous Visitor looks awesome. This is it's like a build around like B+/A-. Like the all enchantment deck that plays this on turn 1, you're like, I need to kill that or I'm in trouble. Because they go like, turn 2, 2-drop enchantment creature, turn 3, Fang of Shigekai plus something else. And it's just like, wow, things have gone wrong very quickly here. Yeah, this is what we were talking about when we've been talking about each of these enchantment creatures on, do you need critical mass? That's a card that you need critical mass on and pays you off for just putting anything that's an enchantment creature in your deck. Yeah. I like build around B+ for Generous Visitor. What does Geothermal Kami do? This is a 3 and a green for a 4/3 spirit at common. When it enters the battlefield, you may return an enchantment you control to its owner's hand. If you do, gain 3 life. So it's kind of like double upside where a lot of times bouncing one of your enchantments is actually good for you because you're able to replay it and get triggers like Generous Visitor or what have you. And then also it gains 3 life. It's a 4 mana 4/3 with some like later game upside, which is pretty cute. I don't hate it. Yeah, maybe there's a channel card that you can put back in your hand and do something else with or whatever. I'm curious about the combos. Let's put it that way. I'm curious about what kind of cool ETB or discard outlet, whatever for Geothermal Kami. I also just love the artwork. C? C-? I would say C- on this. It's not something I'm like super stoked about, Yeah. What about Go Shintai of Boundless Figure? So this is 1 and a green for a 1/1 legendary enchantment creature shrine. So this is the shrine of the set. Mm-hmm. It has tramples. It's a 1/1 trample. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target shrine for each shrine you control. Wow, these are really powerful. Oh yeah, these are pushed. So I think that this one, so 2 mana, 1/1 trample, and then every turn you can pay 1 to give it +1/+1 at end of turn.
That's really good.
Yeah.
I would be very happy putting this card in my deck.
Yeah, it lets you curve out and use your mana efficiently, and already by the time it gets like the second counter, so as a 3/3 trample, it's starting to become a problem. And, you know, after a couple of turns after that, it's a major problem for the opponent. Must kill 2-drops are also high on my list. I like B for Goshen, Tie of Boundless Vigor.
Yeah, same. It's also an enchantment, so
yeah,
just
additional
value there too.
For all this stuff that we've been talking about. And of course, we're not even counting if you get multiple shrines, like forget about that. Grafted Growth is 2 and a green. If this is another stupid combat trick, it's an enchantment aura. Okay, fine. It's common and it enchants a land. It says when Grafted Growth enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or vehicle you control. And the enchanted land has tap, add 2 mana of any one color. So this gets you modified and also ramps you and is also an enchantment. You really just you need to want the ramp, right? I mean, that's the bottom line. Like, I'll take the +1/+1 counter if you're handing it out, but I'm not going to play it for that reason, but I will play it if I want a ramp.
So the way I see it, this does 3 things. It gives you a +1/+1 counter. Mm-hmm. It ramps you, and it's an enchantment. Mm-hmm. And I believe if you can use 2 of those 3 things, you'll probably put this card in your deck. Mm-hmm. And I don't mean use as in like I've got creatures in my deck, so I can use the +1/+1 counter. I mean, I care about modified, or I care about enchantments, you know, and I am like a ramp deck. So blue-green ramp, for example, probably doesn't play this unless it actually really wants to up its enchantment count. You know, green-white wants enchantments and might want modified or have a higher end. So maybe this fits into green-white that I would, and red-green, maybe if you're a red-green ramp deck that cares about modified because that's one of their themes, you know, you could end up doing that.
Mm-hmm. But blue-green's its natural home, right?
I think green-white is probably the most likely place that it ends up, but okay. I could see it in multiple places.
I mean, it looks like a D to me. You know,
it doesn't look enticing.
Okay, so we'll give it a D, but I think that there will be a few slots where it's like, no. Grafted Growth, like that fits. Like you said, 2 out of 3, good enough. Greater Tanuki? Is that how you would say that?
Yeah, the Tanuki suit from Mario.
I don't remember that. Is that the wolf thing or?
That's like the raccoon suit.
The raccoon thing, yeah. Okay, so 4.
And this looks like a dog raccoon of some kind.
Yes, it does. 4 green for a 6/5 enchantment creature dog at common, and it's a trampler. So 6 mana, 6/5 trample for enchantment creature dog, but it has channel for 2 and a green and discard it. You can search your library for a basic land card. Where does it go? Put it onto the battlefield tapped and then shuffle. Oh boy. This
one's great.
This is like what's the old card called that this reminds me of?
Crows and Tusker?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. No, this one's fantastic.
Common. What grade would you give Greater? I mean, this card's awesome.
Looks like a B to me. Just
yeah.
It's a split card where both halves work well together. So if you have multiples, and they, like in my ramp deck, sometimes I want 3 mana ramps to higher curve, or I want a 6 mana 6/5 trample. But when you draw this plus like the blue-green flying turtle, you're like, all right, I'm going to use this to go get a land to go get the turtle into play.
Yeah, that is just awesome.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
Yeah, it's not often that a common gets a B, but it looks like this actually has that. So yeah, that's really great. Next is Harmonious Emergence. This is 3 and a green for an enchantment aura at common. It enchants a land you control. Enchanted land is a 4/5 green spirit creature with vigilance and haste that's also still a land. And if the enchanted land would be destroyed, instead you sacrifice this and the land gains indestructible until end of turn.
Yeah, so this is another one of the ways to turn your land into something, but you kind of get it back when this thing dies. Mm-hmm. I like this a little bit more because a 4/5 vigilance haste is pretty intense. Mm-hmm. But I'm still not like tripping over myself to play it because it's kind of like a 5 mana 4/5 haste. Though the vigilance is nice because vigilance actually really goes a long way in letting you cast a spell with this after you attack with it, and probably not the turn you play it, but imagine, you know, you play this, hit him for 4. Next turn, you're like, hit you for 4, post-combat, play my 6-drop. Tapping.
Yeah. The question I have is, why would I play this card, right? Like, what would be I could just pay a 5 mana 5/5 or something. I don't know if there's one in the set, but a comparable common or whatever. Is it the enchantment thing that I'm getting out of this? Is it
It's enchantment. It's modified. It has haste. Haste is kind of nice.
Okay.
Vigilance is kind of nice. Like the vigilance actually takes me from not wanting to put this card in my deck to considering it. Okay. Like I would say this card's probably a C. Like,
okay. Which is a big grade for a card like
imagine
this.
turn 5, you're like, you have nothing in play, and all of a sudden you hit them for 4 and you have a 4/5 waiting to block. Yeah. And you're not really getting 2 for 1 because if it would be destroyed, you just keep the land. Obviously, it does get hit by exile really hard. That gets around the way it's trying to solve that, and it gets bounce is also pretty annoying. But
but I think I'd be willing to take that risk. Like it doesn't happen so often. C for Harmonious Emergence. Next is Heir of the Ancient Fang. This is 2 and a green for a 2/3 Snake Samurai common. Heir of the Ancient Fang enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter if you control a modified creature.
Yep.
So you have to get a modified creature on the battlefield before turn 3 to make this really kind of doing its thing.
Yeah. So one of the things that is unfortunate with the Heir here is the time when a 3-mana 3/4 would be best is not when generally this is going to be that.
Yeah. Exactly.
It is usually going to be a 3-mana 2/3 or later in the game a 3/4. And sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes you'll line things up right so that it ends up being the thing you want. Like you're like, all right, I'm going to play turn 1 the Rabbit Battery, turn 2 play a 1-drop, equip it, turn 3 play this, I get my 3/4.
There you go.
But most of the time that's not what's going to happen. So I think this looks like a D, and sometimes you'll put it in decks that are really going hard on modified, because playing this on turn 5 alongside a 2-drop is kind of interesting. Plus, it gives you a second modified creature, right?
Yes, it does. And I just don't know how much I value that. The first one seems to have a really high value, right? I don't know if getting the second one is, it's something.
Yeah, it's not nothing.
Definitely not nothing.
But I don't think it's spectacular either.
C- for Heir of the Ancient Fang.
Yeah, sure. D+, C-.
Okay. Historian's Wisdom is 2 and a green for an enchantment aura. It's uncommon. Enchant artifact or creature. When Historian's Wisdom enters the battlefield, if enchanted permanent is a creature with the greatest power among creatures on the battlefield, draw a card. And as long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +2/+1. So does it count the +2/+1? No.
Yeah.
Yes, it does?
Yep.
Okay.
So most of the time this will work, right?
Yeah, for
you
sure.
Put this on a 3/3 or something, they'd have to have a 6/6 for you not to draw a card, because it it has to win. So if it's the greatest power among creatures, not tied. So you can't tie. So they have to have if they have a 5/5, it doesn't work. But I think Historian's Wisdom is going to end up being solid in decks that have a lot of creatures in it. It's a little bit better than Sheltered Bows, which didn't end up being good. That was the +1/+3 draw card.
Right.
This is going to draw a card often enough and be a decent stat boost that I think it's probably worth putting in your creature heavy deck, especially if you care about modifications, right? This is also a modification.
That's really the main thing. I like C for Historian's Wisdom. Yeah. There's some upside there.
It's also really good with vehicles, because vehicles are often oversized because you have the drawback, right, of you needing to crew them. So when you put this on a vehicle, you almost always draw the card. I would imagine that it would be difficult not to draw the card at that point.
So does it have to be a creature when you do it, though?
Yeah, you got to crew it and then put this on.
And then put it on. Okay. Cool. So C, are you okay with C for Historian's Wisdom?
C for Historian's Wisdom, yeah.
All right. What about Jukai Preserver?
So this is a 3 and a green for a 3/3 enchantment creature, human druid. One thing that's nice, by the way, if you haven't looked at the cards, is the enchantment border is pretty distinct.
Yes.
I don't think you're going to be confused as to what in play is an enchantment. So this is a 3 and a green for a 3/3 enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Wow. Including itself, if you want. and channel 2 and a green, discard it, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures you control.
Jeez.
Yeah, this card's awesome.
That's pushed.
It's a 4-mana 4/4 enchantment creature, or you can use it as 2 +1/+1 counters as a combat trick, instant speed, even uncounterable.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like this is one of the cards that's going to fit nicely in the enchantment deck, nicely into the modified deck, nicely into just an aggro deck that's, a green mid-range deck that's looking to put creatures into play. So not like a nuts card or anything, but it's like a C+.
Definitely. C+ for Jukai Preserver, and that's going to be a card you'll see a lot. Jukai Trainee is 1 and a green for a 2/2 human samurai at common. Whenever it blocks or becomes blocks, oh, here we go. It gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Little throwback there.
Yeah, that's one Bushido card is not too bad.
Yeah, these cards are kind of interesting though.
Bushido 1, pretty good if you're looking to, pressure your opponent, get on the board. We're going to run into this in green. Like, it's the same as red creatures that aren't artifacts lose a little value. Green creatures that aren't enchantments lose a little value. So This isn't modified. It isn't enchantment. This is kind of like, it doesn't have a natural home very much. So I think Jukai Trainee is probably like around a C, but it's going to fit into decks closer to a C-. Just, you don't have room for this because enchantment decks reward you having lots of enchantments. Non-enchantments, you're like, are the first cards you cut.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Interesting subnote, maybe slightly better with ninjutsu, just because it's kind of hard to block early. But
and there's ninjas. There's some ninjas in green, which was not the case before.
Right. Pair it up with blue or black or whatever too. Kappa Tech Wrecker. Ooh, this looks kind of Kappa. It's 1 and a green for a 1/3 turtle ninja. It's uncommon. It does have ninjutsu, as we talked about, for 1 and a green. When it enters a battlefield, with a death touch counter on it. So that's cool. That is, by the way, automatic modified there. Whenever, right? It's just any counter. I think it's any counter. Whenever Kappa Tech Wrecker deals combat damage to a player, you may remove a death touch counter from it. When you do, exile target artifact or enchantment a player controls.
Yeah, I really like the design on these. This isn't the only one in the set. There have a bunch of them, and they come with a counter that gives them an ability. But if you want, you can kind of cash in that counter and that ability to get some value from it. And it's even got ninja, so sometimes you'll be able to ninjutsu it in and just snipe an artifact or enchantment without your opponent doing anything about it. Sometimes you're just going to cast this on turn 2, attack them a few times, and then at some point they're going to play an artifact or enchantment, and you're like, all right, well, time to give up death touch. So really nice card. A 2-mana 1/3 death touch would be good. This is that plus way more. So I like B for a Kappa Tech Wrecker.
Same. I just think that's really good, especially with how many targets it's going to have. That isn't the normal thing that you see where it's like,
might even be a B+, honestly.
It probably is, because normally you're like, oh, maybe I'll nab some cool artifact or whatever. Now it's just like, it kills creatures, right? I mean, it just kills, like, there's a bunch of colors where it, like, I just get to kill your creatures.
If they have a 4/4 enchantment creature, you just attack them with this. Yes. They're going to have to, they're forced to trade, and you trade your 2-drop for their 4-drop. And if they, because taking the counter off this is kind of close to losing it. It just becomes a 1/3. But this is also nice if you bounce it. So
yeah, yes. Yeah, because remember when you ninjutsu, you bring back the creature to your hand, and that can be this one too. Okay, next is Master's Rebuke. This is 1 and a green for an instant. It's common. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control. So, classic bite card here.
At instant speed. So,
these are usually good. Yeah, these are usually C+, B-.
Rebuke.
Yeah, sure. There's
a decent amount of death touch in the set.
Okay.
So,
and it's green, big creatures, etc. Orochi Merge Keeper is 1 and a green for a 1/1 Snake Druid at uncommon, and it taps to add green. So there's our 1/1 for 2 that it taps to add green. As long as it's modified, it has tap to add green.
So we have another 2-mana elf.
Yes.
You'd play this without the modified text, because just 2-mana 1/1s that tap for mana are just good. Like, that's just how you can play your spells in an efficient manner. And then sometimes you'll throw a counter on this and get some pretty good value from it.
This feels like a B to me.
I would say B minus. I don't think you're going to modify it that often, but
Okay.
when you do, it is kind of gives you card advantage, right? It's tapping for 2 mana instead of 1.
Yeah, I'm just putting a lot of. I think that there's going to be a ramp deck.
No, there certainly will be.
Because of the channel cards. So, yeah. And by the way, Capitech record, Turtle Ninja Turtle, anybody? Like, come on.
Oh, yeah.
Roaring Earth is next. It's 1 and a green for an enchantment. It's uncommon. It says, whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or vehicle you control. And it has channel for green X and discard it. You put X +1/+1 counters on target land you control. It becomes a 0/0 green spirit creature with haste that's still a land.
This card's incredible. If you play this on turn 2, now all of a sudden or turn 3, even better, turn 2, 2-drop, turn 3, cast this, play a land, get a +1/+1 counter. Now all your lands have +1/+1 counters attached, which is a really hard advantage to overcome. But if you draw it late, all of a sudden it's just like a 7 mana 5/5 creature.
Yes. And it has haste, so you can jam right away. You could also just end step this, right?
Yeah, you could end step it and
for
to get basically the additional +1/+1, right?
Right.
You know, so yeah, extremely strong card. I think that I would give this a B. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, this card is going to feel unfair when your opponent plays it on like turn 2 or 3.
Yes, and you just don't get punished if that's not the case. So that's awesome. What about Season of Renewal?
It says 2 and a green instant at common. Choose one or both. Return a creature from your graveyard to your hand, or return an enchantment from your graveyard to your hand. I like these cards. They tend to put these whenever they have like a theme, like artifacts or enchantments, because it's like, haha, you see, you can get both. And I bet a lot of green decks will just play this as a double regrowth, because you can return a normal creature plus an enchantment creature, 2 enchantment creatures. You know, as long as you have an enchantment in there, you're probably getting the 2-for-1.
You think it'll be common to get the 2-for-1? I think it'll be common to get the 1-for-1. Like, that seems pretty trivial.
I think it's fairly common to get the 2-for-1. Yeah.
Okay. I was going to give it a D. Am I too low?
I think you're a little too low. You don't want the reason that these cards aren't a huge priority is like it's not a card you want multiple copies of generally, because things still have to be kind of the game has to have progressed a decent amount for that to be a card that's good, and games don't always go that way. But it is going to be a good card when you cast it a lot of the time.
Okay, so maybe D plus, or are you
like
in
a
the
D plus?
Okay,
the first one is worth a lot in your like enchantment ramp deck or your slower enchantment deck.
Okay. Next is Spinning Wheel Kick. This
better be great.
It better be. It's XX green for a sorcery and uncommon. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to each of X target creatures and or planeswalkers. That's great. It just goes whack, whack, whack as it goes through the line.
So for 4 mana, for 4 mana, you get 1 target. So you need to have 6 mana to get 2 targets. It does seem like it'd be pretty good though.
Yeah, you do get, so is 6 mana, I gotta say, I don't love it. So 6 mana sorcery speed, target my creature. I mean, you gotta have a really big upside for that. And maybe killing 2 of their creatures is like, look, if it was kill 2 of their creatures, okay, I'm going to take that risk and I'm going to try to, work the game around it. But it's not, right? Like sometimes you have a creature that's 4 power and they have, one of their creatures would die to it, but the other one's a 5/5 or something, right? Like, and you are taking an enormous risk with this thing. Even at X = 1, it's really risky.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sorcery that if they have any bounce or removal or pump spells, things could go kind of wrong.
Yeah, man, I don't like the setup cost on this one. I also don't like that look, if it was 6 mana target my creature, kill 2 of your creatures, I might be more interested, but it doesn't even say that. Feels like it should pump up your guy or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I kind of off of Spinning Wheel Kick, to be honest. Like I can see that there is some amount of blowout potential, or maybe I'm being too greedy and I just need to kill like 2 small creatures with it and be happy. It's just that the setup is so high. I don't think I would be happy taking that risk for that kind of reward.
Yeah, I think that this is the kind of card that dreams are made of, but will often disappoint, in reality.
Often end up being a nightmare. I would give it a D.
Yeah, I really want this card to be sweet, but the setup cost is absurd here.
It is absurd.
You need to have a creature that's big enough to fight all the creatures you want to target. You need to have at least 6 mana to really get good value from this. You need them not to have anything. It's too much. It's unfortunate.
It's too much. Yeah. Because if you compare it to Master's Rebuke, it becomes very clear. Like if you're just trying to do this once, it's sorcery speed in 4 mana versus instant speed in 2. So it's not even remotely close. So then that scalability has to really be there. And I don't think it is.
It has to be 6. Like 6 is going to be the most common number. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I guess you'll get to 8, but that seems like fairly unlikely as well.
Yeah. Sorry, Spinning Wheel Kick. Cool name. Story Weave. That's also a cool name. It's 2 and a green for an instant. It's uncommon. Choose one. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature you control, or put 2 lore counters on target saga you control. The next time 1 or more enchantment creatures enter the battlefield under your control this turn, each enters with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. So you put 2 lore counters that just instant flips it. And then since the ones here flip into creatures, it'll come in with 2 creatures. That's the joke.
Yeah. This is
really
a little bit fancy.
I need to have my creature right now at the cost of an entire card?
Well, you get
which I was going to get anyway.
You get 2 +1/+1 counters.
Yeah.
I think this card looks like an F. I just don't. This isn't where I want to be. It's just so expensive too.
Well, do you not like 2 and a green instant, put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature you control?
Not really. I guess it's fine. I like Feral Invocation type cards. I just haven't been that impressed with,
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning on modified a little. I was going to give it a D.
Okay, D is probably a better grade for Story Weave, but it's not a card I'm looking to play very often.
Yeah, I kind of don't get it. Tamiyo's Safekeeping is next. This is green for an instant at common. Target permanent you control gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. You gain 2 life.
This is a good sideboard card. I don't think I would want to main deck this card, but against the right removal suite, this card can be really effective. You play against a black deck or a red deck that have 4 or 5 removal spells that this stops. So it stops exile. It stops basically any kind of removal spell, and can even kind of help you win combats that you were going to tie in at least. And for 1 mana, that's pretty good. I think that you can't. The reason you don't want to main deck it is because a lot of decks won't have good targets for those removal spells. Right,
exactly. Yeah, I like D for Tamiyo's Safekeeping, or sideboard card grade. Either way, when it's good, it will be an absolute blowout. But you really need to make sure that you're in a matchup where it's going to be good before you feel happy running it.
Yeah.
Web Spinner Cuff is next. It's 2 and a green for a 1/4 artifact creature equipment spider at uncommon. It's got reach. The equipped creature gets +1/+4 and has reach, and it reconfigures for 4. Sure.
Yeah, 3 mana 1/4 reach that can start making it so your other creatures also have +1/+4 reach. This looks like a C. I bet control decks will be pretty happy with this. Maybe a C+.
Maybe
a long game, this can go pretty big, right?
Yeah. It's a little random just having a artifact. All the other green cards are enchantments if they're going to be something different. But
yeah.
Okay, so then let's look at the sagas here. Looks like we've got 2 uncommons and a common this time. So the first one is Azusa's Many Journeys. This is an uncommon. It's 1 and a green for the saga. First chapter, you may play an additional land this turn. Chapter 2, you gain 3 life. Chapter 3, it flips into Likeness of the Seeker. This is a 3/3. And whenever Likeness of the Seeker, it's a human monk enchantment creature, by the way. Whenever Likeness of the Seeker becomes blocked, untap up to 3 lands you control. I don't like any of this stuff, Luis. I mean, not that I hate it.
It's a 2 mana 3/3 that gains you 3, and sometimes it'll ramp you. You just have to wait a little while.
Okay, now wait a minute. When you put it that way, I'm a little more
imagine
amenable.
Imagine this in your opening hand. I think this card's awesome, right?
That's
play
true.
this turn 2, you play another land. Next turn you gain 3, you place your 4-drop, then you have a 3/3. It becomes blocked, untap 3 lands is kind of nonsense, but whatever. And then imagine you draw it late game. You're like, all right, play this, don't have lands to play, go. Untap, gain 3. So even though I don't have my creature yet, the gaining 3 kind of buys you a turn.
Okay.
And then next turn it just becomes a creature. It's an enchantment.
You know what? You sold me. I kind of like it now.
Yeah,
it's like a whole bunch of junk that kind of adds up to a card here.
Yeah, the 3/3 just having good stats, I think, is really what sells me on it. So, and it's an enchantment, like regardless of where it is. I like Azusa's Many Journeys. I think the fact that when you play it on turn 2, it's going to be a really good card makes up for the late game kind of like mediocrity. I would give the Azusa's Many Journeys a B-, I think.
Yeah, B-. Boseiju Reaches Skyward is the next. It's also an uncommon. It's 3 and a green. Chapter 1 is search your library for up to 2 basic forest cards, reveal them, put them into your hand, and then shuffle. Chapter 2 is put up to 1 target land card from your graveyard on top of your library. Ugh. Chapter 3 is exile it, and it becomes Branch of Boseiju, which, man, this artwork is really cool. It's a 0/0 reach plant enchantment creature that gets +1/+1 for each land you control. Hello. It's going to be, what, a 6/6 by the time you start jamming with the thing?
Yeah, but 4 mana to get 2 forest into your hand, not great. Putting a land from your graveyard on top of your library is actively bad and limited. Like,
Definitely
you
bad.
basically never do that.
Yes.
And then, so you play this, and then a couple turns later, yeah, you get a 6/6 or a 7/7, but it had a pretty severe suspend cost.
Of 4.
Well, 4 and then
And
2
2.
turns, you know.
4, yeah, so would you play 4 mana suspend 2, but I'll spot you 2 basic lands just for your trouble? I think you would. And you get a big fat reacher at some point at the end?
Yeah. This looks like a C. I guess I would put this in my ramp decks.
Definitely put it in your ramp decks. I give it a C+. I mean, this is trending towards B-. Boseiju Reaches Skyward. Like, yeah, it's turn 6 or whatever, but you got a bunch of cards. You're not missing a land drop, and you get a big reach creature at the end of it. There's a common, by the way, here in green on the sagas. It's called Tales of Master Seshiro, and it is 4 and a green. Chapters 1 and 2 are actually the same. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or vehicle you control. It gains vigilance until end of turn. Nice. I mean, 5 mana is a lot, but still. And then on chapter 3, it flips over into Seshiro's Living Legacy, which is an enchantment creature, Snake Warrior. It is a 5/5 vigilance haste. Comes down quite a bit later, but I'm kind of into this one too. Look, you don't need much to make the first 2 chapters a thing, right? Just putting counters on your creatures is generally pretty powerful. And then you just get this 5/5 slammer at the end of it.
Yeah, I'm in for Tales of Master Seshiro as like the top of your curve here.
Yeah, like as a 5-drop curve topper. I can see some places where it
C
sucks.
plus to me.
I agree. I think it's a C.
Okay.
All right. So C for Tales of Master Seshiro. Lots of enchantment stuff going on here in green. That is going to bring us to white. And our first white card is Ancestral Katana. This is 1 and a white for an artifact equipment. It's common. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, you may pay 1. When you do, attach Ancestral Katana to it. The creature gets, nice, +2/+1. And the regular equip cost is pretty expensive. It's 3. But if you're doing the samurai or warrior attack alone thing, which I think you can do pretty easily, you only have to pay 1 to equip this thing, and it gets +2/+1, which lets it win a lot of combat. That's really strong.
Yeah, Ancestral Katana seems like a beating. Imagine just like 2-drop samurai, turn 3 katana attack, equip this, and your opponent's under a lot of pressure.
That's gross. It also does modified too, so yeah. I like C+ for Ancestral Katana. There is a slight build around setup cost to it, but if you have samurais and warriors in your deck, I would play Ancestral Katana 100%.
Yeah, I think that if you have no samurai or warrior, which again is kind of difficult, right? If you just scroll through looking at the creatures, And you know, if you're in white, you still have a decent amount. If you're in red white, of course, you kind of have to.
You just have to, yeah.
But if you have none, yeah, this card's probably not very good.
Yeah.
If you have a decent amount, though, this card is what you want to be.
Yep. C+ for Ancestral Katana. Just make sure you hit that requirement. What about Banishing Slash?
So it's white for a sorcery at uncommon. Destroy up to one target artifact, enchantment, or tapped creature. Then, if you control artifact and an enchantment, so this is kind of the black-white theme a little, make a 2/2 white samurai creature token with vigilance. But I was sold on the destroy an artifact, enchantment, or tapped creature for white.
Yeah.
It's a disenchant that can kill tapped creatures, so basically no risk for putting it in your deck. And then sometimes you're going to get a 2/2 out of the deal. This looks like a B+ to me.
It does to me too. Also, you know, in this set, there's going to be games where it says destroy up to one target creature, or tapped creature, right?
Yes.
Like, you know, it's going to be able to kill stuff. And man, if you get that 2/2, that is a beating. I like B+ for Banishing Slash. Great card. Cool design too. Blade Blizzard Kitsune is next. It is 2 and a white for a 2/2 Fox Ninja at uncommon and has ninjutsu. Pretty expensive at 3 and a white, but this little bad boy is a double striker, so it hits nice and hard.
This is one where like the ninjutsu is obviously an advantage, but not really the primary way of playing the card. I think mostly you're going to cast this as a 3-mana 2/2 double strike and just wail on your opponent.
Yes. All the modification stuff matters.
Yeah,
big time
every
with
plus
cards
one plus
like
one
this.
counter counting doubles huge. And then sometimes as a win condition, you'll just be like, all right, just send in everything, and one of my unblocked 1/1s becomes a 4 power creature effectively.
Yep. I like B for Blade Blizzard Kitsune.
Yeah, I think that's just it's a flat B. It's great.
Yeah, it seems like a set that supports it well. Born to Drive is next. It's
Love it.
2 and a white for an enchantment aura. It's uncommon. It enchants an artifact or creature. As long as the enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +1/+1 for each creature and or vehicle you control. And it has channel, 2 and a white, discard it, create 2 1/1 colorless pilot creature tokens with this creature crew's vehicles as though its power were 2 greater.
So once again, they buried the lead because
Yes.
this is basically raise the pilot alarm, 3 mana for two pilots. That sometimes you'll cast this on a creature to give it like +4/+4, which is actually pretty nice too. So this obviously you want to put vehicles in your deck or have just a lot of creatures in your deck, at which point Born to Drive becomes a pretty substantial threat.
Yep, definitely. Goes right in that deck. Isn't wildly efficient, but is certainly playable. I would give Born to Drive a C+. Like,
Yeah.
I think I'm always going to play it in the white decks, basically.
It's not going to feel like a C+ when it's giving +7/+7, which it will some of the time.
That's right, and winning you the game on the spot, potentially. Next is Dragonfly Suit. This is 2 and a white for a 3/2 vehicle at common. It's got flying, and it has crew of 1. Nice. Yeah. That's a real thing. 3 mana, 3/2 flying for just the crew 1. That will be responsible for getting in a decent amount of damage. And then all the other crossover mechanic stuff that we've talked about with like having a vehicle or an artifact, stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, this does take another creature, of course,
Yes.
it means there's going to be risk. You're going to draw Dragonfly Suit plus one of your pump spells, plus a thing that rewards you for modified creatures, and you're just going to be like, I need one creature.
Yep.
But a 3/2 flyer that you can attack with on turn 4 is pretty good. There are upsides for having vehicles in your deck. You know, you're getting paid off for that as well. So
Yeah.
I think overall Dragonfly Suit is going to fit into most aggressive white decks pretty well.
One of them.
But yeah. You're not always going to want this.
Yeah. C- is what I would give Dragonfly Suit. I'm not super high on it.
Yeah, I like C- for Dragonfly Suit.
Iganjo Exemplar. What does this one do?
1 and a white for a 2/1 enchantment creature, human samurai.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever a samurai or a warrior you control attacks alone, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
That's got to be bread and butter. That's a common.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very solid common.
Yeah, really solid common. I mean, it's a 3/2 attacker on its own. So you got that going for it. This looks like a C+, actually. Like, I think that when you put together the deck that cares about this stuff, you just want as many of these as you can possibly get.
Yeah, they stack nicely. And the way a lot of these work, by the way, is you'll have like 2 or 3 things that reward you for attacking alone. You'll get your damage in. At some point, you just turn them all sideways.
Yes.
Like you're going to get to do that, you know?
Yep, totally. Your opponent always has to be aware of that too. Next is Goshintai of Shared Purpose. So here's the shrine for white. It's 3 and a white for a 1/3 vigilance. It's a legendary enchantment creature shrine. It's uncommon like the others. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. If you do, create a 1/1 colorless spirit creature token for each shrine you control.
Yeah, I think this is probably like the least impressive shrine we've seen.
And it's still pretty good.
4 mana 1/3 vigilance is not really that exciting.
Yes.
But getting to pay 1/1 for a 1/1 spirit, which by the way, the spirit tokens of the set don't have flying naturally.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
They're all colorless spirits. They're kind of like the Forbidden Orchard spirits from original Kamigawa. But yeah, I mean, obviously, if you take a shrine early, you're just honor bound to take another shrine if you ever see it. But that's one of the funnest parts of drafting the set. But yeah, I would play this. Like, you're going to play it on turn 5, make a token end of turn, and then if your opponent doesn't get rid of it, you kind of get these chump blockers every turn. It's more like a C, whereas all the other shrines were Bs, though.
Yeah, I'm a little higher on it, but the thing is, it's just a fit, right? Because this is obviously not great in an aggressive deck. It's slow. It takes a long time to build up a board that's relevant. But if you are in a stable board state or a control deck or something, I mean, this card can be a 1-card win con. Like, you just sit there and just pump out these things turn after turn after turn. They have to answer it. So I'd go C+ on Goshintai of Shared Purpose, but recognizing it doesn't really slide into this like Warriors modification stuff that we've been talking about mostly.
Yeah.
What about Golden Tail Disciple?
So this is pretty simple. 2 and a white for a 2/3 enchantment creature, Fox Monk, and it is lifelink. So 3 mana, 2/3 lifelink. Normally I would be like, well, this is fine, you know, whatever. But all the modification does make this a lot more intriguing.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks like a C to a C+ for Golden Tail Disciple. Good card.
I think it's going to end up being a C. I think maybe C+. I think it's going to be bread and butter. You know, you're going to put it in your deck. You're going to feel pretty good about it.
Hot Shot Mechanic is next. This is white for a 2/1 artifact creature, Fox Pilot. What was that video game from when I was a kid?
Star Fox.
Yeah, is this Star Fox? It's an uncommon, and it's an Hot Shot Mechanic cruise vehicles as though its power were 2 greater. This is funny because like all the vehicles that we've seen, none of them have lined up with these. You know, they're all like overshot.
Like, where are the crew 5 vehicles that really
where's the dream?
That they need pilots, but obviously a 1 mana 2/1 is just fine, especially since it counts as an artifact for your artifact decks, and then the crew thing will eventually, might eventually kind of rear its head. So yeah, I like C for Hot Shot Mechanic. Fine card.
Put it in your deck. Imperial Oath is next. It's 5 and a white for a sorcery. It's common. It says create 3 2/2 white samurai creature tokens with vigilance and scry 3. It's funny. Yeah, because these kind of cards are fine. Like they stabilize your board. The scry 3 is really good at that stage of the game. But man, honestly, like the bar is so high now. I'm like, where's channel? Like, why can't I spend 2 mana to make one of these things or something?
Right.
Which I know I'm being greedy, but it's like, that's what those channel cards do. Like they mean that I don't have to sit here with Imperial Oath stuck in my hand when I'm stuck on 4 lands.
Yeah, I think that's a good question to ask, because you just don't have room for that many 6 mana cards in your deck.
Right.
And this would take up some of that precious slots,
Yeah. I mean, you could do a lot worse for a 6 mana spell. I'll say that. The Scry 3 is huge at that stage of the game. It basically sets you up to find what a spell next or something even good. And the 3 samurais mean that it's really tough for them to kill you on the ground the turn that you play it. But its inflexibility is going to be up against cards that are flexible. And I think that's going to bump it down. I think Imperial Oath is going to end up being like a D+.
Yeah. Part of it is, I don't think we're going to be lacking for 6 mana plays, especially ones that, as you said, don't synergize with channel. Right. Like, or don't have good buyout options. We're always looking for like, okay, what do I get if I don't hit 6 mana in this set? Yes. It's just like blood tokens made 6 drops a lot worse because there's really good plays on 5 that make blood. Channel means you kind of get to be greedy. Why play a 6 mana spell that's going to be stuck in my hand when I can play a 6 mana boar that can just be a combat trick if I don't have 6 mana?
Exactly. So Tough one for Imperial Oath. Not a bad card, but just maybe not a great fit. Imperial Recovery Unit is next. This is 2 and a white for a 3/4 artifact vehicle. It's uncommon. And its crew cost is 2. So 3 mana, 3/4 crew cost 2. Whenever it attacks, return target creature or vehicle card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. Yeah. 3/4's good stats, right? The next turn it can attack and probably at least not die. And if you can get something back, you're kind of in business.
It's solid. I mean,
yeah.
I have found that the cards that say return a creature with mana value 2 or less from play to your graveyard, whatever, play out a decent amount worse than you might think they will.
Agreed. They definitely do. When you get something back at all, you're like, yes. Like you really feel like you're doing it because it actually happens fairly infrequently.
Yeah, that's kind of my experience with these.
Yeah. How good is a 3 mana 3/4 crew 2? It's medium, right? That's C
good.
range. So this is probably like a C plus.
Yeah, I think
it might even just be a C.
Yeah.
Okay. Next is Imperial Subduer. This is 2 and a white for a 3/2 human samurai at common. And it says whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, tap target creature you don't control. Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
That's really, a lot of times they have one blocker that can actually trade off with your lone samurai, or they need to double block to do it. And you can just take them out of that at common. That's pretty good.
Yeah, this is one of the better rewards for doing this, where you're like, part of the risk of attacking with one, it's easy for them to block, right? Even if it's just chump. What you're going to often do with this is have this attack with your giant samurai because it's getting all these bonuses, and tap their smallest creature to force their big creatures into combat instead.
I love that. That's the best feeling.
I like C+ for Imperial Subduer. I think this card's strong.
Yeah, same. Cease your pathetic struggling. is the text. That's rough.
Brutal.
Yeah. Intercessor's Arrest is 2 and a white for an enchantment aura. It enchants a permanent. It's common. The permanent can't attack, block, or crew vehicles. Its activated abilities can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. So we've got I was going to say we have an arrest here, Ben. We do. It's even called that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a straight up arrest, yes.
Yes, but for vehicles as well or something? Is that the difference?
Well, yeah, it can't crew vehicles, but it also even stops abilities. So yeah, it takes all the arrest variants and kind of folds them into the same card.
Yeah.
But that's really good. I mean, this is what you're looking for.
Yeah, these cards have gone down a bit in some sets, but generally speaking, they're really good. And let's just assume that this one is until proven otherwise. I would say B- for Intercessor's Arrest. Like, this is probably the white removal spell you want to start with. If there's sacrificing or things going on down the line, then we could change that. But it's a good place to start.
Yeah, I like B- for Intercessor's Arrest. That sounds right.
Kitsune Ace is next. This is 1 and a white for a 2/2 Fox Pilot. It is common. Whenever a vehicle you control attacks, choose one. That vehicle gains first strike until end of turn. Okay. Or untap Kitsune Ace. Okay. I'm not that excited by this, to be honest.
What's weird is, like, you can crew with it. Oh, wait, this is the first pilot that doesn't crew it to better. Yeah. I guess this isn't the best pilot.
Yeah.
you can crew with this and then attack and untap this, but then this isn't attacking still. So
it's just like you have a 2/2 blocker.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but giving the vehicle first strike is kind of nice.
It's kind of nice.
I think you'd play this in a deck with a bunch of vehicles.
Yeah,
like I think it'll do the thing that you're kind of wanting to do.
I assume it's a D on average, but in the vehicles deck, it's a C.
Yes, that sounds about right.
Light the Way is next. It's white for an instant. It's common. It says choose one, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or vehicle and untap it. Or return target permanent you control to its owner's hand. Not in love, but
no,
that's
two minor things at once.
Vaguely flexible.
Two minor things at once isn't the worst.
Yeah. Sometimes, these cards do get over the line based on their, being modal, like just the choices that you get. But this one still feels a little short to me.
Yeah, I think you will probably not play this card most of the time because if you win a combat with the +1/+1 counter, that's great, right? You feel like you really did it.
Yeah.
But bouncing a permanent response to like a removal spell is just like, okay.
Yeah, you're kind of spinning your wheels. It's not great. I'd give it a D. I'd give Light the Way a D. I think you'll play it sometimes.
I like D for Light the Way.
What about, this is a good one for you. What about Lucky Offering?
It's white for a sorcery.
Will you sign one of those for me?
Yes. Destroy target artifact with mana value 3 or less. You gain 3 life. So this is a little bit
Is this
lower.
an actual sideboard card?
Yeah, I think this is a sideboard card because I don't want to have my anti-artifact card run into someone who's got an artifact that is too big for this, and then you're just like, man, I really just missed on this. This sucks.
Yeah, it's absolutely miserable. If no targets is a good way to lose a game. Oh, we'll give Lucky Offering a sideboard, and sideboard wise, it gets like a C+, right? Like it's still just
I think
okay.
C+. Yeah. Ooh, I love this next one. Moth Rider Patrol. Mm-hmm. It's white for a 1/1 flying Fox Warrior at common. So you start out with this, and it's a 1 mana 1/1 flying. Okay, great. What else does it do? It has 3 and a white tap target creature, which sounds like the kind of thing where we're like, that's too expensive. Like, I don't know. Why are we doing this? But the reason I think it's so cool is it's a 1/1 flyer for 1 that, gets to do its attacks and get your value in. It works well with modifications, all that. And then when you get to the late game and you have nothing better to do with it or your mana, you can start using it as a tapper. And I think that's pretty sweet.
The other thing is it's a warrior.
That's true. This is a good target for attack with.
Is this the best? Like you play it on 1 and then you play a 2-drop that cares and a 3-drop that cares and and you're just like, hey, my Moth Rider Patrol is going to keep hitting you. It's getting bigger. It's getting bonuses.
No, that is pretty sick.
And if they do ever put out a flyer, you can be like, go end step, tap down your stupid flyer, and then you get to get the train rolling again with it. I kind of with you. I like C for Moth Rider Patrol.
Yeah, no,
it looks woefully inefficient, but it probably performs. What about Norika Yamazaki, the poet?
So this is a 2 and a white for a 3/2 legendary creature, human samurai uncommon, has vigilance. And whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, you may cast target enchantment card from your graveyard this turn. So it's kind of the equivalent of the red one. This one's better because it's cheaper, which basically is just better because it's asking you to spend mana on something else. But I like where this is heading.
Me too. This card seems excellent. You can get a little thrown off by vigilance because it's like 3/2 with vigilance is kind of like why, like it's going to trade off or not in almost all combat scenarios. But who cares? Don't punish it for having vigilance. This is sweet. I mean, what if you had a saga?
Yeah.
You flip it, it turns into a creature, they kill it, it's in the yard, and then you just buy it back with this thing. You can just leave it at home. Like that's very powerful. Yeah, I like Norika.
Yeah, seems very sweet.
I'd assume this is a B-. Like it might even be a B. Like you have to do some work, but
I'm thinking B.
Okay. Yeah.
Like I think you're often enough going to be able to use this thing pretty easily.
Regent's Authority is next. This is white for an instant. It's common. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If it's an enchanted creature or a legendary creature, instead put a +1/+1 counter on it, and it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Wow, that's a lot of text for a very minor upgrade there.
Yeah.
They're like, actually, instead, you get to keep half of this if it happens to meet these like weird requirements.
I mean, I've been impressed with the 1 mana +2/+2 tricks, and this is that plus upside. And the legendary part, not huge. There are some uncommon ones, as we just saw. But enchantment creature, there's a kind of a lot of those.
Yeah, there are. I
think this is going to be like a C-. I think you're going to end up putting in your deck a decent amount of the time.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I like it. Repel the Vile.
3 and a white, instant at common. Choose 1, exile target creature with power 4 or greater, or exile target enchantment. So
where does this fit on the main deck or not?
You'd main deck this. There's a couple reasons. One is it exiles a creature with power 4 or greater. The other is that it exiles target enchantment. No. It's got 2 situational things going, but those 2 kind of don't overlap in a way that's bad for you, because it's not like it's actually kind of like destroy target artifact or enchantment in this set. Destroying enchantment hits like the white and green stuff. Yep. Artifacts, hits red and black or whatever. It can hit modified creatures pretty easily because they tend to be big.
Yep.
It can hit enchantments. You play against any enchantment decks. I would main deck the first copy of Repel the Vile. It's a C.
Think so,
it's a 4 mana exiling removal spell. A decent amount of the time.
Yeah, and the little bumps to instant and exile also tend to help out, push it over the line. Selfless Samurai is next. This is 1 and a white for a 2/2 Fox Samurai at uncommon. Whenever a Samurai or Warrior you control attacks alone, it gains lifelink until end of turn. Sacrifice Selfless Samurai. Another target creature you control gains indestructible until end of turn.
This card's incredible.
That's dope.
2 mana 2/2 that you can just sack to save one of your other creatures. Fantastic.
You can also do both, right?
Oh, yeah. And that's part of the combo. And then it also gives you lifelink on your Samurai or Warriors. This looks like a B+. Selfless Samurai. You don't even have to have Samurai in your deck to be good. Also, this works by itself. You play this on turn 2. It's attacking as a lifelinker on turn 3.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's really cool. I like B+ for Selfless Samurai, too. Seven Tail Mentor is next. This is 3 and a white for a 2/3 Fox Samurai. It's common. When it enters a battlefield or dies, put a +1/+1 counter on a target creature or vehicle you control. Man, I want to like this card, but that 4 mana 2/3 is a lot.
Yeah.
Is the ETB enough?
I mean, if you look at it as you get both counters, it's kind of like a 4/5, right?
Yeah, then I'm in. And with the modification and the fact that it's a Samurai, maybe all of those things come together enough. Because I do like 4 mana 4/3s and 3/4s, and this is that. I wouldn't like it in this deck quite as much, but yeah, maybe it's good.
I think it's probably fine. I think it's probably a C-. You remember the Silversmith, the Gavany Silversmith?
I do.
That card,
3 mana.
It was 4 mana 2/3 that puts 2 +1/+1 counters.
2 +1/+1 counters, yeah.
That card ended up being kind of bad in that format, which obviously that just happens sometimes.
Yeah.
And this card reminds me a lot of that in terms of like, I think this is going to end up not really performing.
Okay. It has a little more going for it with the Samurai stuff, but yeah.
And the modification stuff.
Right. So C- for Seven Tail Mentor, but we're kind of like looking at it a little funny. Sky Blessed Samurai's next is 6 and a white. Goodness sakes. For a 4/4 flyer. It's an enchantment creature, human samurai. It's uncommon. But it does have a cost reduction. 1 less to cast for each enchantment you control. So where's the sweet spot here? 5 mana 4/4 flyer?
I mean, at 5 mana, you feel like you got a good deal. At 4 mana, you feel like you get away with something.
Right.
And at 6 or 7, you kind of got owned. So
yeah, exactly.
This card looks like it's good. I'm glad this is uncommon. I bet there are some decks where, you take this, it's going to cost 3 or 4 mana by the mid game a lot of the time, where you can have one of those sick turns where on turn 6, you're like, play a 3 mana enchantment as my 4th enchantment, play this or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So
the upside is still not amazing though, right? Like even if you get a good mana cost on a 4/4 flyer, that's not like, well, GG, there was nothing I could do. You had the card. It's like, that's good. Like that's a good, efficient thing. I like cards like this. I think they're really well designed. I like that you don't just automatically lose if your opponent goes off, but they definitely get an advantage. I
mean, this is Limited's gotten more powerful, a lot more going on, et cetera, et cetera. A 4/4 flyer is still a 4/4 flyer. Mm-hmm. It's still pretty big. Like I think you're still pretty happy when you end up with one of those.
So assuming you've built around it reasonably, would you go B- for Skyblessed Samurai?
Yeah, I think B- for Skyblessed Samurai.
Kind of where I want to be. What about Spirited Companion, the good dog?
1 and a white for a 1/1 enchantment creature dog at common, and when it enters the battlefield, draw a card. Boom, B. We're there.
That's incredible. It's an enchantment too. Wow.
It's a 2 mana 1/1 that draws a card. So Elvish Visionary, but it's an enchantment.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how do you feel about the Raised Dead enchantment plus a creature when you have 2 of these in your deck?
Right. Totally.
You feel pretty good. How do you feel about like, hey, control a bunch of enchantments to make my cards better, or when enchantment enters the battlefield? Also,
yes,
you're just going to be happy with this card in just about any white deck, except maybe the most aggressive.
Yes.
Spirited Companion is a big game. Like
it's a big game.
You will be happy with this card. I think that Spirited Companion actually does deserve like a B-
for being a good dog. Next is Sunblade Samurai. This is 4 and a white for a 4/4 enchantment creature, human samurai common. It's got vigilance. You can channel it for just 2 mana and discard it to search your library for a basic plains card, reveal it, and put it into your hand, then shuffle. And you even gain 2 life. Oh, that's such a beautiful limited card. It's just, this is exactly the type of stuff that I love to see. They're using their smoothing mechanic with channel to help you smooth out the thing that you run into the most with it, which is missing land drops. But if not, you get a mediocre creature, right? It's a 4/4 vigilance for 5, but it's also a samurai and an enchantment. They just hit all the notes. Whoever put together this little masterpiece, I love cards like this.
I mean, this is exactly what you were talking about when you look at why should I play 6 mana, make 3 samurais?
Yeah.
I could just have like 2 Sunblade Samurais in my deck and just not really, you just cut off the bottom 30% of the experience. So,
right.
Yeah, Sunblade Samurai looks fantastic. Very happy with this card. Probably a B- on this.
Yeah, I'm just going to go C+. Like, it's like,
yeah.
It probably is a B-. Like, that flexibility is really great. Touch the Spirit Realm is next. It's 2 and a white for an enchantment at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 target artifact or creature until Touch the Spirit Realm leaves the battlefield. So right away, super synergies with enchantment, but it's an Oblivion Ring style effect. It also has channel. So for 1 and a white and discard it, you can exile target artifact or creature, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Dang, that's a nice card.
Yeah, it's mostly going to be Oblivion Ring, right? You're not going to use it as the channel very often, but some of the time you're going to end up in a spot where you just have to use the channel, or you can save it on you save your own creature, or you just need a 2 mana spell or whatever. And at that point, Touch the Spirit Realm is going to be pretty sweet.
Is it worse? So there's a scenario where it's better and a scenario where it's worse. Scenario where it's better is that it's an enchantment, and this is an enchantment matter set. There's cards and things that care about enchantment, so you're getting an extra bonus for that. But then there's also the fact that there are more ways to remove enchantments, and people may even just be main decking them. Where do you think that washes out?
This is quite a bit worse than in a normal set.
Okay.
You're just going to run into people killing it more often. Like, even in a normal set, when you've got an Oblivion Ring out, right, you don't feel like I got this on lock. Nothing they can ever do.
You're like, I hope it stays. Yeah.
But Touch the Spirit Realm, like, your opponent could just have main deck disenchants, and they will in a lot of cases.
And it's a high value target. That's probably why they got away with the arrest being kind of pushed as well, so that they just don't last quite as long. So, but does that mean that you don't play these cards? That's a question.
No, absolutely not. Like, them. Also, this card is a good. It's good. The channel ability means even against someone who's got a bunch of disenchant effects, like the channel ability could be relevant as well.
Yeah, you can hit a token with it or whatever too. B- for Touch of the Spirit Realm rather than the probably B+ we would have given it had it been in a normal set.
I think a B. I would still probably just give it a B.
Give it a B?
I think it's still pretty strong.
Yeah, I always struggle with how much to discount the fact that it's more likely to get killed. But B sounds good to me for Touch the Spirit Realm. Next is Wanderer's Intervention. This is 1 and a white for an instant. It's common, and it does 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. Boy, I hate cards like this in any set with ninjutsu. Like, when do you fire it off,
Yeah, you do run into that a little bit, but you can just do it before blocks if you're really worried about it. Yeah.
I just always forget to.
I guess I can't help you with that.
But, yeah, you cannot. You like it then? Is it fine?
These cards always play fine, but I'm never really that impressed with them. I don't know. I'm always like, all right, well, I guess this does kind of what I want, but I'm not like thrilled about it. And yeah, this is no real difference. Like,
yeah, it's also it's not even unconditional. Like, it only does 4. Like,
I do like it. And one of the weaknesses of the attack with 1 creature a turn plan is bounce and removal really hoses you.
Yes, it does. Just time walks you.
I think this card's probably a C. You'll just put it in your deck. It'll be fine.
Okay. C for Wanderer's Intervention. Next is When We Were Young. This is 3 and a white for an instant. And uncommon, up to 2 target creatures each get +2/+2 until end of turn. If you control an artifact and an enchantment, they also get lifelink until end of turn.
So 4 mana instant speed to pump 2 creatures +2/+2 is not worth it. You shouldn't put this card in your deck.
Yeah.
Unless you're getting the full bonus, at which point it becomes pretty good.
It does. Like, it just won't happen often enough, I don't think. But
yeah, I mean, lifelink is just really strong when you're already giving +4/+4 and you're talking about 2 creatures overall.
Yeah, that is huge. I am down on When We Were Young. Love the song. Not a big fan of the card. I'm actually going to give it a D, which I know is a pretty low grade, but this thing actually, you know, in order for two creatures to relevantly be affected, you know, you do need to have two creatures able to attack that will hopefully at least one of them get into combat where the +2/+2 is relevant. Then you just kind of go, okay, I get 2 extra damage in. Like you said, if you got the lifelink every time, that would be different because it just makes it so hard for them to kill you. I'm going to go D on When We Were Young. I just don't think I'm going to put it in every deck. I
think you are rarely going to put it in your deck, but in the deck that meets those requirements, it's probably a C+.
Yeah.
That probably means it's overall a D. Like,
okay.
You're not going to put this card in your deck very often.
Yeah, we're on the same page. Sagas for white. First one is actually common. It's called Befriending the Moths, and it's 3 and a white. Chapters 1 and 2 are the same. They are target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains flying until end of turn. So nice and aggressive. And then chapter 3, it flips over into Imperial Moth, which is a 2/4 flyer.
Yeah. I mean, playing it is in getting this really aggressive start of like, play this, make my 3/3 or 4/4 flyer hit you next turn, do it again. And then you end up getting a 2/4 flyer, which is a pretty good deal. Like you wouldn't blink about paying like 4 mana for a 2/4 flyer.
Yeah.
You got to be aggressive for this to be good, but it's a good card in an aggressive deck. Probably a C+ in an aggressive deck.
I agree. I think it's a C+ for Befriending the Moths.
You're at 12, your opponent plays this and you're just looking at it and you're like, wow, how am I going to win this game?
Yeah, because I think one way to look at these sagas, right, is just like look at the sum total of what you get. Yes, you may not get it exactly when you want, and you know the ordering might not be great, but that's a lot for 4 mana, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, Era of Enlightenment is next. It's another common. It's 1 and a white. Chapter 1 is Scry 2. Chapter 2 is Gain 2 life. So kind of spinning our wheels here. Chapter 3, though, what does it become? It becomes Hand of Enlightenment, which is a 2/2 with first strike. And again, like, yeah, you know, by the time it's turn 4 and you're getting your 2/2 first striker, it might not be like the all-time best, but like 2 mana for the sum total of a 2/2 first strike, Gain 2 life, and Scry 2? Yes, please. Like, I will pay that.
That is good enough. I think we all kind of feel that, you know.
Totally. And these are also enchantment creatures as well, if that ends up being relevant. So they also ETB because they do actually exile. So there's a lot going on. I would give Era of Enlightenment like a B-.
I like B- because I just can't imagine like, when is this going to be bad? Like under what circumstances are you going to be like, wow, this didn't do the trick?
Normally these type of cards as a top deck are lame, but even Scry 2 late in the game is fine. Next is The Fall of Lord Konda. This is 2 and a white for a uncommon saga. Chapter 1, exile target creature an opponent controls with mana value 4 or greater. Chapter 2 is each player gains control of all permanents they own. Womp. And chapter 3, it becomes Fragment of Konda, which is a 1/3 enchantment creature human noble with defender. And when it dies, you draw a card. So you just get to exile target creature and opponent controls with mana value 4 or greater, just straight up. That just happens.
That is a card I would play for, 2 and a white.
Yes.
The second chapter is effectively nonsense.
It's just 0.
It's like if someone stole something or whatever, like, this lets you take it back. But exiling one of their big creatures, not even a big creature, every deck has 4 drops. It's like one of the reasons we say like, hey, exile 4 power greater is situational. It's because not every deck has 4 power creatures or very many of them.
Right.
Every deck has 4 drops.
Yes.
It's just, you just don't make a deck without them,
Yeah. So, and then you get this really sweet 1/3 defender that they just really don't want to attack into, but they're going to have to. You're going to soak up 4 damage and draw a card. So you gain life effectively, draw a card, kill a creature. I'm in.
Yeah.
The Fall of Lord Konda.
Let's get in there. I mean, this card looks like a A- to me.
Yeah, I think it's a B+ or whatever, just because it is a little conditional. But I mean, it's a 2-for-1 removal spell at the end of the day. Probably.
Yeah.
Okay, next is Michiko's Reign of Truth. Another uncommon. This is 1 and a white. First 2 chapters are the same. Target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each artifact and or enchantment you control. Wow. So that's pretty aggressive, and because it counts itself at the bare minimum, right? And then it flips over after turn 3 into Portrait of Michiko, which is an enchantment creature, human noble. Portrait of Michiko gets +1/+1 for each artifact and enchantment you control. It's a 0/0.
Basically, this looks like an awesome card for constructed, and probably not going to fit in most limited decks. Like there are decks where this could end up working out, but I don't think that's going to happen most of the time.
But let's say I spotted you 2, right? So you've got this plus another artifact or enchantment. A creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Okay. It happens again. Okay. You got in for some damage, and then this thing flips into a 2/2 that might become like a 3/3 later. Not too exciting.
Yeah, I don't think I'm jazzed about this.
Yeah. It looks like a D to me. Like it's built around B, maybe. Like if you're all in on artifact and enchantment deck, then this does get a lot better.
I predict that you will almost never get to use this card, but when you do, you're going to be like, this is awesome.
That's a great way to put it. Yeah. Okay, so that's it for white. That moves us to blue. First card is called Acquisition Octopus. And it's going to be really hard for this to not be my favorite card in the set based on the name. 2 and a blue, 2/2 artifact creature, equipment octopus at uncommon. They went off the absolute rails this set. Whenever Acquisition Octopus is equipped, whenever Acquisition Octopus or equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, and the reconfigure cost is 2.
So it's a 3-mana 2/2. It doesn't have like flying or any evasion. And if it hits them, you draw a card. Okay, that's a card you're like at least interested in because it's kind of dangerous if you ever can give this flying or even a +1/+1 counter. But it also has reconfigure. So sometimes you're like, turn 5, play this, equip my 2/2 flyer, hit, draw a card, and now your opponent's kind of under the gun.
Yeah. It's funny, too, because these things end up being amazing blockers because people stop attacking you because they don't want to get hit by it on the crackback.
Yeah. They kind of the threat of attack, as it were. You have this in play, and your opponent's like, I guess I can't really attack very much. Well, you know. Yeah,
but I love that it just sits there. And then if you ever have a good attack, if you ever have a creature that's bigger than their creatures or a flyer, unblockable or anything like that, you can just pay 2 mana, slam it on there, and get a card out of the deal or threaten to at least. That's a cool card. That is really cool. And it actually seems fairly powerful too.
Yeah, I mean, what are we giving this, like a B?
I would give it a
C+?
B minus.
Yeah, B minus. I like that.
Yeah, it's pretty good though. Anchor to Reality is next. It's 2 blue for a sorcery. It's uncommon. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature. Search your library for an equipment or vehicle card. Put that onto the battlefield, then shuffle. If it has mana value less than the sacrifice permanent's mana value, scry 2.
Now, Tinker's best left to the professionals, and in this particular case, I don't think this is where you want to be.
Yeah, if you're not a vintage player, don't play Anchor to Reality. I would give it an F. I mean, I'm assuming there's no scenario where I really am excited about this.
Yeah, I don't think this is where you want to be.
Armguard Familiars next. It's 1 and a blue for a 2/1 artifact creature, equipment beast, and it's common. It's got ward 2, so difficult to kill. And it has reconfigure 4, pretty expensive, but the equipped creature gets +2/+1 and has ward 2.
This card's good. I mean, 2 mana, 2/1 ward 2. Not the best synergy in terms of like they're not gonna spend mana to kill your 2/1 very often. But it's a 2 mana 2/1 that in the late game you can really start annoying your opponent by you put this on a 2/2 flyer. Now it's a 4/3 flying ward 2.
Yeah.
And I think that at a base level, all the reconfigured cards are good.
Yeah.
Just because it's like a no downside scenario where when you play one of these, like you can just use it as a creature, trade it off, and they do their job. They're all fairly aggressively costed as creatures.
Yes. I mean, look, equipment has an inherent risk that you don't have a thing to equip onto, or if you play equipment decks that you have a creature and no equipment or equipment and no creature, and these say, never mind. I would give it a C.
Yeah, I like C for Armguard Familiar. It's exactly where this fits, I believe.
What about Awaken Awareness?
This is a blue X. It's an enchantment or an uncommon. Enchant artifact or creature. When it enters the battlefield, put X +1/+1 counters on enchanted permanent. And as long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it has base power and toughness 1/1. So this does like kind of 2 things. One is you spend like the the most obvious case. All right, I spend 7 mana, make my 3/3 into a 1/1, but now it has 5+1/+1 counters. Haha. The other thing you can do is make X equals 0, put it on their creature, and now it's just a 1/1.
Yeah. Interestingly, if this thing leaves the battlefield, the counters are still just there.
It's true. So like this is really good with the bounce on aura.
Yeah, because now you get the full power on your creature back, and then you can even do it again or throw it on their creature.
You like imagine you're like you play this for 5 mana, 3+1/+1 counters. The next turn you're like play the hot tub Kami, bring back this, gain 3 life, and then replay it.
Yeah.
Did you read the flavor text? The green Kami is like a floating hot tub that goes to monks who are in need of a rest.
How good is Awakened Awareness, though? Because this is all clever and fun and cool, but
not very good.
Okay.
I think like as an aura on your creature, because you're losing the stats of your creature, it's not often gonna give you that big of a boost.
Yeah.
And then as an offensive spell, like we have experience with this. We know that 2 mana to make their creature into a 1/1 doesn't even lose abilities, just base power and toughness. That's not good either.
Those don't hold up.
This looks like a D, but I could see decks that can kind of use it nicely.
Yeah, also like Fancy Play Syndrome, just, full effect on Awakened Awareness.
Oh yeah. You got to be aware of that.
Covert Technician is next. It's 2 and a blue for a 2/4 artifact creature, human ninja. It's uncommon. It has ninjutsu for 1 and a blue. And whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may put an artifact card with mana value less than or equal to that damage from your hand onto the battlefield. I'm not feeling this one, Luis. I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't play it as a 3 mana 2/4 with ninjutsu, but that text doesn't. Is that going to happen?
This is mostly just a 3 mana 2/4.
Which I do like.
The thing that's kind of awkward is it doesn't. It's all or nothing. If you have a 1 or 2 drop artifact, then you can put it on the battlefield. It doesn't add 2 mana towards a more expensive artifact, though. And I mean, I guess you could pump the power here and like, +3/+3. Now put a 5 drop into play, and that will feel kind of busted when you do it. Most of the time, this is a 3 mana 2/4 that has like a decent ability when unblocked. I bet this card's like a C. You put it in your blue decks.
I think so too, just for the stats.
I mean, there's going to be some busted games. You're like, turn 1. Random Dork, turn 2, ninja this in, put a 2-drop artifact into play. Yeah,
that is powerful. It's just you're going to look at your hand and not have any more targets for it. So it was like, that was kind of it. But Discover the Impossible is next. It's 2 and a blue for an instant. It's uncommon. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. Exile one of them face down and put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. You may cast the exiled card without paying its mana cost if it's an instant spell with mana value 2 or less. If you don't, put that card in your hand. These designs, man. I mean, it's kind of fine or whatever. Like 3 mana draw card is what it says, right? Like, look at the top 5, draw it, and then if it happens to be for some reason an instant spell with mana value 2 or less, you can just cast it. I'm sure that's applicable in some things, but that's a lot of extra text for not a lot of upside, I guess.
Well, in Legacy, if you dig up a bunch of forks and twin casts and stuff.
Yes, I definitely was thinking about Vintage and Legacy with Discover the Impossible.
It's enough. It's impossible to get good value from this. At best, you spent 3 mana to play a 2 mana spell. At worst, you spent 3 mana to like look at the top 5 and put a card in your hand, and that's not a good deal.
Not where you want to be. No. Disruption Protocol is next. It's blue, and this better be a counterspell. Instant at common is an additional cost to cast this spell. Tap an untapped artifact you control or pay 1. Hey, counter target spell.
Yeah, I mean, it is a counter spell.
So it's a cancel variant?
It's a cancel, except you can also tap an artifact to pay for 1 of the mana.
Cool.
Which doesn't make me like want to play this card, but it's fine.
It's a clever little extra thing. These have been getting a little better. We've been playing more and more counter spells of late, but this one does seem very kind of baseline counter spelly, and I would say it's probably a C-.
Yeah, I think I do agree that counter spells have gotten better in general.
Yeah. But this one doesn't give you a bonus. Like all the ones that we really like affect the board or give you a card. Or,
yeah, they give you some sort of value. I mean, yeah, it's not even like tapping an artifact to make this cost 2 mana is that big of an edge. Like
no, most
of the things you tap are like real cards.
Right. What grade? I would say C minus. I'm being a little generous. D plus C minus is where I'm
D plus. I don't know. Okay. Ninjutsu is pretty good against counter spells.
There you go. And so is Channel, isn't it? Yeah. Let's go D plus on Disruption Protocol. Essence Capture. Oh, this is a reprint.
Yeah, this is blue, instant and uncommon, counter target creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on up to one target creature you control. I like when they do this. They put this in the modify set, so you're like, haha, extra value, and we're very clever. So it's cool. It's probably like a C
this actually
spell.
Gets to C minus, right?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah. What about Futurist Operative?
So this is 3 and a blue for a 3/4 uncommon human ninja. As long as it's tapped, it's a human citizen with base power and toughness 1/1 and can't be blocked. I love it. So look, this is a spy operative. It attacks and look, I'm just a human citizen. I'm just a normal a normal citizen of Toshiwara or whatever the city is called.
Ah.
And then it turns into a ninja because you ninja off this.
Oh, that's insane.
Super cool. And then you can also pay 2 and a blue to untap it. So you could at the very least in the late game, you're like, attack, after blocks, untap it, take 3. But
I also like the threat of activation in reverse here. Like you hit him for 1, you say go, and you like keep up your counter spell or whatever. And they're like, well, I can't attack into the potential for you to untap your 3/4 with my 3/3. So they're like, go. And then you like draw spell or whatever. That's pretty cool. I'm not a huge fan of paying 4 mana for a 1/1 unblockable though. That's a lot.
Yeah. Okay. That is a bit much, but I do think that it's a pretty sweet card nonetheless.
I do too. I would give it a C. After all,
I like C for Futurist Operative. The thing is, even in the Ninja deck, you're bouncing a 4-drop. That's not really ideal.
Right. That's what I mean. Like you have to pay so much.
Yeah.
Futurist Sentinel. Is this like a mech warrior?
Yeah, it's 3 and a blue for a 6/6 vehicle with crew 3. There we go. There's our crew 3 vehicle that we were kind of looking for.
Yeah, we found it, and now I don't really want it. I think I would not give this a particularly high grade. I mean, sure, if you're straight up blue-white vehicles and you can make some pilots, it probably performs pretty well. But every other scenario, crew 3 ends up being substantial.
Yeah.
I would assume that Futurist Sentinel's a D. That's where I would have it coming in.
So
not be excited about it.
Like having cards like this because yes, it's a D, but the decks that want it will be pretty happy to have this card in their deck, and some decks will.
Yeah. Go Shintai of Lost Wisdom. So here's the blue shrine. It's 1 and a blue for a 0/4 flyer. Oh, I love that. And at the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. If you do, target player mills X cards where X is the number of shrines you control. Oh man.
Yeah,
this is the worst one by a lot.
Yeah, I don't think this is the shrine you're looking for, unfortunately.
Yeah, D- for Go Shintai. I mean, it is a shrine. No, it's just not a thing, right?
The problem is you're just not really going to mill them effectively. A 2 mana 0/4 flyer that you can pay 1 to mill them for 1 every turn.
No.
Nah. This looks like the shrine that you only play when you have other shrines. So it's like a build around C where if I had any other shrine in my deck, I think I'd probably put this card in my. Otherwise, I wouldn't. Yeah,
I agree. If it was mill 2, we'd be in business. Like that's an actual clock, but mill 1's not. Guardians of Oboro. This is 2 and a blue for a 3/4 Moonfolk Samurai. Weird. It's common. It's got Defender. So 3 mana, 3/4 Defender. Modified creatures you control can attack as though they didn't have Defender. No. So you modify it and it can bash.
Yeah, that's the idea. It's
cool.
It's cute, but not, particularly exciting.
Yeah, I would give Guardians of Oboro a C, but I like it. I like the idea that it buys you some time to set up getting it, like getting equipment on it or whatever to actually start turning it sideways as kind of your later game win con. Because 3 mana 3/4 is like hard to get through for the ground game.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. Mirror Shell Crab is next. It's 5 blue for a 5/7 artifact creature crab at common. It's got Ward 3, very thick shell on this one. And it also has Channel. 2 and a blue, discard it, and counter target spell or ability unless his controller pays 3.
This is what I'm talking about. 7 mana, 5/7 Ward 3, kind of hard to deal with. Artifact 2.
Yeah.
Well, this is the same point I've made in a previous set review. Expensive artifacts are bad that they're artifacts. Cheap artifacts are good that they're artifacts. Because cheap artifacts help up your artifact count for your synergies. Expensive ones don't.
Right.
But now they get hit by disenchants. So.
Yeah. Well, but wait, I can give you more.
But being able to channel it as a counter spell, which the turns where you want to channel it, it probably is just a counter spell.
Yeah.
Like in the first, turns 3 through 6 or whatever, and then later you just cast the crab. So it's a C. It's not like amazing, but I like this card. It's a cool design. It will play out well.
If Channel ended up being evergreen, I'd be real happy with that. These designs are really, really good. Mnemonic Sphere is next. It's 1 and a blue for an artifact. It's common. You can pay 1 and a blue and sacrifice it to draw 2 cards. So 4 mana, draw 2, but you can channel it, blue, discard it to draw a card. Man, this is kind of an LSV card, to be honest. Like, that's a lot of wheel spinning nonsense right there.
A lot of wheel spinning. Doesn't do anything.
Buy it back.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man. I like it.
Oh yeah.
I just feel like there's stuff I can do with it. It's not really good, but
yeah, I think Mnemonic Sphere is probably solid in a deck that really cares about having a lot of artifacts. Imagine hitting with the 2/4, putting this into play. You basically did it.
Game over. Yeah. But seriously, being able to buy it back from the yard for value and get loops going and get your artifact count up and stuff like that does actually seem good. Like, if you're sitting around, if you're not trying to beat them down, you play a Sphere on 2 and you just sit on it for a few turns while it does whatever having an artifact does, and then you crack it when you can. It's installment plans really do matter, on making things cheaper. You can sneak this in somewhere and then get the cards later and still cast a spell
also
to turn.
The opportunity cost when you can just pay a blue and cycle it.
Yeah.
It's negligible.
It's almost zero. I think this will actually see some play. You just need some synergy.
This will see a lot of play. Even if it's just me playing it a lot.
Yeah.
I like Mnemonic Sphere at C. I think this will fill out your decks nicely.
There you go. Mobilizer Mech. Oh, there's an actual mech. 1 and a blue for a 3/4 artifact vehicle uncommon. It's a flyer. 2 mana, 3/4 flyer. What does the crew cost? 3. Okay, so there you go. And whenever Mobilizer Mech becomes crewed, up to 1 other target vehicle you control becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. Whoa, it double crews?
Yeah, it's not going to come together all that often, but if you can crew this and have another vehicle, then this will let you crew both, basically. And it's got crew 3, which fits nicely with all the pilots and whatnot.
And it doesn't care about the crew costs of the other one. It's just
it just crews it.
Okay, but let's focus on the raw stats. So 1 and a blue, 3/4 flying, crew 3.
Not good enough.
Right. It's close.
If you haven't played with vehicles that look like, wow, this looks like a pretty decent collection of power and toughness, are a little worse than they look, because the downside is sometimes you just can't crew it. Also, it doesn't if you have 3 power worth of creatures and this, guess what? You still attack for 3.
That's right.
This doesn't add damage to the board. Of course, it being a flyer means maybe you get in, but you just have to be cognizant that it's not quite that easy,
Yeah. If you are doing the pilots thing, that helps out a fair bit, because they crew them automatically. You crew this automatically. I still want to put this in the C range. I just want to give it a C-.
Yeah.
Is it a D or does it get up to the C?
This looks like a build around like.
Oh, a build around, great.
Build around B. Like, I basically wouldn't put this in my deck unless I either had tons of other vehicles or a bunch of pilots, at which point you probably have other vehicles too. Because it can start being a pretty nice, force multiplier when you're looking at attacking with this and crewing, some gigantic vehicles. And there, especially at the higher rarities, there are some pretty large vehicles,
Yeah, for sure. Okay, I like that. Build around B for Mobilizer Mech. Next is Moon Circuit Hacker. This is 1 and a blue for a 2/1 enchantment creature human ninja. This is common. And it's got ninjutsu for just blue. And whenever Moon Circuit Hacker deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card unless Moon Circuit Hacker entered the battlefield this turn. Wow.
Basically, it's when you ninja, you draw a card.
Yeah.
When you ninja this, which is pretty cool. I mean, I think this is a sweet card.
Dude, I love ninjutsu. Man, I can't wait to play this deck.
Yeah, ninjutsu is a lot of fun.
Yeah. This looks like a C+ to me. Moon Circuit Hacker is an enchantment, so it hits whatever that is, but also is trivially easy to ninjutsu at so cheap. You just need to get anything through and you get a card out of it. Like, that's good.
Yeah, it's a 2-mana 2/1 looter would already be like, all right, solid 2/1. But the fact that this almost always is going to get you a card if you have a deck that's constructed to do that means that you're going to get a lot of good value out of this.
Yeah, I like C+ for it. What about Moonfolk Puzzle Maker?
So it's 2 and a blue for a 1/4 artifact creature, Moonfolk Wizard with flying. And when it becomes tapped, scry 1. This is cute. 3 mana 1/4 flyer, and every time you attack with it, you get to scry 1. And it's an artifact, good blocker. Plus, if you can tap it to other abilities, then you can kind of get some good value too.
C?
Yeah, it's a C. It's not. If you're a defensive deck that cares about artifacts, this is going to play a little bit better than that. If you're not defensive and you don't care about artifacts, you're not going to put it in your deck.
Yeah, so, there's some other cards that are in competition, but this is like right up our alley, man. Like small incremental value, high toughness, blue card. Yes, please. Moonsnare Prototype is next. It's blue for an artifact at common. You can tap it and tap an untapped artifact or creature you control to add colorless. You can also channel it for 4 and a blue and discard it. The owner of target non-land permanent puts it on the top or bottom of their library. So once again, the lead being buried here.
Yep.
So 5 mana removal, we'll call it, or 1 mana awkward ramp creature.
It's mostly, the 5 mana removal, of course, as you mentioned. And sometimes you'll play the ramp feature, the ramp part of it, but just you won't do that very often, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Neither of these halves, if you will, are particularly impressive. 5 mana removal is a little slow, and it doesn't permanently deal with the fact that
they can choose to put it on top really takes away a lot. Like, obviously, it's still a 1-for-1 because they're still either skipping a draw step, but I like 5 mana removal when it's like, you know what, you got to kill their 6 mana dragon somehow. And this is like, well, it doesn't really do that.
It doesn't really do that. And then I don't know how well the 1-drop side, the artifact would
plays
play
nicely
out
with the puzzle maker. Look at that. But
yes, it does.
I don't think that that's something you're going to put together unlimited very often. It's going to be exciting when you do. You know, when you're like turn 1 prototype, turn 2 cheap artifact, play this other thing, kind of spew out the board, play the portrait of Michiko Kanda, and she's a 7/7 and all that. And you're like, and I'm going to try to do that. Maybe it'll be decent.
Yeah.
My first look at this is like C-.
Yep. That's what I'm thinking. D+, C-. And you need to build towards it too. Here's the one, Luis. We finally got there. Moonsnare Specialist. Hello, my new friend. 3 and a blue for a 2/2 human ninja. At common, it's got ninjutsu for 2 and a blue, and when it enters a battlefield, not when it hits them, when it enters a battlefield, return up to 1 target creature to its owner's hand. Oh, yes. Yes, please. A little, you had me at 2 and a blue. When this enters a battlefield as a 2/2, return it creature to its owner's hand. It is just literally the Man of War ninja.
Oh, yeah. This card's clearly great.
Awesome card.
4 mana 2/2 bounce. And then you sometimes get to ninjutsu and like mid combat, like imagine they like double block your 5/5 and you ninja this off your like 1/1 flyer. Like, I get chills just thinking about it.
They also, made it back to any creature. So you can return your own stuff again, where, there's been a few where it's like return a creature you control, a creature your opponent controls. I mean, now you can do your own again. I'm going to need to defer to you for the grade for this because I will give it too high of a grade.
I think this is probably a B.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Is that what you were looking for?
That's what I wanted it to be. Go Moonsnare Specialist. My new favorite card. Network Disruptor. is next. It's blue for a 1/1 artifact creature, Moonfolk Rogue at common. It's a flyer, 1/1 flyer for 1. And when it enters the battlefield, you tap a permanent.
Love it.
You better really want these artifacts, though.
No, it's for ninjas. Look at this.
Just for a ninja thing?
This is. I mean, it's both actually. This is why I think it's cool that it's an artifact. This is your ninja buddy, because not only is it the 1/1 flyer you're looking for to get Moonstare Specialist in on turn 3, it also later in the game when you go play this, tap your blocker, attack a ninja with someone else, or something like that.
Yeah. So you're expecting to have this ETB multiple times if it's in your deck. Like you're going to pick it up, play it again, pick it up, maybe play it another time.
Maybe it'll ETB multiple times, maybe not. But it's more like this just makes everything work. This is kind of like this greases the wheels. It makes it so your ninjas work. It makes it so you have enough artifacts so that your artifact synergies kind of pop off, and it's good with equipment, right, or modifications, because it's a 1/1 flyer. I think it kind of does all the things that you want to do all at once, basically.
Okay. Does this fall into that category of 1-drops that really needs our attention, like cards that we've seen in recent sets? Okay.
No, this is great. This is
a solid C for Network Disruptor.
Yeah, I would give it a C. I mean, the reality is it's not going to work in every deck, and there's some decks where it just doesn't do anything. But yeah. I think overall, this is the card you're looking for a lot of those decks,
Okay. What about Planar Incision, and why is this here?
Jin-Gitaxias is part of the whole deal, I guess, right?
I did not know that Jin-Gitaxias was from Kamigawa. Okay.
No, Jin-Gitaxias isn't, but there's Jin-Gitaxias in the set. And is like, I don't know.
He's just crashing the party. All right.
doing whatever Jin-Gitaxias does, but it's 1 and a blue instant. It's exile target artifact or creature, then return it to its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on it. So it's basically
it just blinks.
It's a blink with a +1/+1 counter, yeah, which is obviously fine, but not exciting.
Yeah, these are usually like a D.
Yeah.
Next is Prosperous Thief. This is 2 and a blue for a human ninja at uncommon. It's a 3/2 with ninjutsu, 1 and a blue. And whenever 1 or more ninja or rogue creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. That's cool.
Yeah, one of the things I like about this is ninjutsu generally is like mana negative, right? Tempo negative, where you're like, yeah, I spent 2 on this instead of 3, but I returned a creature that probably cost a couple mana. Sometimes it'll cost exactly 1, but mostly it'll cost more. That's not great for this, but getting a treasure out of the deal kind of makes up for that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'll tell you, any creature with ETB abilities, going back to the Network Disruptor, if you're ninjutsuing those back to your hand, you can really start to kind of pile it on. That being said, Prosperous Thief isn't like a super great card, right? I mean,
no,
solid. Call it solid.
It's fine. I wouldn't call it. Yeah, I would definitely not call it super great.
Yeah, I mean, is it a C? Like, I would give it a C. Maybe ninjutsu for only 1 and a blue bumps it a little higher. I don't know. It's still just a 3/2.
I think it's probably a C plus. Okay. Sometimes you're going to make a couple of artifacts and you're going to feel pretty good about this. The other thing is, like, imagine with Network Disruptor. First of all, turn 1 Disruptor, turn 2 Prosperous Thieves, gross. But imagine you just cast this when you have like a Network Disruptor in play and attack and hit them for 1 and make a treasure. I feel pretty good about that. That's a pretty efficient exchange.
Yeah, you're right. No, that's really good. So yeah, this is definitely higher than a C. This is C plus B minus range, because that treasure can really go a long way.
Yeah.
Nice. What about Reality Heist, our next card?
This is 5 blue instant at uncommon. It costs 1 less to cast for each artifact you control. And then you look at your top 7 cards, reveal up to 2 artifacts from them, put them in your hand, put the rest on the bottom. So it's an artifact dig through time that is cheaper for the number of artifacts you control. And this is the kind of payoff I'm looking for when I'm talking about putting 1 mana artifacts that do nothing in your deck.
Right. The all-in artifact deck wants this.
You can use it to cast this and get 2 more artifacts that also do nothing. But
right. Yeah.
No, I'm in for that. That sort of stuff plays out really nicely. I think it actually plays out better than most people realize, and I think Reality Heist it's great because it's going to be good for the people who can use it and pretty bad for the people who are not in a good position to use it.
Complete garbage for everybody else. Yeah. Giving it a build around grade. B plus, B.
Looks like a build around B. Like, I don't think it's like the best card in the world or whatever.
Yeah, build around B for Reality Heist. You'll know when you want it. Replication Specialist is next. It's 4 and a blue for a 3/4 Moonfolk Artificer at uncommon. It's got flying, so 5 mana 3/4 flyer, sure. Whenever a non-token artifact enters a battlefield under your control, you may pay 1 and a blue. If you do, create a token that's a copy of that artifact? Whoa.
Yeah, this card's awesome because 5 mana 3/4 flyer, if you ever untap with it, it's probably drawing you a card a turn effectively. And in a way that's not, again, not tempo negative because you play a 3 mana artifact creature and copy it. Now you get another one.
Yes. You only need to copy 1 or maybe 2 things before the game's just completely out of hand.
At 1, you're ahead. At 2, you're really ahead because it's a 5 mana 3/4 flyer. You don't need much for that.
No.
Yeah, I would.
It's a build around as well, though. I mean, these are only non-token artifacts that it's copying, right?
Yeah, but I think I would just give it a B. I don't even think I would call it a build around B. The reason I say that is because I have a trouble imagining the blue deck that doesn't have some creatures in it, you know?
Some artifacts in it. Yeah, for sure. I agree.
Like where did that end up coming from?
Right. That isn't a thing. And then it is a 5 mana 3/4 flyer, which doesn't really need help anyway.
Yeah.
Saiba Trespassers is next. It's 4 and a blue for a 3/5. It's an artifact creature, Moonfolk Rogue at common. And and that's all it is, but it does have channel. For 3 and a blue, discard it. You can tap up to 2 target creatures you don't control. Those creatures don't untap during the controller's next untap step. Wow.
Yeah, I'm into this too.
Jeez, these are good.
5 mana 3/5, not much going on there, but it's an artifact if you need it, right? Sometimes you'll just cast it on turn 4 because you played the mana rock. But mostly it's you spend 4, you lock down 2 of their creatures for 2 turns, and that's the thing that gets, I think, really, really brutal for your opponent, especially if you have like multiple of these or ways to get them back or anything.
Totally. C plus? Yeah.
I like C on it. I mean, it's going to play out a little better than that maybe, but you don't always want it either.
Yeah, it is very mediocre as just the 5-drop side. Short Circuit is next. 1 and a blue for an enchantment aura at common. It has flash and enchants an artifact or a creature. And as long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets -3, -0, and loses flying.
Not a big fan typically of the -3, -0 for 2 aura. It's cute. You can put this on a vehicle and it just sticks around, but
still does this thing.
It's a D. These aren't really where you want to be.
Yeah. I mean, there's like a matter of time before you call it the Blue Swords to Plowshares, but
well, of course.
Sky Swimmer Koi is next. It's 3 and a blue for a 3/3 fish at common. It's got flying, and whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. Funny, it's really hard to argue with these stats, right? Like it's a looter that's a 4 mana 3/3 flyer, but my gut says that this is the type of card that's going to be right on that border. Like it's going to often be your 23rd card or whatever.
Don't be coy, Marshall. Tell us how you really feel.
Do you have that same feeling, or do you think this is?
No, this card's incredible.
I mean, I think when you look at it, it looks really good, but it takes a very valuable slot that other artifacts kind of need to be in more often than not.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, it looks really good, and then you read it and it looks even better, and then you play it, it's going to play even better than that. And here's why. I don't mean to be dismissive
don't read the text, by the way,
of your bad points, but yes, that is normally true, right? Non-artifact slots in the like artifact deck are really valuable, but this effectively, when I look at this turns lands into artifacts.
Okay.
Because when you play an artifact and you loot, you get to discard a non-artifact and find more of your artifacts.
Sure.
And that's kind of how I'm looking at this.
So that would make it worth that slot of not being an artifact because it finds the others. You know, I'm thinking of cards like the last one from the last set, 2 blue 3/3 flyer. Whenever you cast instant or sorcery, you surveil. You know, card was okay, right? But it looked really good. I mean, it just looked like the type of card that you would be like sick, and it was like fine.
Can I tell you 2 reasons why I think this card's quite a bit better?
Yeah.
One is that it costs 1 single blue mana, and I think that matters a lot.
It does.
Double blue is just double color, mana color at common kind of sucks. It's just you get screwed sometimes. It's bad.
It's true.
The other is that the artifact deck, more than the spell deck, is a critical mass deck. The spell deck, yes, it wanted to find spells, but it didn't. It cared about what its spells were. It wasn't playing bad spells just to play spells. The artifact deck, I think we have the pieces here to make the 16 artifact deck that does play a Sky Swimmer Koi and
yeah,
really tries to go hard on like having 5 artifacts.
No, that's true. Because like we didn't have spells that were creatures in the other set, and here we do. Like you could just play all creatures and they all happen to be artifacts.
Right. So you're advancing your board still, and it's all kind of working out. So
where do you want to put it? Is it a B- then?
I think it's a B-. I think this card is going to be one you're pretty happy to put in your deck, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a tough sell. The card's awesome. The stats are all there. I'm in. You convinced me.
Great.
B- for Skyswimmer Koi. Next is Spell Pierce. Blue for an instant. It's common. Counter target non-creature spell unless its controller pays 2.
So this is very, very much a sideboard card, and one that you probably won't side in very often because your opponent has to have not only a lot of spells, they have to be on the more expensive side. This doesn't counter 1 and 2 mana spells very often, and it's really hard and limited to know when you're supposed to leave this thing up. That said, you play against someone who has 2 5-mana removal spells that aren't channeled, by the way, and maybe another a 4-mana sorcery enchantment or something, or like sagas, and it can be really, really good.
Yeah, it's good against X spells also if your opponent shows you a couple of those somehow.
Yeah, I would just keep an eye out, but I think the baseline for me for Spell Pierce is sideboard C.
Same. Suit Up. 2 and a blue instant. It's common. Until end of turn, target creature or vehicle becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness of 4/5. Hate cards like this, but this one does draw you a card.
So I like that it turns your vehicle into a 4/5. Plus, it keeps the text right.
Right.
So if it has flying,
it accrues it kind of automatically. Yep.
But also is it also can just target a creature. So you can kind of cast it as like a pump spell for a creature, which I think is pretty cool. Yeah, I like the card.
Yeah, and if it's just a pump spell that draws you a card, those are usually actually okay. Yeah. It's a little weird in blue. Like this really suffers from what I was talking about with the Skyswimmer Koi, that like it's 3 mana random pump spell that draws you a card is probably going to be pretty tough. The vehicle thing does synergize though, so it does have that going for it. It looks like a D to me still. Like I assume we won't just be like, yeah, they had the Suit Up, I lost again. Just, you know.
I don't know. I saw you lose pretty hard to the 2 mana make a 5/5 serpent. So
I did. It is true. I would give it a D. What do you want to give Suit Up?
Also a D.
All right. Next up is Tamiyo's Completion. 3 and a blue enchantment aura. It is common, and it says flat, and it has flash. It enchants an artifact, a creature, or a planeswalker. When Tamiyo's Completion enters the battlefield, tap enchanted permanent. It doesn't, if it's an equipment, unattach it, and it loses all abilities and doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Goodness sakes.
Yeah, I mean,
it actually is kind of a removal spell.
This is the good version of this effect. You know, it has flash. It loses abilities. It unattaches equipment, so it's like super flexible. It kills artifacts, creatures, or planeswalkers. It just kind of does it all.
Mm-hmm. Same thing that we talked about before with it being a little more vulnerable, right, to unlocking it again. But I mean, it is nearly unconditional removal, at least as far as blue's concerned.
Yeah, I would give this a B-. I think it's good.
Okay. I think C+ is probably where it'll land, just because it is 4 mana, but the flash helps a lot. 2 sagas here for blue.
Also a Thirst for Knowledge.
Oh, did I miss one?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Sorry. Sorry, Thirst for Knowledge. Wow, that was disrespectful of me. 2 and a blue instant at uncommon. Draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard an artifact card. Instant speed, too. Boy, oh boy, that's a nice one.
This is going to be really good. I mean, Thirst for Discovery, which was the draw 3, discard a basic, was one of the best uncommons and had the highest win rates. This is, of course, a little worse. You have fewer artifacts than basic lands in your deck. Yeah. But in the artifact deck, this is going to be awesome.
It is. It performs really, really well. What grade would you give it for the average blue deck? I know we don't know exactly what that looks like, but we're going to assume there's a decent number of artifacts, but you haven't like gone all in on artifacts. Is it like a B or a B+ there? That's kind of the range I'm thinking. It's
probably closer to a B+, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. It gives you some filtering and stuff like that too. Okay, now sagas. First one is called Behold the Unspeakable, which is 3 blue. It's an uncommon. 3 blue, blue. Chapter 1 is creatures you don't control get -2, -0 until your next turn. Oh, you got my attention. Chapter 2 is if you have 1 or fewer cards in hand. That never happens. Draw 4 cards. Wow. Otherwise, scry 2, then draw 2. Oh, you've really got my attention now.
Yeah, this card's sweet.
It flips into some sweet creature. Vision of the Unspeakable. It's a 0/0 flying trample enchantment creature spirit that says that gets +1/+1 for each card in your hand.
So it's by definition going to be, given that you if you had 1 card and you drop to 4, then so you drop to 5, and you draw and then next turn you draw a card, you go up to 6.
Yeah.
It's going to be somewhere in the 3/3/4/4 range because you're probably going to also need to play cards so you don't die.
Yeah.
But then if you know this is coming, sometimes you'll have 4 cards in your hand, draw 2 more up to 6, next turn draw to 7. It's going to be hard for this not to be a 2/2 or 3/3, and sometimes it'll be bigger.
Oh, I love this card.
And the first mode, the -2/-0, basically buys you a turn.
It does.
Pretty hard for them to do significant damage.
It's really
you
tough.
cast that. So, I mean,
this at least a B.
Yeah, I would say this is a B+, potentially an A-.
Me too.
5 mana.
I love this card.
Fog, kind of draw 2 to 4 cards, then get a 3/3 flyer. Yeah, that's an A- actually.
I think so too.
There's a bit of situational stuff going on here, and I can think of times when this isn't going to quite get there. But man, this card's really good.
Can I interest you in a 5-for-1? I mean, that's hard to do, right? There's no cards that give you that much value. It isn't always that, but it's a 3-for-1 or a 5-for-1. Yeah, I am 100% in. This is now the card I want to open the most on when I first draft it. A- for whatever. A for Behold the Unspeakable. I don't care. Last blue card is the Modern Age. It's 1 and a blue. Chapters 1. It's common. Chapters 1 and 2 are the same. Draw a card, then discard a card. Okay. And then it flips into Vector Glider, which is a 2/3 with flying. So loot, 2/3 flyer for 2 mana. It's weird because my instinct on each of these is, that's just okay. But that's what the heck? That's really good. Again, if you pile it all up and say, I only paid 2 mana. Yes, I had to wait a while. That's really good.
Yeah. This card is quite strong.
I like that it makes you loot too, because people are scared to,
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I would give this a B-.
Really?
A 2 mana 2/3 flyer that loots twice is really good. Obviously, you have to wait some time.
You're
going to top deck this, whatever. But even sometimes when you top this when you have 7 mana and a land in hand, it gets you another card out of the deal, right? You get to loot and play another card.
Totally. And if you're going to miss your land drop, this is a great way to make sure that you find it. You get to loot twice before your next turn. I mean, that's really good. Yeah. B- for the Modern Age. And that leads us to black. Our first card up is Assassin's Ink. It's 2 black for an instant at uncommon. Ooh, this feels like a good removal spell. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you control an artifact and 1 less to cast if you control an enchantment. Ooh, yeah. Destroy target creature or planeswalker.
Yes, this is kind of like a build around B, where if you have you just would put this card in your deck.
I think you just put it in your deck, yeah. and you take your discounts as they come.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to justify a 4 mana kill anything, and then sometimes it'll cost 3, sometimes it'll cost 2. You're happy no matter what.
Yep.
Solid B.
Yep, solid B for that card. Chain Flail Centipede is next. It's 2 and a black for a 2/2 artifact creature equipment insect. Those type lines. It's common. Whenever it or equipped creature attacks, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn, and you can reconfigure it for 2.
So it's 3 mana 2/2 that attacks as a 4/2, or you spend 2 and you give a creature a nice little +2/+0 attacking boost. Yeah.
Hey, this one really fits for what you were talking about, where if your creature dies, this falls back off and you're kind of doing it. Because +2/+0 is not ignorable and also trades a lot.
Yeah, this looks good. Looks like a C. But you'll be happy playing this card.
I think so too. I like C for it. Clawing Torment is next. It's black for an enchantment aura. It's common. It enchants an artifact or a creature, and as long as the enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets -1/-1 and can't block. Enchanted permanent has, at the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life. Well, that's annoying.
The lose 1 life part is the more appealing of the two, I think.
Yeah, it kind of just slows it down a little bit, makes it like a real kind of liability.
Where I really like this card is in aggressive decks, because you imagine you put this on their 2 attack them for 4. On their upkeep, they lose a life. They attack you back for 1, and you're just like, okay, I'll take 1. You know,
right?
like
Because the normal downside, Because the normal downside of these cards is that then they just trade off or chump with it, and they can't do that here. It's really picking a fight for sure. I like it at sea actually for Clawing Torment. It also does kill some small creatures that could be relevant, and 1 mana to kill, like say a 2 mana 2/1 or whatever is also good.
Yeah, I would say it's probably like a C-.
Okay. Yeah.
I think if you're not aggressive, you're probably not putting Clawing Torment in your deck.
That's true. Yeah. I agree with you about the aggressive part. Debt to the Kami is next. It's 2 and a black for an instant. It is common, and it says choose 1. Target opponent exiles a creature they control. Target opponent exiles an enchantment they control. So they get to choose?
Well, you get to choose one of those 2 modes. So they don't get to choose which one that you do.
I see.
But you do get to you are the one who's deciding. The joke here is that it's a little more flexible, right?
Right.
Edict effects are generally not that strong. That's like, they choose and exile a creature, but because you can choose enchantment, sometimes you can get their only enchantment. I still don't really like the card, especially since there's one enchantment creature in play automatically kind of blocks this.
Yes. Yeah. No, I don't like Debt to the Kami. I would give it a D.
Yeah, a D for Debt to the Kami.
Dockside Chef is next. I'm hungry. Oh my, is that ramen?
Yeah, this is a black for a 1/2 enchantment creature, human citizen. It's a dude holding out a giant bowl of, looks like tonkatsu ramen.
It looks like literally egg, tonkatsu ramen.
But it's also got an eyeball in it. And then there's a bunch of ghostly hands taking with chopsticks. But 1 black for a 1/2, and you can pay 1 and a black, sack an artifact or creature, and draw a card.
Okay, so you got a little card draw engine here. If you've got artifacts especially, but even then you can do creatures. You can do it anytime you want. These cards are actually pretty good.
Yeah, no, I like the way this looks, and I think it'll end up playing out pretty well.
Yeah, you can save your creatures from death. You can chump block with them and then cash them in for cards. You can sacrifice itself if you just need to pay 3 mana to get a card. Yeah, also ramen. I would give this a C+. I think this card actually can have a decent effect on the board.
Yeah. C+ sounds good. It could even be B-, like in a deck with a bunch of crappy artifacts. You spend 1 mana on this, they're probably going to have to kill it, or you're just going to be eating good for days,
That's right. What about Dokuchi Shadow Walker?
This is a 4 black for a 5/5 ogre ninja, a little sneaky ogre, and has ninjutsu of 3 and a black. So the way this is going to play out, I think this card's really good, is at some point you're going to spend 4 mana, return a creature, and hit them for 5. They're going to take a lot of damage. And then they have a 5/5 to deal with and play.
Yeah. Also, an ogre ninja, really? Like,
well, I mean,
just sleekly moving through the shadows, yet it's an ogre?
I know you're not a big D&D fan, but the ogre magi are like kind of like ninja-like.
Oh, okay. I thought that ogres were, anyway. Solid C here for the Dokuchi Shadow Walker.
Yeah, it's a C. It's not like out of control good, but I think it is strong.
Dokuchi Silencer is next. It's 1 and a black for a 2/1 human ninja at uncommon. It's got ninjutsu for 1 and a black. And whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may discard a creature card. Ugh. Luis likes this one already. When you do, destroy target creature or planeswalker that player controls. Turn my random creature in hand into a removal spell for no mana? Yeah, that's good.
I mean, this is probably pretty good on mana-wise, right? Because you get to attack with this, or ninja this in. You spend 2 mana plus whatever you bounce to kill their thing, but then also you end up in a spot where if this ever gets through again, which there's ways to do, you can really threaten to turn it's a 1-for-1, but a creature in hand for a creature in play is a pretty good deal. Yeah, I would give a C+ to Dokuchi Silencer, trending towards B-, I guess.
Yeah, I think B-. Yeah, I mean, like, if you get to discard your worst creature in hand for their best creature on board that they paid mana for, like, you're up a bit.
Yeah, traditionally you haven't been in for cards that discard creatures from your hand, though. So
Jesus, this next card, Luis, enormous energy blade.
Look, I've already made all the jokes. I need to go back. But yes, it's 2 and a black. It's an equipment, an uncommon artifact, of course. Equipped creature gets +4/+0, but when it becomes attached to a creature, tap that creature.
You know, I saw all your jokes. I still don't know if you think this card's actually good or not.
My jokes had nothing to do with how good the card is or even what the card did.
Right. So is it good?
I don't think so. The problem is
it's extremely flavorful.
Yes.
You can hardly even pick the thing up.
Yeah.
But what you're getting out of it is +4/+0 for a relatively low equip cost. So you're supposed to play it and equip it and then set up for the next turn. And that seems bad to me, right? Like, one of the great things about equipment is changing combat now. Cast it, equip it, hit you. Your opponent didn't plan for it, and this just is incapable of that.
Yeah, I think that the 1-turn delay is just going to be too much. I think this card just looks bad. Like, it's a lot of stats for low cost, but also all the reconfigure creatures give you a lot of really powerful equipment options. I don't think you need to lean on one that this kind of has small blade energy, not enormous blade energy. So I'm going to give this one a D.
Can we just go to the next card? What does it do?
Go Shintai of Hidden Cruelty. It's 3 and a black for a 2/2 legendary enchantment creature, Shrine. It's the Black Shrine. 4 mana for a 2/2 Death Touch. Mm-hmm. And at the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1 when you do destroy target creature with toughness X or less. X is the number of shrines you control. So this kind of does 1 damage to it picks off X1s. And if you have a second shrine, it can start picking off X2s. I think this one's also on the weaker side because, yes, it can kill X1s. That is cool. Sometimes that'll be good. And I guess it's a 4-mana 2/2 Death Touch, so it actually like does something when it battles. But yeah, it's overall not that impressive, I don't think.
No, I'm really looking at 4-mana 2/2 Death Touch enchantment creature and going, how much do I want that? Because the times when it gets to pick off a 1 toughness creature are going to be not that often.
Yeah.
That said, I'm at least giving it a C. Like, 4-mana 2/2 Death Touch is like not a disaster, and if you do get to pick off even a token or something, it adds up.
Yeah, I think C is reasonable for the Go Shintai.
Gravelighter, 2 and a black for a 2/2 Flying Spirit at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card if a creature died this turn. Otherwise, each player sacrifices a creature. Huh, that's really good.
Yeah, so it's 4 mana or 3 mana for a 2/2 flying draw card is absurd. So you really, really want to kind of line it up so that you get that value.
Yeah.
But I don't think that you're going to be that happy with each player sacking a creature because you have to sack one too. It's not like a free roll,
Right. This is also a good example of the type of card I was talking about with ninjas. Like, this has evasion. It did something when it ETB'd. Then you attack with it. You ninjutsu it back to your hand, and then you get to recast it again. And heck, you could even do it that turn if you have enough mana, and that can really start to add up over time. I think this card just brings enough to the table to be pretty exciting. I would give it a B-. Like, I think Gravelighter actually does things, and I like the flexibility.
Ninjas are a good point. This works well with ninjas because bouncing it is good, but it also works well with ninjas because ninjas force trades more often.
Right, exactly.
So I think you end up in a spot that you end up being pretty happy with how this plays out. I like B- for Gravelighter. It's tricky, though. You don't have a choice. So make sure not to end up in a spot where you play this and then on an empty board and then sack it immediately. Because that is what will happen if you don't watch out.
That's right. And I can't wait for people to do it against me. Inkrise Infiltrators next. It's 1 and a black for a 1/2 human ninja at common with flying. And you can pay 3 and a black to have Ink Rise Infiltrator get +2/+2 until end of turn. This is just one of the best designs I've seen in a long time. It goes perfectly into the ninjas deck. It attacks. They don't block it because there's not that many things that can block 3/4 flyers early in the game, and then you get to ninjutsu instead.
Yeah, this card's really sweet. It kind of does everything you want in the way you want it. So I'm in for Ink Rise Infiltrator. It takes a little work. If you have 0 other ninjas, like 0 cards with ninjutsu in your deck,
it's pretty bad.
You don't want this card.
You don't
in your
even
deck.
want it.
But if you have like 2, it's already good enough because it doesn't need that much because it still clocks for 3 to 5 damage in the late game.
Yes,
and it wears other random aura equip type stuff pretty well. So
I would give it a C. I mean, I'm not out of my chair about it, but I love the design.
Yeah.
Kaito's Pursuit is next. It's 2 and a black for a sorcery at common. Target player discards 2 cards. Ninjas and rogues you control gain Menace until end of turn.
I like it. It's a way to get your ninja through for a second bite at the apple. Right?
Yeah.
You got your 1 ninjutsu hidden, and then next turn you're like, discard 2, hit you again. Really cool card. Mind Rot with upside is nice. Mind Rot's always borderline playable. Give it a little upside, and all of a sudden it's exactly where you want to be. So I'm in for Kaito's Pursuit. I would give it a C.
Yeah, C for it. Kami of Restless Shadows is next. It's 4 and a black for a 3/3 spirit. It's common. And when it enters the battlefield, you choose 1. You can return up to 1 target ninja or rogue creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Nice. Or you can put target creature card from your graveyard on top of your library. Ugh, no.
It's basically a ninja raised dead. You don't really want to be doing it the other way.
Right. But you get a 5 mana 3/3. So pretty mediocre stats.
Yeah.
But if you do get the 2-for-1 out of it, you're affecting the board, you have a blocker, you're getting your ninja back. That's got to be worth it.
Yeah, I think if you can reliably get the 2-for-1, then you want one of these cards in your deck. If you can't, it becomes a lot less appealing.
Probably call it a build around C. I mean, this isn't something amazing, and you do need to set it up. But like you said, you'll want one.
Yeah, build around C sounds about right for that.
What about Kami of Terrible Secrets? God.
3 and a black for a 3/4 spirit at common, and it enters the battlefield if you control an artifact and an enchantment, draw a card and gain a life.
Boy, that's a nice payoff.
Yeah, so it ends up being a pretty good card in the black-white deck that reliably has both. Doesn't even have to be black-white. You could be black-blue and do both, depending on whatever color combination, as long as you're doing the work to make sure you have both. Outside of that, it's a 4 mana 3/4. So again, like seeding the set with some number of cards like this, where you end up in a spot where when you're the person doing this, you could probably pick up 2 of these and not really have much competition for them because most people are just not gonna be into it. Build around C+. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, these type of cards often play like a gold card, where there's like one deck that wants them. Leech Gauntlet is next. It's 1 and a black for a 2/2 artifact creature equipment leech at uncommon. It's a lifelinker, and you can reconfigure it for 4, and it just gives the creature lifelink.
I like this 2 mana 2/2 lifelink with upside. This is one of the ones that is definitely more on the creature side, where you're going to play this turn 2 and trade it off a lot of the times and not worry about it. Then late game, sometimes you're going to put it on your 5/5 sneaky ogre ninja, hit them for a big life swing, and feel pretty good about that too.
Yep. And when you do get to the late game, when you have that mana, that's actually relevant. I like Leech Gauntlet a lot. I think it's going to play out like a B-.
Yeah, I think that's about right, because as we've seen, 2 mana 2/2 lifelink is pretty close to a B. Like it's like C plus B minus level.
Card. Yeah.
And this is that with quite a bit of extra upside.
Lethal Exploit is next. It's 1 and a black for an instant at common. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. It gets an additional -1/-1 until end of turn for each modified creature you controlled as you cast this spell.
I like it. The good Netrunner feeling, the lethal, exploit in the software. You would clearly play this at -2/-2, and then sometimes it's -5/-5. I mean, this card is a B. I think it's not hard to make this -3/-3, at which point it's very good. And the baseline is just strong. Like efficient removal is just, I don't know. It's great, right? It makes it so you don't lose games when you start out behind, or you get to double spell on turn 5.
Totally. Yeah. I like where you're at. Lethal Exploit B. Next is Malicious Malfunction. That's 1 black for a sorcery and uncommon. All creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. If a creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Sideboard?
This looks like a sideboard card. Cards like this tend not to be something you're like stoked to have in your main deck.
No way.
Because they just too often just miss, and you don't want to be in that position.
Yeah, what if you're up against the modify deck?
Yeah.
Just misses everything. So, it's a sideboard C+ or something. Next is Mukotai Ambusher. This is 3 and a black for a 3/2 artifact creature, Rat Ninja. This is a common, and it has ninjutsu for 1 and a black, and it's a lifelinker. So 4 mana, 3/2 lifelink with ninjutsu, 1 and a black. Good.
I like it. Yeah. I mean, this is going to lead to some pretty good swings where you're playing against someone and you get to sneak this in for a 6-point life swing. They can't really kill you on the backswing, and then you've got the ambusher ready to trade off next turn, getting you another 6 life.
Yeah. Pretty cool, right? I mean, this is a good bread and butter ninjutsu card rather than like some key piece to a deck or whatever. Just good.
Yeah, I like it.
Looks like a C to me.
I would give the Ambusher a C. I think it's closer to a C+ than a C, but either way, I think it's pretty good.
Okay. What about Nezumi Blade Blesser?
So this is 2 and a black for a 3/2 Rat Samurai at common. It has Death Touch as long as you have an artifact, and Menace as long as you have an enchantment. So this is more on the like Death Touch side. You care a lot more about having artifacts than you do enchantments with this card in general, but it very nicely combines both, because when you have both and you're attacking, your opponent's going to give you 2 creatures in order to really, not just lose,
Really annoying for the opponent.
Yeah, so I like the Blade Blesser. I mean, I think you will want to do some work to make sure you can have at least one of the abilities on, and ideally both.
I mean, it looks like a C- to me.
Yeah. What if it always had Death Touch?
Then it would be a C or a C+.
Okay, so there's some decks where you can get it to that. Yeah. And there's going to be some decks that you're going to be pretty happy where it has both abilities, like more than half the time.
Yeah, and that is powerful. At least in that range. Nezumi Prowler is next. It's 1 and a black for a 3/1 Rat Ninja. It's an artifact creature. It's also uncommon. It has ninjutsu for 1 and a black. And when it enters the battlefield, target creature you control gains Death Touch and Lifelink until end of turn.
I love this card. This card plays really well because you can ninja it in and make it itself a 3/1 lifelink to get your lifelink in. Mm-hmm. You can ninja it in and make something else in combat Death Touch and lifelink out of nowhere. Mm-hmm. You can also just cast it main phase 1, give your 5/5 Death Touch and lifelink and attack with it. And it's an artifact, so it works with all the artifact synergies too.
That's incredible.
This looks to me like a B. I think this card is just going to play super well in every deck.
So one of the scenarios that you're describing is like I attack with my 2 creatures. You block the better one with your better creature. I ninjutsu the other one and then give the other one Death Touch and lifelink and trade.
Yeah, you attack with 2 2/2s into a 5/5, and then this card just forces the trade.
Yeah, that's great.
And in a ninja deck, like, what are they not going to block? Like
Exactly. Yeah, I like B for. Is it a B+ or is it just a B?
I think it's a B, but I could be talked into B+, I suppose.
I think B is good. Okiba Salvage is next. It's 4 and a black for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says return target creature or vehicle card from your graveyard to the battlefield, then put 2 +1/+1 counters on that permanent if you control an artifact and an enchantment.
If you don't reliably have both, it's not good. This looks like a build around C where it's going to be good in the decks that, like, again, can get both a reasonable amount of the time. Otherwise, probably should avoid it.
Yeah, a lot of times you end up spending more mana than you did originally. Next is Reckoner Shakedown, which is 2 and a black for a sorcery at common. Target opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a non-land card from it. If you do, that player discards that card. If you don't, put 2 +1/+1 counters on a creature or vehicle you control. Oh man, that's weird.
Sure, like, what do you got? That's not good enough. I'll take the counters.
Those all suck. I'll take the counters. Yeah.
But yeah, you get the choice of these 2 options, but neither option is a card I want to play. Getting the choice of both, even with full information, this looks like a D. I don't really want to play this. It looks like a D.
Yeah. I think you could put it in your deck and not be embarrassed, but I think it's a D. Reckoner's Bargain is next. This is 1 and a black for an instant. At common, it says as an additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature. You gain life equal to the sacrificed permanent's mana value, and you draw 2 cards.
Deadly Dispute ended up playing out really well.
Yeah.
Would you rather gain 2 to 4 life or get a treasure? Well, a lot of the time get a treasure, but sometimes gaining 4 life or 3 life is going to be great.
Totally. So, and the 2 cards don't hurt.
Yeah, it pushes you to sack real creatures, not tokens, but that's fine too. I would give it a C. Like, you're going to put it in some of these decks. It's going to be fine.
Huh. I think that card's going to see play. I like C for Reckoner's Bargain. Next is Return to Action. This is 1 and a black for an instant at common. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+0 and gains lifelink. And when this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control.
This card looks great. Like, the spells that return a creature when they die are already like a little better. They play a little better than they look. Mm-hmm. This gives +1/+0, so you're actually going to get to trade up, which you don't normally get to do. And lifelink, so you're going to get some life out of the deal too. Mm-hmm. Also, again, in the colors with ninjas, blue and black primarily, though I guess there's some green ones too, combat tricks are pretty strong because your opponent's just going to block at a slightly higher rate. So yeah, I would give Return to Action a C-. I think that maybe a C even. This card is good.
You do force blocks a lot. Yeah. C for Return to Action. Curious to see how that one goes. Twisted Embrace is next. It's 2 black for an enchantment aura. It's common. It chants an artifact or creature you control. When Twisted Embrace enters the battlefield, destroy target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. Sold. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +1/+1.
Clearly great. It's sorcery speed removal that has the fail case of your opponent removing or bouncing your creature in response. But 4 mana sorcery speed, kill anything and be left with +1/+1, and also a modified creature now.
Right.
Plus, this isn't an enchantment. This is the card I want to bring back with Return an Enchantment from my graveyard to my hand.
And you can really try to work this where like you don't cast it until your opponent's tapped out, or you put it on like your worst creature, right? So that if they do kill it, it's not like a complete blowout.
Yeah, this one's good. This is a B for sure.
Okay. Next is Undercity Scrounger. This is 2 and a black for a 1/4 artifact creature human rogue at common. You can tap it to create a treasure token if a creature died this turn.
I love this. This is so cool. It's kind of like Morbid, but in a way that works really well because it just sits there until it works.
Yeah.
If this gives you a treasure half the time, I'm in.
Yeah, and a creature is going to die at some point. So
yeah. And it's also not sorcery, so you can just sit there, and then if it dies on their turn or your turn, you get a treasure out of the deal.
Yeah.
Looks really good. This actually looks like a C+ to me.
It does to me too. I am curious to see how useful treasures are. They're generally very useful. We'll see how it is in this set. Unforgiving One is next. It's 2 and a black for a 2/3 spirit. It's uncommon. It has menace. And whenever it attacks, return target creature card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the number of modified creatures you control.
A 2/3 menace is a pretty good start for 3 mana. You're just not going to get the attack trigger all that often because this doesn't do it by itself.
Yeah, like, nothing.
This doesn't start modified, so you start at 0. You don't even start at 1.
Right. And you really need to get to 3 before you're kind of in business. 2, you probably can get 1 thing back.
I mean, this pushes you to put some 1-drops in your deck. You could play some little 1-drops. I think Unforgiving One's probably a C because 3 mana 2/3 menace is already like a decent little start. And then, I mean, you remember the 2/3 menace for 3 that when it night turned to day pinged them for 1?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that.
Yeah.
It's got an ability. This ability is off more often, but when it's on is better. So
it's better, but
trade off. But I like C for Unforgiving One. And some decks will be pretty happy with it.
Virus Beetle is next. It's 1 and a black for a 1/1 artifact creature insect at common. And when it enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card.
This is perfect in the I want cheap artifacts. Yep. I want cheap creatures. Good to ninja with, even though obviously it gets blocked a lot. But the next card actually is a nice little combo with that. I like C+ for Virus Beetle. I think you're going to be pretty thrilled to just get a couple of these.
I do too. It's really great for ninjutsu, as you said. Not really great at getting in, but it's really great to recast again. It's just so annoying for the opponent. Last non-saga black card is You Are Already Dead. It's literally the name of the card. Black instant, a common. Destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn. Draw a card. Oh my god, you're not kidding. That is Virus Beetle's best friend.
Yeah, you attack the Virus Beetle, they block the 3/3 so they don't get ninja, and bam. It's the classic trope of the samurai who just sliced the ogre in half, but it's like hasn't started to slide apart yet, you know?
Oh, that's what's going on, isn't it? Oh, gross, but true.
I like
card
C for this
in the
card.
Ninjas deck is going to see play.
I think it's kind of a build around almost, because if you just put this in your random like green black deck with a bunch of 3/3s, it's not going to do that much.
Mm-hmm.
You draw cards, so at the very worst, you're trading 1-for-1, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But if you put this in a deck with some virus beetles and some ninjas or some pinging effects, all of a sudden You're Already Dead becomes like a really, really annoying card for your opponent to deal with. So
seriously,
kind of like build around C+/C.
I like that. Yeah, that's really annoying to play against. Sagas for black. First one's called Life of Toshiro Umezawa. It is 1 and a black. The first 2 chapters are the same, and you get to actually choose one of 3 options. You can have target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. So, you know, think aggro combo, aggro or ninjutsu or something. Target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Okay, so if it gets you a new attack or if it kills something, and then, or you can gain 2 life. So that happens twice. And then on the 3rd chapter, it flips over into Memory of Toshiro, which is a 2/3 enchantment creature human samurai that has the ability tap, pay 1 life to add a black mana that can be only cast on an instant or sorcery spell.
I do have to say that the first modes are Umezawa's Jite's 3 modes. So
wait,
that's
are
the
they?
joke. That's the joke.
Oh my
there.
god, I didn't even get that. How did I miss that? Jeez.
Pretty embarrassing for you, honestly.
It's really bad. It's really this. If we did black first, I probably would have got it. But
so
I'm glad you're here.
Double ping, double pump, or double life, and also you can choose a different one each time. Of course, it doesn't have to be the same.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good. Yep. That's already. You're going to get like 1 card out of that a lot of the time, right? You kill an X1, then maybe gain 2 life, or maybe pump your creature so it can attack through, and then a 2/3 that taps for mana sometimes. I mean, this is just 2 mana. This is a B. This is a really good card.
Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect example of none of these really being exciting, but adding up to like, yeah, that's well worth 2 mana for sure. Next is The Long Reach of Night. This is 3 and a black. This one's uncommon as well, and also has the same for the first 2 chapters. Each opponent sacrifices a creature unless they discard a card. So full grind mode. Then it flips into a 0/4 creature called Animus of Night's Reach, which is a spirit. It's also an enchantment creature. It's a 0/4 with menace. But whenever it attacks, it gets +X+0 until end of turn, where X is the number of creature cards in defending player's graveyard.
This is mostly going to make them discard 2 cards over 2 turns, which is a lot weaker than 2 right away, because if you get them down to 2 cards, they'll discard their weakest, then play their best card the next turn.
Right.
And then you get probably like a 2/4 menace that grows over time, you know, but
slowly.
Also only on attacks. It's not a good blocker.
I don't like this one.
This one looks mediocre. There's matchups where it's good. It's probably like a C-. If you're playing a control deck and they play this on turn 4, you're going to groan, you know?
Yeah, it's hard to...
Oh, though... Mm-hmm. If you have no creatures in play when they play this, you also just don't have to discard or sack. You could just, all right, I'll sack a creature.
Each opponent sacrifices a creature unless they discard a card. So
I will choose not to discard a card. I will choose to sacrifice a creature.
And nothing happens?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah, this one just seems kind of weak overall to me. The creature's really pretty subpar for the 4 mana as well.
Yeah, I like C-.
I like C- for it. I like that. These are still strong cards. Last one is the common one. Is called Okiba Reckoner Raid. It is black, and the first 2 chapters are the same. Each opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. So drain you for 1, drain you for 1, and then it flips again just for the price of 1 black mana into a 2/2 menace called Nezumi Road Captain. That's an enchantment creature, Rat Rogue. And it says vehicles you control have menace. So a minor bump there, but you get a 2/2 menace and drain for 2 twice for black.
Yeah, this card's sweet. Plus, it's a rat with a sick-ass leather jacket.
Oh, yeah, it sure is.
Yeah, look at that.
Man, that thing's sweet.
So I like B- for Okiba Reckoner Raid. Like, it's not going to be the best top deck in the world, but if your opponent plays this on turn 1, you're like, you already feel like you're losing.
You do. Yeah. 4-point life swing, plus they get a 2/2 menace with a slight upside. Like, that's really annoying for 1 mana. Like, they're just sitting there on it, right? Like, they're doing other stuff while this is happening. So I like that too. All right, that's it for black. Let's go to artifact, and then there's a couple of lands too. First artifact is called Automated Artificer. It's 2 mana for a 1/3 artifact creature Artificer. It's common. It taps to add colorless, but you can only spend that mana to activate an ability or cast an artifact spell.
Clearly a build around. You don't put this in a random deck, but it looks like a build around like C+.
Yeah.
The all artifact deck's going to be pretty happy to put this card in their deck.
I think so too. But you really do have to build around. Bronze Cudgels, 1 mana for an artifact equipment at uncommon. You can pay 2 until end of turn. Equipped creature gets +X/+0, where X is the number of times this ability has resolved this turn. And the equip cost? 1.
So this is mostly to make a modified creature. You spend 2 to give it +1/+0. Then you spend 2 to give it another +2/+0.
So 3.
And you spend 2 to give it +3. No, this card's bad.
So even if you spend 6, it ends up actually being 6.
But it's +6/+0. It's not even toughness.
It's terrible. This card's
looks
awful.
This looks like an F to me.
It looks like an F to me too, especially with the cards with what's it called? You know, the equipment creatures. Like
yeah, reconfigure.
Brute Suit. Good name. 3 mana for a 4/3 vehicle at common. It's got vigilance and crew 1.
I like it. 3 mana, 4/3 vigilance, and then crew 1. Like, this is the kind of thing, if you want vehicles, you put this in your deck. If you want more artifacts, not that great in the average aggro deck, but
no,
I think pretty strong in the deck that cares about its intrinsic types, which some of these cards will.
Yeah,
so,
and get that curve low.
Looks kind of like a D+, but you can get it up to like a C minus in the decks that really want those things.
Vehicles are very difficult to balance. Circuit Mender. 3 mana for a 2/3 artifact creature insect at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life, and when it leaves the battlefield, you draw a card.
I love it. You remember Filigree Familiar?
I totally do.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is great. This looks like a B. Like, you'd always put this card in every deck. Obviously, if you get to sacrifice it to like sack and artifact effects, you're really doing it. But
yes,
just a good card.
It's a good card. B for Circuit Mender. Next is Containment Construct. It's 2 mana for a 2/1 artifact creature construct. It's uncommon. Whenever you discard a card, you may exile that card from your graveyard. If you do, you may play that card this turn.
So it's like a discard combo where if you have this in play, your loots become like exiled, but you can play. So it requires a lot of mana because most of the things that make you loot cost some amount of mana to begin with.
Yeah.
My guess is this is like a D, but in the decks that can use it, it's like a D+, C-.
Yeah. Build around weirdness. It doesn't seem to fit the deck, the set super well, but we'll see. Dramatis Puppet is next. It's 4 mana for a 2/4 artifact creature construct at common. And when it enters a battlefield, for each kind of counter on target permanent, put another counter of that kind or remove one from it.
Interesting.
So you pick 1 permanent, and then you can take them away.
Take all their counters off or double their counters.
Or remove 1 from it.
Oh, remove 1.
Yeah.
No, but it's for each kind of oh, I see. For each kind of counter. So
yeah.
If they have 3 +1/+1 counters, you can move or add or remove 1. If they have a +1/+1 counter and a menace counter, you could take both off.
That's whatever. Right. Or you could even give them 2 menace counters if you're really.
This looks like a D. Like,
me too.
What
are we doing here?
It's not really doing a whole lot.
It's not really the name of the game in this set either. Ecologist Terrarium is 2 mana for an artifact at common. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, and put it into your hand, and then shuffle. Then you can pay 2 mana, tap, and sacrifice it to put a +1/+1 counter on target creature at sorcery speed. Hey,
I like this. This is the exact kind of card I was looking for, where it gives you a card when it comes into play, and then you can sack it to artifact effects or just sack it to get a counter. Just a way to move artifacts around and shuffle them around and gain some value. So,
and try to get them back from the yard and replay it, get another land out of your deck.
In a deck that's playing it straight up fair, it's not that good. It's like a D.
Yeah.
But again, all these get like almost a full letter grade bump when you're like, I'm in the artifact deck that wants as many artifacts as possible.
Yes. And hitting your land drop. Yeah, this is just sweet. So see if you build around it in really any way. High Speed Hover Bike. This is a 2 mana 2/2 artifact vehicle at uncommon. It's got flash and flying. And when High Speed Hover Bike enters the battlefield, you tap up to 1 target creature, and its crew cost is 1.
So it's kind of weak vehicle, 2 mana 2/2 flying, crew 1, but it has flash and tap something. So what you kind of do is, like, the beginning of combat, you hover bike, tap down their thing, or end of their turn, tap down their thing, and then you get some value. Oh, I do want to mention with Dramatist Puppet, It plays well with sagas because you can put a counter on to get the creature sooner, or take a counter off to like reuse the initial effect.
That's
I don't
cute.
think it changes the grades, but shout out to Live LR chat for the alerting us to that. But
Yeah, that's cool.
but yeah, high speed hover bike looks like a cute thing to do with ninjas because it's also, look, you play this, tap their blocker, crew this, attack, ninja it back, then you get to play it again, tap something else.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
this looks like a total ninja build around, like a build around like C plus for ninjas, and kind of like D to F outside of that, unless you really want tons of artifacts.
Yeah. Interesting. A ninja bike.
I mean, an artifact with ETB that's cheap is good for the artifact deck. I think that's true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, does look like the type of thing a ninja would roll around town in a high-speed hover bike. Iron Apprentice is next. It's 1 mana for a 0/0 construct. It's common. It's an artifact creature. It enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it, and when it dies, if it had counters on it, put those counter on target creature you control.
Again, I love this in the artifact decks.
Yep.
Build around C, unplayable outside of them, but pretty cool if you can sack it for value.
Yeah, and re-loop it or whatever. Network Terminal is next. It's 3 mana for an artifact at common. It taps to add 1 mana of any color, and you can pay 1, tap it, and tap another artifact you control to loot, to draw a card and discard a card.
Not really into that. 3 mana rocks, not really where I want to be. And tapping this plus another artifact to loot means you're not going to get to loot a lot of the times when you really need to, which is when you don't have anything going on.
Yeah, this feels like it would be better served by a different artifact in that spot, even in the artifact deck. It's probably a D. Ninja's Kunai. This is 1 mana for an artifact equipment at common. Equipped creature has 1 tap, sacrifice Ninja's Kunai, and it does 3 damage to any target. And the equip cost is 1. Important to note here, it doesn't augment the creature in any other way.
If you have enough creatures, this is 3 mana effectively to deal 3 damage. Though the creature can't be summoning sick, it does have to tap. Mm-hmm. That's probably good enough to play it in most creature-heavy decks, especially in decks that care about artifacts entering and leaving, gets that additional boost. I think this is probably like a C-. No, probably just a C. 3 mana to deal 3 is good at instant speed.
Yeah, it's a little conditional, but you do get 3 damage at the end of the day to anything. Papercraft Decoy is next. It is 2 mana for a 2/1 artifact creature frog. It's common. And when it leaves the battlefield, you may pay 2. If you do, draw a card.
So when you attack with this, they're not going to block it, but then they'll probably attack into it when you're tapped out. Still, 2 mana, 2/1 artifact. This looks fine. I think that you'll be relatively happy to put this in your deck.
You going to ninjutsu this thing?
Yeah, you get to draw a card that says it leaves the battlefield.
Yeah, a little tough because it does cost 2 mana, so it's 2 mana in addition to the ninjutsu cost, but that's a combo.
Yeah.
It looks like a D to me, though. I mean, I think
C- for Papercraft Decoy.
Yeah, I was going to say D. I just wouldn't be surprised if this card just never really sees much play. Patchwork Automaton is next. It's 2 mana for a 1/1 artifact creature construct. It is uncommon. It has Ward 2, so 2 mana 1/1 Ward 2. But whenever you cast an artifact spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Patchwork Automaton.
This is one of your payoffs.
There's your payoff.
Ward 2 is nice, helps protect it. You cast 2 artifacts, you got a 3/3, you're rolling. You cast more than that, or you've got a bunch of ninja stars going in and out, your Papercraft Decoys, you get a 5/5 all of a sudden. So build around B. This is what you're looking for. Yeah,
the ward's super important at that stage of the game too. It actually protects it from most things. Next is Rato Sentinel. This is 3 mana for a 3/3 artifact creature constructed uncommon. It's got Defender. And when it enters the battlefield, target player mills 3 cards. You can pay 3 mana to put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. Not really seeing it here.
No, I don't.
The mill seems irrelevant. Basically, it's just like, do I want to spend 3 mana for a 3/3 Defender that happens to be an artifact? And the answer is no.
Super late game, it can prevent you from decking, but yes, that's not really, I think, how this is going to play out most of the time.
Right. And if it is, then sure, that could be a part of a really cool
I love this next one.
I would give the Sentinel a D, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I would give the Sentinel a D as well.
Our Trash Bot.
Trash Bot. 3 mana, 0/4, artifact creature constructed uncommon. It's got trample and +1/+0 for each artifact and or enchantment in your graveyard.
That's right. So, that was one of our preview cards.
If you can make this a 3/4, yeah, solid. If you can make this a 6/4, now we're talking. So,
yeah.
Again, a build around B. Like, this is what, the the Patchwork Automaton pays you for being the first artifact on the scene. This kind of pays you for being like one of the later ones, and it's good to have both. They're both great. Same deck, obviously.
4 toughness is huge.
This also works with enchantments, though I think it's mostly going to be artifacts. I think that's going to be the easier build around. It looks like it's easier to get a bunch of artifacts in your graveyard.
Is it a B?
I think it's a build around
B. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Searchlight Companion's next. It's 3 mana for a 1/1 artifact creature drone at common. It's got flying, and when it enters the battlefield, you get a 1/1 colorless spirit creature token that doesn't have flying.
And is an artifact. So it's 3 mana for a 1/1 flying artifact that makes a 1/1 colorless token. So if it was an artifact, it'd be a lot more exciting because putting 2 artifacts on the board is what you want. But this is decent with ninjas. It's a little flyer with ETB, and put some blockers into play. This looks like a C to me. I think a lot of decks will just find uses for this.
I think so too. And like you said, the blockers thing. Shrine Steward is next. It's 5 mana for a 3/2 artifact creature construct at common. When Shrine Steward enters the battlefield, you may search your library for an aura or shrine card, reveal it, and put it into your hand, and then shuffle. I think I'm just not going to play it, but it is tempting to, try to search up like your other shrine or whatever. Maybe if you have auras that are removal, it's worth it, but 5 mana 3/2 is tough. Yeah.
I mean, if you have 1 shrine and like 2 auras, this card is like mediocre. But if you have 2 shrines, imagine you get to play this to assemble the combo.
Is it worth it?
It looks like a D, but I think most people who have 2 shrines are going to try playing this, and I can't blame them.
That's fair. D, unless you have 2 shrines, then go for it. Thundersteel Colossus is next at 7 mana. 7 mana for a 7/7 vehicle. It's common. It has trample and haste. But here's the thing. The crew cost is only 2.
This card looks pretty scary. I mean,
front loaded it all on the casting cost.
7 mana is a lot, but this is going to hit them a lot of the time. It's a shame it can't do so on an empty board, but I think most decks with creatures, at least you think about this. 7's a lot. You probably want to be a little more on the rampy side.
Yeah.
But this is going to end some games. I think it's probably like a C-, but it is scary. Like
I assume it's a D. I mean, 7's a lot, right?
7 is a lot,
you don't want to just throw a 7 mana card in there. But that's powerful.
Yeah.
If there's any way to cheat it into play, that would help too. Tawashi Guidebot. Look at him. 4 mana for a 2/1 artifact creature construct. When Tawashi Guidebot enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Okay. You can pay 4 mana, tap it, and draw a card. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each modified creature you control, and it kind of spots you one too.
Yeah, you already comes at a discount with assuming the creature that you put a counter on doesn't die. I like this card. I think this card's like a B-.
Yeah.
Because you play this, you get 3/2 worth of stats, also distributed. You generally don't want to put this on this.
Yeah.
Because they already want to kill this. And then you have 3 tap, draw a card, maybe 2 tap, draw a card.
And you can get it down to just tap, draw a card if you're kind of doing it, right?
Real threat of activation where you play this, put a counter on your 2/2. They're going to try to kill this because they don't want you drawing extra cards, and you got some value out of that exchange.
Yeah, I like it. B- for Tawashi Guidebot. Last artifact is Walking Skyscraper. It's 8 mana for an 8/8 artifact creature construct at uncommon, but it costs 1 less to cast for each modified creature you control. It is a trampler, and it has hexproof as long as it's untapped. Woo.
So if you can get this down to 6 mana, 8/8 trample that they have to leave mana up, and maybe you don't attack if they've left mana up. You just keep that hexproof going.
Yeah.
I'm curious how the modified creature deck's going to play out, because it feels like a way to get buried in tempo if you're trying to modify your creatures and they're just killing them. But this is a real reward. If you can get this to 5 mana, like you can really make something happen here. Walking Skyscraper is a beating. It looks like a builder on B. This looks like one of the reasons to do this thing.
Yeah, it makes me think that it's going to be really hard to keep modified stuff going, because otherwise 6 mana for that's going to be a real problem for people. Okay, a couple of lands. They've got gain lands here. Bloodfell Caves is the one that we'll use as the example. Common dual lands. This one makes black and red mana. These are the friendly ones. And when they ETB, you gain a life.
All right. Well, I've got to pick up my modified offspring. So.
Okay. I'll handle the rest. There's only a couple of cards left.
I trust you to handle the lands, but
no worries.
I will be back. And of course, the set review was great. And maybe you can even flex your creative muscles on a sign off. So I'll have to go back and see how that works.
Oh, God. Yeah, nothing like getting thrown at the last minute. All right, Luis. Thanks, buddy. Later. All right, so I'll just cover the lands real quick here. So we've got the gain lands, as we call them. So they enter the battlefield tapped, and you gain a life, and they tap for 2 different colors. These are all common, and they usually play at about the C level. The life gain's a little more relevant than you think, but not game-changing, and duels are good when they're in your colors. So, you should not prioritize them over like really good spells, but over any mediocre stuff, you should take them. There's also Mech Hanger, which is uncommon. It's a land that taps for colorless. It also taps to add 1 mana of any color. You can spend this mana only to cast a pilot or vehicle spell, and you can pay 3 mana and tap it to have target vehicle become an artifact creature until end of turn. So basically it crews vehicles on its own. Yeah, probably going to want it in your vehicle centric, white blue deck or whatever. But even then it's just okay. But I would play it in that deck. I think either way. Probably give it a C for that deck. Roadside Reliquary is next. It is a land that's uncommon and taps for colorless. You can pay 2 mana, tap it, and sacrifice it to draw a card if you control an artifact, and draw a card if you control an enchantment. So you could actually get 2 cards out of it. That could be sweet. But usually playing cards that only make colorless mana is not worth it, especially if you have like kind of a risky setup cost for it. But not impossible. I would give it a D for Roadside Reliquary. Let's see, what else do we have? We've got Secluded Courtyard, another uncommon land. As Secluded Courtyard enters a battlefield, you choose a creature type. This one taps for colorless, or you can tap it to add 1 mana of any color, but you can only spend the mana to cast a creature spell of the chosen type or activate an ability of a creature or creature card of the chosen type. I'm assuming that doesn't fit into this set particularly well, but there are ninjas and you can see some of that stuff. I'd need 7 or something of a certain type to be able to feel good about playing the Courtyard, but otherwise, yeah, probably like a C for it. And then what else is there? These are all, so actually it looks like there's all of the gain lands. And then the last one is called Uncharted Haven. And it's a common land that enters a battlefield tapped. But as it enters a battlefield, you choose a color and it adds 1 mana of the chosen color. I would play that. I think I'd play that in all my limited decks outside of like red, white, aggressive or ones with a whole bunch of 1-drops or whatever. But it's effectively a one-sided dual land. So it fills in the gap that you need it to be filled in on. All right. That's going to do it for this one. Set looks super awesome. Really needed this, after quite a long wait after Vow. Getting some cool options is right where I want to be. I want to remind you this show is brought to you by Channel Fireball. Make sure you use the affiliate code LR if you pick up anything on pre-order or whatever from them. And also it's brought to you by FTX. If you're inside the United States, it's ftx.us, and outside it's ftx.com. You can gather up all the information and kind of figure out for yourself where you want to come in on this stuff. Make sure you talk to somebody like a professional investment advisor before you make really an investment of any kind. But when you're ready, FTX is there, and we do encourage you to check them out. If you want to find anything related to the podcast, you can go to lrcast.com, and you can find me on social media. I'm Marshall_LR, and Luis is LSV, pretty much everywhere. So yeah, that's going to do it for this one. I want to thank you for listening. As always, we'll be back probably pretty early next week with the rare and mythic rare review, where we go really deep on the crazy rares and mythics that they're going to come out with for this set. If these were the commons and uncommons, the rares and mythics are going to be really something. So we look forward to seeing you then. Okay, so I guess I have to do a sign off. And I did have one thing that came to mind when Luis said that. A lot of times Luis likes to talk about things that he's using, seeing, doing, kind of almost like a recommendation on his sign-offs. And I have one, for sure. My favorite, chef, cook, person who's taught me the most, Kenji Lopez Alt. If you've never heard of him, fantastic book called The Food Lab, which is my favorite cookbook of all time by far. It's not just recipes. It's actually showing you why you do things the way you do them and how you could change them if you prefer food to be different ways. Like let's say you like things really crispy, or you like them soft, or you like them underdone or overdone or whatever. And he'll go through each of the ways in this pretty comprehensive book. So that book I highly recommend, and it's out. But furthermore, he's coming out with a new book, and it's been a long time since he's come out with a new book. And when he comes out with a book, he goes hard. I mean, these aren't just like, he's not the type to like throw out a book every other year or whatever and be like, oh, now it's Italian food and this one's going to be about Spanish food. You know, it's like he really goes deep, and his book is about one of my very favorite ways to cook, and it's called the wok. And, you know, WOK wok. And I use one at home all the time. I think it's a fantastic way to cook most types of foods. And I got that from him and my dad. My dad actually was big on using a wok as well, and he taught me how to use it originally. But the book is going to be coming out. You can pre-order his book, and I already did. In fact, 2 different people got it for me for Christmas because I'm such a big fan, and they know that I'm a big fan of his. He's also got a YouTube channel and stuff, but basically cannot recommend Kenji Lopez Alt's, any of his stuff highly enough. And if you're into cooking or interested in getting into cooking, that is the place to go.